just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Ooh, you can spend the night, baby, together. Take it nice and slow. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. Just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Slow down. I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out. Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Get out. I feel it here inside of me. But you know what just occurred to me, baby? The things ain't what it used to be. And this time I just keep on walking, and I won't stop, no. I just can't waste time talking. Gotta save my soul. Gotta get out of here. Yeah, it's the last thing I do. Got to get through to you. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Got to see what's out there for me. I'm just a nomad. Come on. And where I go's where I be. Come on. I can't help but follow my own beat. Yeah. And all just I know I gotta be out of here. I just keep wanting more. There's gotta be a better place. Oh, 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 oh. I gotta get out of here. Oh, 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 oh. So you can't hold me back no more. Got to get out. 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 Got to get out of here. I gotta get out. Yeah, yeah. Come on, got to get out of here. You can't hold me back no more. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here. Got to see what's out there for me. Tired of doing what we're told and getting bored of how we used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. Cause I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's over and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our lives. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself a motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. We'll catch a locomotive or hit the highway and just move on, 'cause it's over and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself a motive, living my life the way I want.
cornerstone forevermore. I long for you, our future to bloom to the bitter end. Your looks make me weak, your skin to my cheek, making two roses. I want you to hold me. 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 I want you to.
I'm washing your jersey in the backyard where we spent that night. I showed you the lightning bugs out in the field, but you closed your eyes. And if you were here now, would you open up and somewhat try? You might think I'm crazy, but I kinda thought you were my guy. I thought it was real. 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 You said that you miss me and you want to catch up sometime soon. It might be a trick, but now I know that I meant something to you. I thought it was real. I thought it was real. I thought it was real. I thought it was real.
Hello, and welcome to the road to EWC Valorant Qualifier Specific Edition. I'm Achilles here alongside Pilsky, and we're going to be taking you guys through the action across the next 2 weekends as we figure out who is going to go to EWC. Obviously, we already have one team locked up, with Paperec taking the trophy here in the Pacific region, so they're going to be qualified through, but we still have 3 more positions to solidify.
100%. I mean, I'm really looking forward to it. We've already got a couple of teams qualified from the other regions. Heretics, you got Vitality coming in from EMEA, EDG, and XLG, and All Gamers. So China's already locked up. But as you mentioned, a couple of Pacific spots on offer. And I kind of love this format. I'm looking forward to almost like a mini accelerated Pacific in a bracket here.
Yeah, it should be good. Obviously, we have 11 teams that have been competing. It has been ongoing, so obviously not all of it on stream. So now we're going to be getting our first looks at some of the teams in form and how they have been performing, and there's plenty to talk about in that regard. But one team already going through, 3 more positions that are up for grabs. Match is going to be BO3s and then into BO5s. And speaking of which, we have this one here. This is a qualifying match between Gen.G and RRQ.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I mean, Gen.G, it's been an interesting story to watch them. Not only did they get grouped recently in Pacific, but then they kind of ran the gauntlet even in this qualifier through from the first stage where they joined a lot of the other kind of lower ranking Pacific teams, and they've ground their way all the way into a qualification game here against RRQ, who just fell one game short of Ho Chi Minh there. So this is kind of a El Clasico Pacific matchup, and I'm interested to see how it works out in this best of 5 to qualify one of these teams over to Paris.
Yeah, always fated to clash against one another, it would seem. Obviously, we missed that during the stage for the most part. But like you said, it's been a long and arduous journey for Gen.G. Nearly had been eliminated from the qualifying stage, then make their way into the kind of final playoffs bracket for this, and they took down full sets in 2-1 fashion. And there's a lot to discuss when it comes down to that performance, because Texture had one hell of a game. But these are the teams that are remaining. We started with 11. Now we're down to these final 8. Obviously, we lost Team Secret, Veral, as well as Zeta Division along the way. They weren't quite able to punch their way through to this stage.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think I'm too surprised to see Gen.G be the team to kind of claw their way through. I think despite the fact that they did get grouped initially, they've done quite well to even get into this phase. But as you kind of mentioned, that game versus Full Sense is the one that draws the eye. And it's kind of crazy that we don't get to see what happened in that series, because Texture's just dropped plus 44 over there. And I don't think there's any way any of us will ever see it. He's just put on an absolutely clinical performance. We've also had RRQ take down KRX over there. T1 losing out to Nongshim, actually. So despite a bit of a disappointing performance for Nongshim in the overall season itself, maybe going out earlier than they would have wanted to, I think they're once again kind of proving that they're still quite a competitive team, and they'll go into a qualification game tomorrow against Global Esports.
Yeah, who in their own right were able to get a 2-0 victory over DFM. That was a little bit contentious between the two squads, but I think that second map in particular, Global kind of, pretty easily were able to get their way through that one. So they're still fighting their way through, with head coach Platoon kind of taking over the reins here for the squad, while we know Frost is getting ready for Masters London. But yeah, I mean, going back, because it's so difficult to not talk about it, especially given that we're about to see Gen.G. To kind of put it into context, like, he went plus 44 and dropped 88 kills, I believe it was, across the 3 maps. So if it was within the VCT circuit, he would have set a new best of 3 global record, which would have overtaken Ospas by 6. So pretty incredible stuff from Texture. Question is going to be, can he maintain a performance like that? Because RRQ, they are very well versed when it comes down to playing against Gen.G. They have clashed in numerous times, basically can't even count them anymore. But we also didn't get to see something new that RQ was doing, which was Cushy playing Phoenix, and he had one hell of a game. I think he dropped like 34 kills with 20 rounds played. So that's something that if the map of Haven crops back up, we could look forward to. So, we don't really know what's going to happen when these teams clash. It feels like usually we have a very solid idea, but going into this without having the prior tape, it's very difficult to really have a gauge of who's going to be able to come out on top.
Yeah, I feel like Phoenix is the agent of the meta, but you even saw Texture pick it up for one of those maps up against Full Sense. So I feel like a lot of different players, whether it be duelist players, primary duelist players picking it up, or whether it be Flash Init players like Cushy, who, you have seen play Sky and things like that in the past. It's not like it's his debut game on Phoenix. He's got a couple of games on Phoenix in his career, but yeah, to drop 30 after mostly playing Init role, and I feel like him not necessarily hitting the skill ceiling that we know he's capable of off of some of his kickoff performances, it just leaves you wanting more. So hopefully we're going to see a little bit of that Phoenix play from Cushy, because it's just such a strong agent in this current meta.
No, it really is. And if it does come down to it, if we are going to be seeing it, it would be on that Haven, and that's also where Texture was playing the Chamber, and he's had very good performances both here in this qualifier so far, but then also, looking back at VCT Pacific. So I think that is a big matchup to really look forward to. But this is kind of a titanic clash between these two teams, which feels weird to say given Gen.G's performances so far this year.
Yeah, it's, I mean, so far not been the most fantastic run of form for Gen.G, although it was interesting. I was kind of looking at their performance in the Pacific groups that they didn't make it out of. It was the first time, by the way, that they weren't able to make it out of the groups, so a disappointing result for a core that has, you know, won Masters in the past and done quite well for themselves, and an organization that you just is synonymous with Korean excellence in VCT Pacific in itself. So I think that it will be interesting if they qualify for this tournament and have a good run, even beating a team like RRQ, which maybe in a different way had a disappointing performance because they fell one game short of Ho Chi Minh, but at least they made it out of the groups.
Yeah, being able to make it to the playoffs was, you know, that's the big win overall that RRQ got over Gen.G, given their history. But Gen.G on a rebound feels pretty dangerous. I mean, you got Zinx back into the roster as well. That's what we're talking about. Obviously, before we had seen Kite, who was subbing in from the academy team, had some middling performances. You know, maybe was doing some side calling for them. But now we're back to that starting five that we had seen from the beginning of the year. And it does feel like the improvements are there. I think one of the biggest things that we could mention, aside from Texture's performance, is that Karan has been back on smokes full time.
Yes.
But it looks like we have the map veto ready to go, so we'll take a look. It's going to be Fracture banned away by Gen.G, RQ take away Split, and that Haven is going to be there. So Gen.G still liking how they played this map very much, even seeing the results from RQ play it.
Yeah, I mean, you got your wish literally right off the bat there, so Haven's going to be the map that starts out this pool. RQ will get to start out attack, so I wouldn't be surprised if they just stick to that double duelist, playing the Jet Phoenix. It was interesting that they got a pretty convincing win in that series when Jemkin doesn't seem like he had too great of a game, so maybe showing a little bit more diversity in who can pull their weight in the fragging department there. Ascent even being the second map straight off the bat there for RRQ, picking that one up is an interesting one as well, because the only time we saw RRQ play it recently, although we had a reasonable amount of expectations because they have been good on the map in the past, was a loss against DFM Pacific when it got picked into them. So maybe they feel like things could have gone a little bit better for them this time around, or maybe it's a stronger map than they necessarily showed on the day, because I think they ran themselves out in classic RRQ fashion to like an 07-08 start, and then you get Breeze, Lotus, and Pearl, which, I mean, you know, I feel like both of these teams have struggled on Breeze at times, although I think RRQ is a little bit better than their record might necessarily indicate. And then Lotus, funnily enough, that's a map that I kind of associate with Gen.G for the longest time, but RRQ has a much better record on it at the moment.
No, they really do. And that Ascent, I mean, you talk about it, some of the shortcomings of Jemkin's performances thus far, still being able to scrape by with the wins. I think that's a map where he's going to need to perform, because if they're going to be running what we kind of anticipate, it's going to be him as the solo duelist, bringing out that Jet in all likelihood. Maybe there's going to be some change-ups. Maybe they even decide to lean into Cushy playing Phoenix on Ascent. I think it's a perfectly fine map for that pick. So maybe they have some surprises up their sleeves for us here today, but I do feel like Jemkin is going to have to perform on that map when it comes down to it. Of course, as you can see here, it's just the two bans. This is a best of 5. This is a qualifying match, so whoever wins this series will be punching their ticket forward to EWC in Paris, and then the remaining team is going to have to battle their way through that lower bracket gauntlet.
Yeah, and that's not going to be easy. There's only one slot on the line for whoever makes it out of there, so you'd want to just get it done here. I think there's tougher teams for both of these teams to have to play for that slot, if I'm honest, although Gen.G seems to be coming in pretty good form. I think RRQ would love to get this qualifier done and dusted as well, because it's been a disappointing couple of stages of Pacific, so they'd love to kind of cut their teeth on another international event. We've had a lot of narratives around RRQ playing those internationals in the past, so they'd love to have another crack at one.
No, they really would. And I mean, it's unfortunate for them, but RRQ kind of has gone from this team that, you know, you look back a year ago, you would have said it basically doesn't have really any best of 5 experience. Now they have so much best of 5 experience, to their chagrin, because they had to play that triple BO5, weren't able to make it to the first Masters of the year, you know, get themselves into more BO5s, trying to qualify, get themselves to this point, it's another BO5. So they do have that experience. Our expectations of them has done nothing but increase, but we need to see them, you know, deliver on those expectations. And I think that this would be a big gut punch to get taken down by a Gen.G who were unable to make it into the playoffs for the very first time, who had been having their identity, you know, crisis ongoing. This would be a really rough time for this squad to drop a series to Gen.G again.
Yeah, I agree, but at the same time, like I was saying before, I feel like Gen.G had so much to deal with in the Pacific groups, where they had these roster shuffles and they had all of this role instability and roster instability. And I look at the fact that they did actually at least push the stronger teams in their group and even beat Paper X. They're the only team to take a series over Paper X, I believe, in the whole tournament. Paper X just went through the rest of the tournament and kind of just ran over everybody else for the most part. And I felt like they played KRX very, very close. So despite the fact that they didn't necessarily do too well for themselves in a lot of the other series, I was looking at the fact that they were competitive with a lot of the other successful teams, and I felt like they could have done better for themselves. So have a look at the agent select here, and you're going to get your wish. You're going to get Texture on the Chamber, and Cushy will be on the Phoenix. I think those are kind of the main two guys that we've got our eyes on here. But I do totally agree with you in what you were saying around... I felt like a lot of people were begging to just see Qeon back on smokes, and I think as well a big narrative on our desk was the fact that we were seeing Gen.G play a lot of double controller or double ENIT and things like that, when they always had a much better success rate and win rate with double duelists. So I actually love the fact that they're playing double duelists, and in fact, even not having someone like Texture on double duelist, I think Gen.G seems like they're looking like a much more successful team at the moment, leaning into some of these more aggressive play styles, which is interesting because it's kind of the antithesis of how they used to play.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, you can take a look here. The Neon still present for Gen.G. We're playing on the 12.08. We are not into the Neon and Shotgun nerfs quite just yet. But as those guys get ready to load up into the lobby, we'll get ready to get geared into the action here because, yeah, Ash so far in the run has basically been playing 100% Neon. He's sticking with that, and they're just kind of shifting things around him with Zinx rejoining the roster. So instead of Karin playing the Phoenix on Haven, we get to see Zinx do that, and Karin right back on the smokes. You mentioned it. I am absolutely one of those people who has been begging for him to just go back to full-time controller. Not even Viper. Let Zinx play that. He's played it in the past. You play the Astra, you play the Omen, you play the Brim, whatever it's got to be. Just leave it in the hands of Karin because that is where he thrives. And he's been showing that so far in the tournament, but it looks like we are ready to go. So first on the attack is going to be RRQ as we get settled into Haven.
Yeah, let's see what we're going to get from these two teams. Gen.G sitting in play this map a lot lately, and Texture's been looking pretty bloody good on the Chamber in particular. So it does seem like he's going to get some action right off the bat here on the pistol.
Yeah, 5-player creep up from RRQ. Recon at the ready. Swing at the corner, and Texture is going to be able to find himself a kill, but does not manage to make that exit with the rendezvous. Would have just put him back flat, but Jemkin quick to find that headshot, finds a follow-up. It's Karin. Now Sync's going to be taken down. It looks like Jemkin is alive and well today, starting things off with a triple kill. And now it's just going to be Locky and Ash to try to get this retake going. Slide forward the Prowler to scout. Ash is able to find one as Mon, yet will get taken down. Swing in the corner, not to come through quite just yet, though. They're still going to be contained at back sight, but there's the catch. Locky going to be found with Util in hand, and no, it is not an ace. Crazy Guy will steal that one away from Jemkin, but what a roaring start for RRQ.
That's criminal that he's stolen the ace from him. I mean, we've seen such massive performances from Jemkin on this map in the past on the Jet. So it's not too surprising to see RRQ lean back in that direction, although they are playing the double duelist. I mean, Texture fulfilled his end of the bargain, but I just never really felt like this flood looked too clean for Gen.G. It was a little bit disjointed. You had the paranoia and the curveball with like 1 or 2 players fighting at a time, and then I'm surprised Ash and Lakia even got space out backside to try to even attempt that retake. For the most part, all going the way of RRQ off the bat here.
Tap of the orb. Wanting to try to get this into the hands of Lockett. We'll be able to do so. Quickly we'll hop back to avoid that recon ping, but this has given some suspicion to RRQ. They're not going to be barreling through forward onto this A site, and they're correct to try to avoid doing that on the slow creep, given that this is the stack. Just Texture missing from Gen.G on this side of the map. Let's see what kind of damage can be dealt, though. It's going to be Molly up and over the top, leading in off the drone. Zinx trying to match. Sends out that hot hands curveball as well to try to delay. Cushy for now, the only one really able to try to scale forward. Headshot's going to be found, but Cushy's still able to come away with 2 kills before getting taken down by Lakia. A bit of damage found. The weapon trying to be recovered here as a hop across the way. Karin will be able to collect that Bulldog. Texture not fully biting on the rotation yet, though.
Yeah, RQ able to creep back in towards short side. Just waiting for any further mistakes here for Gen.G. Karin with that Bulldog is definitely the player to keep your eye on.
Holding it. Backside for now. The recon out. Not going to be able to find the ping. Swing in the corner. Lockett to the right. Senex Pharaoh out. We'll be able to find Karin as well. So now just Texture to try to see if he can deal a little bit more damage. He's got 2 players that are within 1 tap range. if he can align them, but you would love to absolutely get at least one more kill here. Try to put some damage into the economy. In fact, might even take two, given the Gen.G still does have this Marshal in hand. So, swing in. Gets a tag through, but unable to find the kill. Going to be spammed down. Gets a dink as well. I mean, it's so much damaged up by texture, but these kills are just eluding him. 3 players nearly dead to rights. 3 more Headhunter bullets. Can he connect them? The exits are getting ready to come through, so it seems unlikely. And if he swings his corner, the turret might even just be able to take him down. But no, it will be Xpharaoh, so catastrophe going to be averted here. Some armor rebuys necessary, but RRQ get a very clean anti-eco otherwise.
Yeah, you'd be feeling a little bit sheepish if you walk away with only 1 gun there. Barely able to put enough together to have a much more scary-looking bonus round to head into the 3rd here as Gen.G go for their first bite. Good patience from RRQ. You could tell even if there was some kind of set play or trap around A-Long there, they were ready with the reactive paranoia on Monyet. Have all of their protocols and ducks in a row. Haven, a map that these two teams are very familiar with, and even older iterations of their rosters, they would always play bangers on this map, OTs and things like that. Get a little bit of a contest towards lobby. Seas does connect on Jemkin, but it's not really much of a commitment here for RRQ. They're just running that C-Long default, farming the orb. Xpharaoh hanging around in middle.
Yeah, just some jiggling out. Quick little spot of each other. We'll have to back away.
The drone now at A-Long there.
Yeah, this is a big push out into mid from Gen.G. Oh, looking for the reveal. Looking for the catch now as well, as Cushy will be found outside of garage doors. Ash looked like for a second he was going to be taken down, but does manage to steady the aim. Comes away with that elimination. Starts things off and gets Gen.G into a 5v4. Meanwhile, rotation slowly starting to creep back in towards A main, but Gen.G is matching this perfectly.
Yeah, the rotations are perfect. Karen with the jump spot. Paranoia shuts the door before it even really gets going for RRQ here. Prowler clears out all of short as well, and it just feels like RRQ is dead in the water in this bonus. Gen.G playing aggressively down middle, already finding that opening pick, and you lose a lot of the punching power. Not only is the Phoenix dead, but you don't have access to the run it back until the first gun round.
You do not.
30 seconds left.
Solo exploration in towards B. Recon maybe. Just a bit of a bait attempt, but you can see they want to push forward into garage, but the trademark is still there, never got cleared out. Will now go. Texture's still going to be alone on the seaside for now. Here's the footsteps coming his way, back middles, and manages to find 2 quick kills before he takes a rendezvous out just for good measure. Spike is down, 10 seconds remaining. Just Monyet left standing, and not really much to be done. We'll try to maybe get a brand for money. No, just a quick little upgrade of the weaponry. But this is going to be a flawless unless he can find anything on the back end of this. Smoke will fall, and no, he's just going to be taken down as Ash comes away with a 3K, and Gen.G very cleanly get themselves on the board.
Yeah, I mean, that's very kind of quintessential Gen.G as of late on this map. Like, even when you had Zinx on the Neon, some of those mid-timings and mid-aggressions, they're having so much success with at the moment. So even anti-bonus around where you might be a little bit more incentivized to play a little bit more passive or a little bit safer, knowing that you have better guns. You can see that they're still leaning towards a more aggressive playstyle. They're still quite happy to take those timings. And this time around, they're expecting some pressure towards that A side of the map here, but RRQ are definitely prepping themselves for something a little faster towards garage. I want to see how much Gen.G will push the issue through A lobby here, though.
Well, they take a good amount of space. Just double check in through sewers now, seeing that there's nobody home, so we'll have to go for a quick pivot. Meanwhile, it's going to be Cushy rushing forward, and he's going to be rewarded for that. Lockheed going to be taken down as the plant comes through. Monyet gets the spike set up. Blaze wall goes up. Ash in deep ahead of that one, and immediately is able to find Monyet. Considers disrespecting that nanoswarm, but will decide to back away here, waiting for that to expire. Now the double push forward, scaling up into the front of sight. Cushy dead. Just 2 players remaining to try to delay. Crazy guy, take flight. And Xpharaoh to try to set up for some of the spam. The drone out, looking for the tag, manages to find it. Ash going to be back off. Texture now going to be fallen, but it's all down to Xpharaoh. And with 5 HP, I just see no way for him to really try to win up this round. He's going to back away, save the Vandal, and Gen.G will tie it up 2-2.
That's crazy. I mean, especially considering Gen.G was so committed to that A fight, didn't really get much out of it, and then you get the run it back straight through the middle of the map, the B side's open, and you get the first pick in that round, but it still ends up looking like such a clean, easy gun round for Gen.G in response. Get the trade back, Jemkin gets picked, Monyet's kind of out on an island, gets picked by Ash as well, and from there it's like a pretty easy retake. Honestly, despite the really clean opening pistol and anti-eco there for RRQ, those last 2 rounds in a row for Gen.G just show you how confident they are on this map at the moment, and with this kind of playstyle that they've been rocking as of late.
Now it's a change up. Pivoting Texture away from that C site. Puts him up on top of B. Looks like no one for now going to be giving him the peak angle, though. Meanwhile, just going to be a judge tucked into sewers.
Yeah, just that initial lobby control there from RRQ. Not really in a rush to be going anywhere. The Enit on the other side of the map as well, so that judge is very dangerous in a position like that, especially with the drone committed over to C to try to sell some kind of a fake.
And it's sold pretty damn well. Lakia, maybe checking with the Prowler on the corner. He does so right as that tailwind does come through, but Gen.G managing to work his way forward into that cloud burst unscathed, but as he swings out of it, Lakia is going to be able to find the kill at backside. Monyet quick to trade it back, though. As they look to try to recover the weapon, but now Cushy, Monyet both going to be taken down as the overdrive gets committed by Ash into the fight. He'll clean up a second kill, and it's a cheeky little attempt, nearly got them to grab on that, but quick pivots back. They didn't buy enough time for the rotations to get fully committed to, so it's a fast reflood from Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, they're having a lot of success with this kind of style, whether it be kind of the mid-round aggressions or the floods in the mid to late round before the spike even goes down. Doesn't really feel like RRQ can get comfortable. And Crazy Guy back on the Sova here. I've seen him often on the Omen duties as of late, but back on the Enit that he's known for playing will actually allow them, I'm assuming, once they move over to the defense to throw him on the Odin, because that was a big point of discussion. Odin is not something that Cushy likes to play when he was on that Sova previously. So I think it's going to kind of streamline the fact that you won't see Crazy Guy on the Omen Odining anymore. He'll be allowed to kind of abuse that on the defense, but I don't know, man. The way that Gen.G are playing their way through this defensive side right now and with how their money is looking, Texture's now got the op-out. I don't know how much of a defense you're going to be allowed to play here as RRQ unless you can get some gun rounds going.
Yeah, it needs to get picked up really quickly here as Gen.G now in a one-round lead. Texture considering the swing into lobby. He's on the angle now. Checking around towards that long exit. Nothing going to be spotted quite yet. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy considering the drone, but we'll just go for the jump peek to start. And I mean, Texture, if he pulls the trigger on that wall bang, could have him dead to rights. But we'll just go for the clear on the drone. Sticks around for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, it's going to be a TP up into heaven, I believe. Meanwhile, Ash still able to find Xpharaoh on that lurk attempt outside of B and mid. Kill found. Spike is still in hand at the moment. They need to try to flush him out of this one, so they will storm their way down into sewers, but the rendezvous is there for the quick exit, and Crazy Guy had been taken down. Meanwhile, Gen.G, they scale forward. They're just pinching in from behind, and RRQ have completely lost the plot, split apart across this map as Monyet. He's going to be good for one, but nothing more.
Yeah, Jevkin on his lonesome, and that's a beautiful high-low. I just love the way that Gen.G are playing at the moment. It's so fluid. They push out into middle and find the lurker of Xpharaoh before he can find any impact, and you know, it was an awkward position for RRQ. It felt like they could have tagged the chamber off the line, but Texture's just fearless in short. Nothing's going to dislodge him, and despite the fact that they found a lobby, they never cleared out the chamber properly. They never actually wrapped into sewer and dealt with that problem. So when the spike gets dropped in lobby side, that's where things kind of get a little bit awkward for RRQ, unfortunately.
And I'm curious when you start to see a timeout call coming in here for RRQ. At the moment, Jovi is letting this one go, allowing the players to try to course correct themselves. Texture just going to be backing away, rotates over, was out of that rendezvous range, so certainly needs to backpedal away. Drone going to be cleared, goes for the peek, and okay, is a little bit offset, maybe not ready for the players to be that far forward. Meanwhile, Jemkin with the knife is able to find one as Ash is going to be taken down. He's looking for a hell of a lot more and will be able to find it. Zinx going to be struck down, but Texture, oh my god, blind through, finds himself a second kill as well as Cushy will fall, but Jemkin recovers a weapon now. Another 4K on for yet another ace, and once again, he's not going to be able to seal the deal on it. Crazy Guy will take the kill, but that is going to be a big rally back from the side of RRQ, who pull off a thrifty.
Yeah, I mean, that seems to be the main go-to for RRQ at the moment. Just go up into C and Gem can kill everybody. And outside of that, I don't know if I've necessarily seen anything too much to be convinced by. I thought Gen.G was positioned at least reasonably well there. Like, Texture had multiple bites of the cherry on the operator. Didn't manage to connect too much. I felt like he had good flood timing between Qeon and Zinx there. But, I mean, Jemkin just goes nuclear inside of the site with the blade storm active.
I'm trying to get active here. Push forward, and Ash unable to escape. The Odin comes out for Crazy Guy. It was only a matter of time. Just needed a little bit of cash to really get that gun back into play. And he's reading this push up from Texture incredibly well. Has the drone at the ready, so Texture going to have to tuck away, but that drone should go deep enough to clear him. So he's got to backpedal now, get back into that rendezvous range. And that is more than enough to have RQ start leaning back into A, but Lakia goes completely on red in this position, but will quickly be flushed out. It's going to be good for one, but the trade-up is there.
Zinx is creeping up into window here. It's crazy how aggressive Gen.G are being on an individual basis in this round. This could be a sick flank timing.
They are watching for it for the moment. If he turns back actually into mid through window, that's where he could really be good for it, but he's not checking this angle at all. Doesn't see anything at A lobby, but still needs to clear into long for the rest of the team, and that means he's going to miss the opportunity to find this backstab.
Yeah, this will be an open C site here for RRQ. Trademark will be dealt with, and it's going to be a rough retake, especially with your Neon dead. It's going to make it a lot harder to get in. Really, again, as I mentioned before, it comes down to the success on the flank from Zinx.
He's getting there pretty quickly, and so far he is not going to be smoked off. Texture, however, still able to find one. xFaro gets eliminated. Have they registered? Given the change up in the plant position, seems like maybe Zink's making a little bit of noise, but Texture just re-peeks it, just boldly pushing forward, finds himself another kill, as that's going to be a third, as Monty yet will fall. Suddenly just Jemkin standing now, and not for very long. Texture, Mr. 4K himself, will be able to put him down, and single-handedly gets Gen.G back into this site for the defuse.
Yeah, there was no dark cover on spawn site there, or maybe it elapsed. I'm not sure which one it was, but that kind of felt like Texture's allowed to get away with so much. I mean, you could see it there. I'm not sure if that was another blind shot through, or whether he actually just missed-walked it through. Oh, that's crazy. He's bagged multiple people through that smoke on spawn side this game. It's a little unlucky for RRQ, but from there, it just felt way too easy for him to walk back on low HP into the site with the operator and just pick RRQ apart. Like, you're feeling a little bit sheepish because I felt like RRQ completely outread them in the mid-round, and then in the post-plan, they just completely lapsed.
You see the setup here, though. 5-player push ready to come in for RRQ. They have 2 ults ready to go. The lockdown, as well as that Hunter's Fury online. It's just the tour de force, which is very much not in position, also not necessary, given the off he's carried over by Texture. For now, Cloudburst in. Qeon trying to go into that smoke on a timing, but Jemkin is right there on top of him, finds that kill. Hunter's Fury now opened up, trying to clear up the site, and will be able to get the catch on the Zinx. He gets taken down. Lakia filling in from Garage. Immediately he does get felled, but Ash holding his own. Able to find 2 from back. Plat eventually will get caught as xFaro finds that elimination. And look at the respect given. Spike to be collected. And Texture will end up falling, trying to intercept that grab on the Spike. So Lockdown ends up getting invested here. Both ults going to be committed for RRQ, but it's a much needed round win.
I'm going to time out a response from Gen.G here. I think RRQ are very much recognizing what the comp can and can't do. Despite the aggression you're seeing from Gen.G, like even just a couple of rounds ago, it was crazy that there was a rendezvous on Plat and Lakia was solo outside of A lobby. You had Zinx pushing out of Garage. Like at the moment, it feels like every single player on Gen.G is quite happy to just walk down one part of the map, or either that or like more of a coordinated push amongst the players. But one thing is for sure, it's aggression no matter what. It's just a question of how effective that is. But this C hold is a little bit of a problem. As I mentioned before, I feel like RRQ are just recognizing that, look, it's just a chamber there. Unless Texture hits a couple of shots in quick succession, we can pretty easily get into this site. And then it's just a question of how we're playing anti-flood. Need to make sure not to get caught by like the Neon running back in, or like a curveball paranoia timing, something like that. And we should have a pretty nice time getting into C and having success over there. And so far, so good. It's not even been Cushy doing the lion's share of the work. As we kind of talked about in the pre-show, he dropped a 30 the last time he played Phoenix on this map, but this time it's Jemkin. Just multiple rounds of multi-frags from him has given a lot of success to RRQ.
Yeah, and had Ash's attention been paid towards the front of site, maybe that changes things up, but he was worried about that lumber side swing around the box, so ends up getting caught by xFaro right up and close. But so, one round away from trying to tie it up. The run it back is available for Cushy. As Tour de Force going to be committed here. Texture, I believe, maybe dropping some weapons for the rest of his team to try to keep the overall economy bolstered. He himself did have plenty of money. So
getting
we'll
a push down.
This well, yeah, Zinx. Commitment. Oh, and that's a nice little hello, but Jemkin immediately flushes him out, so Zink's going to be taken down. Ash, however, holding the gate, cleans up 2, but one of them is going to be Cushy snapback on that ultimate. So right back into the fray, still 4 players strong. 3 alive for Gen.G's Karn at back Plat, trying to hold his own and will be able to do so. On yet dead, Cushy now finished off as we get into a 3v2 with Lakia down low.
Crazy guy dealing with the Prowler. xFaro's just out on an island here. Desperately needs some help, or maybe he's going to get it done himself.
Still is able to find one. Crazy guy swooping in, out of Garage to the rescue. Comes up with the goods there. Meanwhile, he just gets dialed in, ADS on the angle, and Texture unable to adjust the shot, and that is a massive rescue of the round here for RRQ. It looked like this one was going to be lost after those initial kills from Ash, but they tie it up 5-5.
They've just won every single round on the attack on this C-side for the most part, outside of the anti-eco, which you wouldn't really be counting. Zink's in a bit of a misposition. Like, I feel like a lot of these rounds where Gen.G are losing them, like, the positioning looks good. You've got the Phoenix contesting cubby before you even get RRQ able to scale up onto the site, and then you have both of the Omen and the Neon in positions with good utility to stop the push, but they're still just not able to win the round at the end of the day.
Recon out to long, leaning in towards the A side of the map, as from shadows as well as the blades online for RQ. Not likely to see those ones committed into this. Maybe the blades,
massive.
But we'll see.
Get a massive rotation here for Gen.G straight onto this A site. Does seem like RQ want to start it off with the drone, but don't want to get caught by the reactive utility necessarily here.
Spawning to one. Relay bolt will buy a little bit of space, and looks like the neutral contest going to come to an end there. Meanwhile, it's just a TP straight up on the default plant on this B site. Zinx is nearby, but he doesn't have an angle to try to clear this one out. Blazewall also cuts him off, and this is very well read by RRQ, as Monietta is able to just go ahead and TP his way out to safety. Run it back from Zink's going to have to be committed fast lane to try to block things out. Nano's going to be popped. He's going to try to get the hold to half, and will get denied. Those nanos, just enough damage going to be found. Meanwhile, shooting gallery is opened up. Crazy Guy comes away with 2 eliminations, and Texture now to try to hold on to this operator is going to be pinged out. Oh no, cuts forward fast enough to avoid that, but Crazy Guy collecting a 4K of his own, as that is a flawless for RRQ to regain the lead.
What a sick round there. You can see just pressuring over towards that A site, baiting out the rotation. They trade the drone for the relay bolt or the paranoia in response. Like, that's exactly what they were looking for. Really, really well called round for RRQ. Crazy that Moniette's allowed to just stick that from the shadows on default, but covered off well by his teammates to put them into that B side after plant, and from there things just go well. And it's crazy. I felt like Gen.G were just going to run away with this half because they won those clean 4 rounds in a row post the pistol anti-eco, but RRQ's just coming back in a big way here.
A chance to tie it up at 6-6. Ults are very limited though for both sides. As Texture, considering that wider peek, had heard the orb getting taken, sees that shock dart flying at him. And now we'll start to scale off the back of it, so he's going to be given a lot of space. Meanwhile, orb grab for Lockheed, who's himself the Nightfall. This Prowler will just get a quick little grab here. Outlaw's in play for G. We know that a lot of Gen.G players going to be operating on half armor, so there's a real chance for him to just absolutely hard carry the round. As Texture slotted all the way forward.
He's playing on a cheeky off angle right in front of his rendezvous. Jemkin's found a pick on the other side of the map, and Xfero doesn't feel confident enough to try to trade that kill. He's going to wait for a little bit of backup. In the meantime, pushes all the way up through spawn side, winning a duel onto Qeon.
And Texture now very well aware that he is going to be pinched here. Swing of the corner, unable to find the initial kills, and now the swoop in from behind is getting ready to come through because she has a spot, knows that he's made it a little bit deeper into the site and wants to try to flush him out. 9 bullets going to be remaining. Texture, given an opportunity to try to get that adjustment with those initial shots, but Kush is still able to collect that kill. Meanwhile, Sync's finding an incredible timing. Pushes forward, is able to find 2. Trying to give Ash as good of an opportunity as humanly possible, but he's got that half armor, and Jemkin is dialed in on the angle and will be able to find the shot. So 7-5, RQ recovering this half in a big way. They get themselves the lead.
Yeah, some really nice calling, honestly. So, look, I think despite some really good stuff from Gen.G, 4 gun rounds in a row, RQ's recovery was phenomenal. They were just rolling that C site from there. That conditioning that they kind of set up did so well for them.
Yeah, it really did, and not having to commit a timeout of their own. In fact, they get one of them out of Gen.G, so that is a big boon here for RRQ. So 7-5 at the start, and if they can find themselves another pistol win, then who knows, they could just be taking away Haven, which is Gen.G's pick. So I think we're going to go to a quick little halftime break, and then we'll come back and get right back into the action when the replays are ready.
One enemy remaining. Thirsty. One enemy remaining. Last player standing. Long.
Alrighty, right back into it. 7-5 at the half. RQ coming back into this one. It was a very rocky start for them, as you can see there. Just the kind of timeline, 4 rounds in a row for Gen.G. Looked like they were just going to run away with the defender's side. Now they flip over to the attack to see if they can have as much, if not more, success than RQ here. Big performances so far from Ash, Texture as well getting involved. But that's going to have to continue. They're also going to have to try to shut down Jemkin, who got that 4K damn near ace in the pistol. So we'll see if he can do it again.
Yeah, it's grouped up in lobby here. Haunt clears everything out. Crazy guy just on the shoulder spot, playing all on his lonesome over on this A side of the map. In the meantime, his teammates have taken middle and are walking up on the flank. Dart will get dealt with very quickly.
There's a couple going to be lobbed in here. Crazy guy unable to escape, though. Cheeky little catch there from Zinx. Able to find him on the retreat. Meanwhile, 3-player flank getting ready to come through. Qeon with the solid read. Going to be sending that paranoia up in the lobby, delaying them all on this approach. But that being said, Zinx does get taken down in sewers, and Texture dead moments before that. The solid kills going to be found, and now that gets RQ back into an advantageous position where they're up a player. Low HP bars here across the board as Lakia going to be tagged as well as Monyet. Jemkin strafing over, is able to avoid that relay bolt. Monyet able to find a kill, putting Ash now the last one standing with 20 HP. But what a slide across! Oh my god! Gets the 3K clutch to win the pistol for Gen.G at 20 health.
That's just Neon things, man. I mean, next patch, I don't know if you're going to be seeing that. Right click's pretty good, but look, that is why you're seeing Ash on nothing but Neon at the moment. Some other teams kind of swapping back off that playstyle, but it's working for Gen.G. The signature agent of him as of late, although they've had a couple of different players playing Neon on Gen.G. But he has been the standout so far on this map. 16 and 8, man. What a big performance.
About a roll of the dice.
Yeah.
Well, going to be very grateful that he was able to have the classic gods bless him there. A bit of pressure exuded here by Gen.G, wanting to get this orb collected, but if they continue to scale forward, this is going to be into the stack. So RQ with a very real chance to find damage, if not a thrifty win. Fast lane going to be set up. Ash jiggling out of that one. Paranoia going to be able to get the catch onto him, but Qeon still going to be coming away with a kill. Cushy now going to be found as well over on that garage side of the site. Jemkin, however, striking for 2, eventually will get taken down. Is Ash okay? It just kind of pump faking him a little bit. Will plant his feet, finds that kill, but this is still damn good damage. So 4K for Ash, big glow up for him. He's got the overdrive online going into the bonus, but that is still 3 kills found with classics for RQ.
Yeah, Jemkin does a fair bit of damage there. He's built himself closer to a Blade Storm. Don't necessarily... Oh, I mean, it does suck. They lost, what, Bulldog Guardian. There was a fair bit bought up into anti-eco. But, look, I think they're going to be able to drop over multiple Phantoms. And, yeah, exactly this. I thought that Ash was immediately going to go towards his overdrive. Although you are seeing him give the Bucky to Qeon. I would definitely have that the other way around. But let's see how it goes here on this A-lobby fight.
He's trying to get rid of the bad tendencies as we approach the next patch. Jemkin looking for this collection here onto Ash, which is dancing around this fast lane. Eventually, he will be able to find it, but Zinx only able to reply with 1 kill. Jemkin going to be taken down, but that's at the cost of 3 players. And he is now going to be boxed in, but oh my god. Managing to fight his way out of this corner, comes away with another 2. Texture, however, now all alone, zoned away as the rendezvous, but quick on his heels is Xpharaoh. Push out into mid, and Xpharaoh will collect it. So a decent bonus attempt, obviously a lot more committed into this, but Gen.G still going to be fine for cash as we go into this, but that is going to be RQ getting themselves back into a lead.
Yeah, I think that's fine. You know, you take 3 guns away. Both teams have ran it back coming into this round. You have the overdrive ready to go if you want to kind of min-max the money at all on the side of Gen.G. For RRQ. Look, took their losses there, but once again, Odin in the hands of Crazy Guy. I'm keeping my eye on him. Outlaw's out for Jemkin, but you only got 1 set of light armor on the side of Gen.G, so I'm not sure if he's going to be able to abuse that too much. Might look to try to get the Blade Storm online at some point in this round.
Yeah, just 1 charge to go. And it's already proved to be very deadly with it, so certainly will be something to fear for Gen.G. As a Texture scaling up, and he's not ready for Mon yet. Top of B site. Quick kill, a very nice snappy shot. Meanwhile, Outlaw, quick peek, finds a headshot for good measure. And that should be RRQ maintaining control of the map, barring a 3v5 conversion. I mean, the run it back is available, but committing it from here just seems unlikely and also very ill-advised, I guess we should say, for Gen.G.
Yeah, you're not getting in here. It's going to be paranoia in response. The Blaze Wall will probably cut the site in half here. They're going to give it a crack anyway.
Oh, Flash is going to be connecting. Zink's able to find one, but Jemkin swings out onto that right shoulder flank. Will be able to clean it up, and even is able to find Karan at the end. So a 3K for the Jet, and now back into a 2-round lead for RRQ.
Yeah, around that just kind of falls apart on an individual basis. You find players getting picked all around the map before Gen.G can really get their gun round strat off, and that's always a frustrating thing to be facing, especially if you have a big ult like a runner back or an overdrive. It just feels like Gen.G hasn't had clean enough execution to get themselves in a position in these gun rounds where they're actually able to get the strat off. Got a couple of players going missing on their side as well, despite the fact that Ash is having a big game here. Going to be a little bit disappointed if you can't get this game of this map of Haven across the line. I'm pretty sure it was the first one picked up by Gen.G in this best of 5, and based on how they've been playing lately, should be a confident one. It's equally as much confidence there for Texture on the lobby swing, but into an Outlaw, I mean, it's never going to go well.
Yeah, very casual shot there from Jemkin, making it look easy. As it's only the duelists for Gen.G that have actually bought up into that full armor, wanting to try to take point, but spot onto one, because she's just going to be mauling the front of B site. Spike still in hand from Lakia, though, staring at that A-long position. Given the pressure shown on B, even if they do go for the full wrap into A, which is exactly what Gen.G is going to do, it's going to be very quick pivots for RRQ to just get all their forces back on A.
Yeah, I mean, you're already seeing the rotations here. Feels like they're a step ahead of what Gen.G are doing. But with the overdrive still in the back pocket here for Ash, you can't necessarily count Gen.G out of this round. They could still pull off a thrifty.
I'm going to try to, but it's another headshot. So there goes one of your half armors. Ash has got the other one, baits out the second shot, the reload ready to come through. Meanwhile, Overdrive's going to be popped. Really Bolt not going to be connecting on anybody. Slides to the backside, still eats the damage though, and that makes for a very quick cleanup for Cushy, who finds himself a second kill as well. Karan now last one standing to try to see if he can get some damage through. Maybe find another kill, slow down this massive economic steamroll that RRQ have going on. Smoke blooming into his face. Gets tagged up through that one, and eventually he will fall as he runs out of time. So curveball in, Cushy to collect a third in the round, and that is double digits now hit for RRQ.
Yeah, I mean, at least you forced out the run it back from Cushy to try to deal with that, you know, what was that? It was a 5-on-3 at that point, so at least forcing RRQ to feel a little bit pressured. I mean, it is one of those low orb ultimates. Another timeout from Solo here. Like, this attacker's side outside of the pistol anti-eco feels like a little bit lost. It feels like Gen.G is just walking through the map and getting picked all over the place, and they're never quite able to get off like a clean gun round execution on this attacker side. Like for RRQ, you know, especially towards the tail end of their half, you had a lot of really nice executes. You had a very clear kind of mid-round calling that you could see in action from Crazy Guy. But Gen.G, it just never really feels like they're getting to a point in the round where it's like, okay, they've worked the minimum map control. Maybe it's like a garage default, or they pressure a lobby and then go into a hit. It's just kind of looking like a couple of blokes walking around the map. They get picked, then they're in a 4-on-5 or a 3-on-5, and then they just try something. But even the late round execution, like, it's just one or two players running out one at a side, and there's no flashes, there's no like paranoia setup or anything like that. It feels like RRQ's life is being made very easy right now.
And now it's going to be, you know, potentially op v op, but given Jumpkin's going to have defender sight lines, he can get set up on angles, I will basically have to favor him 10 times out of 10. I mean, Texture, a damn good offer in his own regard, but he is going to have some impeccable shots if he wants to really contend with him. But fortunately, I guess, for him, he's currently leaning towards this check onto A, but there's also an Odin on the other side, ready to greet him. As Molly not going to be getting the shot. He wants to try to maybe clear out that orb, but won't be able to do so. Just keeps it quiet for now. Checking to see if there's any forward scale up this A-long position, but none to be found.
Yep, they've successfully dropped off the chamber in short, so Texture going to be left to his own devices to try to find a pick here.
Quick check-in. Would have seen that shoulder, maybe even the gun barrel as well. So RQ getting a decent amount of information, but they're keeping 3 players leaned on the A side.
Texture's being very slippery here.
Watch your
Yeah.
eyes.
As well going to be backing away as that smoke has come through. So Gen.G now
Come on, let's
shifting
go.
around. Fast lane will keep them covered for the moment, but Texture eventually does get found. Crazy guy. That Odin put to use. Monyet shuts down the ult. Lakia is dead. And it looks like it's going to be just struggle street again here for Gen.G. Now needing to convert a 3v5. They are able to get into a post plant.
Spike planted.
How good can that be? Flash out. Crazy guy is staring into window. Finds Zinx immediately. And now you've got a 2v5. Limited damage going to be suffered here. Jump forward into the smoke. Ash is able to find one, but nothing further. Crazy guy gets himself a third without an Odin in hand. Swing the corner, the curveball out. Gets the catch on a Qeon, and Crazy guy will get himself a second 4K of this map, as they are now 2 rounds away from taking Haven out of the hands of Gen.G.
Yeah, Crazy Guy's looking very good on the Sova here. Like, it's good to see him back on the scanning.
Surprise,
It's
surprise.
something that he played a lot in Tier 2, and you haven't seen him play as much in RRQ. He's kind of just been trying to fit the role, and Cushy's been their main kind of scan in-it player. But especially with the Odin in hand on this map in particular, like, this adds a lot to RRQ's defense, honestly, and he's been a big pain in the ass for Gen.G to deal with.
Yeah, and now you look at where the economy is at. You are forced into stingers. It's not going to be a comfortable buy whatsoever. Operator is still online. So this is going to be one hell of a thrifty if Gen.G could manage to make a go of it. You're still even 3 charges away from having a quarter force as well. So as far as the thrifty tools that you would love to have at the ready, you have none of them. And that's an immense amount of damage already found on the detector.
Jepkins out on an island here, though, and it is a Jet and a Sova here. You get the Hunter's Fury in response, but the opposite the deck nonetheless.
That it has, and it's quickly going to be collected. Final Hunter's Fury ends up going over the head of Texture. Still damage found onto 2 players of Gen.G, so not in the most comfortable position, but you do get that operator passed over into Texture's hands. Meanwhile, Crazy Guy shifted into heaven. Odin's still ready to go. Gen.G just pumping the brakes, keeping things quiet. Full fan out and approach up into long, but can they get rid of this Odin? Crazy Guy could absolutely single-handedly shut them down on this approach. There's the first.
There it is.
Ash dead, drone now out, looking to get some more information so he can just go for the blind spam. Shock dart going to be lobbed in. Damage not going to be connecting there onto Zinx, who will push forward into the volley, and it's into the spray mon. Yeah, he's found 2 blind. Cleans up Lakia, cleans up the enemy Phoenix. And now suddenly, it's just Texture and Qeon to try to hold the line versus 4. This is looking very possible, and now it is looking damn near impossible for this team. Texture not going to be able to find anything at all. Crazy Guy starts off the action, closes it out. Odin is just, they can't do anything about it, it seems. Gen.G do not know how to shut this down. 3 players survive, key weaponry carried over, 12-7, map point.
Yeah, I mean, it's just rough. It feels like, I mean, any chamber comp on the attacking side of this map does kind of live and die to some degree by the chamber's success, and it doesn't feel like the chamber's able to find any picks or any impact. A lot of the time, RRQ are just walking him out. Like, you even found the opening pick, and I was looking at that defense over on that A side of the map, and I'm thinking this is a Jet with an op and a Sova against a handful of Stingers. Like, this could go very poorly, and they even found the pick that they were looking for. But again, when it comes to, like, the mid to late round execution, Gen.G is just getting picked apart.
Revealing area.
Just a nightfall now to try to work with. As drone forward, Crazy Guy just again buying his team some space and comfort. Drone will get cleared out, just continuing to spam as he hears the Prowler come through. Texture manages to slide past and should be good for the catch. And this time, yes, will be able to come away with that opening pick. So the Odin now down, but still feels like Gen.G is no closer to comfort, just given how a lot of these rounds have been getting away from them.
No, I mean, yeah, they just picked the Sova solo on the A side of the map, and RRQ don't shift their setup at all, really. Like, there's a massive gaping hole in the defense right now, and Gen.G is going to walk into A regardless, but RRQ, they're quite happy to just lose Crazy Guy on that side of the map and then say, oh, well, like, you know, he walked a little bit too far. Nightfall committed into the site. I don't even know if RRQ are going to attempt this retake, especially with the op in Jepkin's hands. It's going to be very difficult to get in. You've got so much reactive utility that they didn't even use on the execute. Look at the Paranoia ready to go. You've got a relay bolt. You've got a hot hands. There's no way you could do this retake as RRQ. It would take a miracle.
But if they do, that could just be the tipping point to try to just break the mental of Gen.G for the remainder of this series. I mean, they have a 5-round lead. They've got the economy to back this one up, so they pass that operator over. Paranoia will hold them in place for now. Cushy able to find one, but then will get traded out. Lakia, Johnny on the spot to get some revenge for Ash. Anticipating this approach from heaven, but the time is starting to bleed away. And with Jemkin falling down, yep, that will just be Manya to back off. So I don't mind that they actually do give this an attempt. They're in a comfortable enough position to kind of take this risk, but will it come back to bite them is going to be the ultimate question. Because, you know, if Gen.G can somehow start to build a snowball from here, this is going to be a round that you look back on in hindsight with a lot of egg on your face.
I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, Crazy Guy, very confident. He's taken a little bit of a step too far over there on A-Long, but even the rest of RRQ, like, I just feel like, especially when the attackers go into the site for free and you know what kind of comp they're playing where they don't have to have burnt that much utility coming in on that execute, like, retaking through spawn side is never going to work. I definitely would have much preferred, especially given it was like a C and a B side stack for RRQ. You're playing against a chamber as well. It's not really a hard senti. I would have loved a bit more of a push down mid and a flank perhaps.
Quick shot out. Nothing going to be found there on either side. 4 rounds necessary here for Gen.G to try to push us into overtime. And it is worth noting they played an immense amount of overtime so far during the qualifier. So this maybe could just be another one for them as Gun Barrel does get spotted. Lakia needing to be damn careful if he wants to try to repeat this. Does have a Prowler still to utilize.
Once again, textures have been prioritized for comfort here, but
they just try swing
get
this?
some action.
Surely not. Okay, well, Ash quick enough on that jiggle peek. Avoids taking the shot, but still have to worry about this operator in position. Quick TP over. Monyet arriving on the site. Cushy at the same time going to be taken down in transit through that A connector. Blazewall now going to be set up, and it's going to be a TP forward. Karan situated here. Default plant spot. And Nano could have been popped to delay, but instead it ends up being damn late. We'll find a tiny little bit of damage on the back end of that one, but Crazy Guy good to flush things out of back sight. The Odin continuing to excel.
Xpera needs a timing out of Garage here for sure.
Old one if he's able to find him. Texture catching enough of a glimpse on the Jemkin. He's able to find him. Haunt now getting the reveal as well. He's looking for that wallbang shot. Goes whizzing past Crazy Guy. Meanwhile, Exterio, he's still able to find the kill. Lakia going to be taken down. Texture now dead. Looking for a little bit more. Finds the timing. Karan struck down now. It is all on to Ash. Jumps forward into the smoke. Monyet is covering, and with the defuse, that is going to be the map going the way of RRQ. So, Gen.G, I mean, it's another one of those rounds where it looks like they're going to be good. Looks like they're going to be able to, you know, try to get this snowball going to get into overtime. But RRQ, they just get a solid retake going. I mean, Xfaro, I'm not sure how he came away with that opening kill, but they just completely lost track of him at Garage.
Yeah, I think that was a pretty clean win on Haven there for RRQ, all things considered. Like, you had that 4-round streak for Gen.G in the first half, and then they won a pistol, and even the only, like, attacking side gun round that I was even slightly convinced by was that A side hit, which was predicated off the fact they found pretty much a free pick onto Crazy Guys. So I felt like RRQ, the much more convincing team in that second half. Crazy Guy looks fantastic on the Sova. He's just a force to be reckoned with on the Odin. Jemkin, after a bit of an underwhelming series previously, straight back on his regular level of performance, 300 ACS on the Jet, and I think Gen.G, you feel a little bit worried about their prospects now in this series, because that was a pretty cut and dry win there for RRQ.
No, you really do. And I mean, after seeing, you know, the results that they've been able to put up on this map, I'm not surprised to see that Gen.G wanted to lean in towards Haven, but this is also a map that goes hand in hand with RRQ for many, many years. This has always been, you know, a bread and butter pick for them. Yeah, they're not leaning into the double duelist here. We're not seeing Monyet playing that Neon, but it's still comfort. They still know how to pilot this one, and it looked very damn good for them. Now we get ready to go over to Ascent. This is where we turn our sights over to Texture, because he needs to have a big performance. This was a little bit more wavering from him on that chamber. We'll see if he's going to be able to have a glow up, but that Ascent is going to be coming up next. We're going to go to a quick little break, give the players a bit of a brief respite, and when we come back, we'll see if RRQ can move up 2-0.
One enemy remaining. Thrifty. One enemy remaining.
one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Who you are. Who you are. That's when you remember who you are. Overthink tomorrow when we're alright. That's when we forget just who we are. Make us come together and it's alright. That's when you remember who you are.
Alrighty, we are back, and it's time to get into our second map of this series, a best of 5 between Gen.G and RQ, who, RQ, managing to come out on top. Gen.G took us to Haven for the first map, and it started off pretty good, and then it very quickly spiraled out of control. RQ looking right as rain, very much at home, with big performances from the likes of Jemkin as well as Crazy Guy. So now, onus is on Gen.G to try to reply as we get ready to go to Ascent, and I'm not really sure what to expect from either of these teams on this map.
Yeah, I think, we've talked about how RQ have got a bit of a history on this map. They kind of lent into it a lot when you had, like, the solo Yoru meta, where they were playing double E near with the Teo and things like that. It felt like a very strong meta on Ascent for RQ in the past, but most recently when we've seen them play it, they didn't have such a good day at the office against DFM. I think a lot of that was predicated off a really, really bad start to that game, though, and I think especially given the fact that they picked Ascent as the first map in a best of 5 in this series, that indicates at least maybe out of practice and less so in the officials that we saw in Pacific, some degree of confidence. Over on the side of Gen.G, I mean, we did see them play it earlier in this qualifier, and they did kind of stomp Zeta on it, so fingers crossed that they're going to bring that level of form into this map, because they lost Haven in what I would call, especially with a pistol going either way, pretty clean fashion. I felt like RQ even kind of went missing in a couple of those rounds, and they still just picked themselves back up and kind of dusted Gen.G out of the server. Yeah,
it felt like the teams kind of just took turns having solid reads. Like when Gen.G was getting reads and they were rotating on the defender side, it was looking clean. It looked like they had every idea of what RQ was going to do. And then as soon as RQ kind of sussed out how they were approaching the defender side, they just had control the entire way throughout. So, yeah, this needs to be a big step up for Gen.G if they want to be able to go deeper in this. And okay, it's going to be Texture bringing the Waylay out, so still going to be leaning into some older stuff. We know that he can be good with this Waylay, but I was kind of still expecting to see him play the Jet, even though they had played this earlier, as you mentioned, versus Zeta. I thought perhaps that, going for something potentially a little bit more high impact, a little bit more classic for Ascent would be shown here versus RQ.
Yeah, I think like this just seems to be the Gen.G formula right now with the double duelist. Now, as we mentioned, Caron back on that smokes role. Like you've got both him and Lakia playing some comfort agents. Gen.G used to be a very good team on this map. I used to copy their entire playbook and just roll with it. I mean, that was a different Gen.G of a yesteryear, but some of these players should be very, very comfortable on these roles. I do actually like the way that the Waylay plays into the Vice on the other side of things. It can be really, really good at just kind of trying to bait out the wall or maybe try to deal with some of that B main setups on something like that. But we'll have to wait at least until the attack side. We see Texture take the first contact towards B main here on the pistol.
This is going to be big contact as well. Even if he pops that refract, he's not going to be going very far, but for now, it's going to be a shock dart out early, and damage is going to be found. Xpharaoh and Jemkin both going to be tagged up, but You do see that shot connecting. Xfero able to put one into Texture's chest, so puts him to 45. Shock dart there at the feet. Locky is going to be able to strike first, finding Gemkin, but Xfero swinging the corner, gets that headshot, takes down the enemy Sova, and with the earlier damage found, for the moment, this does put RRQ out in front. Can quickly turn around, though.
Yeah, door is well and truly closed. Paranoia seals it, so you're gonna have to see RRQ turn tail and try to look for avenues elsewhere. The problem is with the Jet dead, it's going to take a lot of the entry power away from this comp. So RRQ feeling like the map has been compromised, especially with a Neon on the other side of things. I mean, I'm not surprised to see them be a little bit sus that maybe Spawn is contested or the Gen.G's walk down mid or something. But as it stands, it is just going to be a B re-hit.
Yeah, pumping the brakes, keeping things quiet, but Gen.G, similarly, they've stayed put. They haven't counter-rotated. There's all that consideration on that deep spawn side push coming through, but Gen.G continue to just lean in towards this B side of the map. Zinx for the moment.
30 seconds
tucked
left.
in here at Lumber. Flash, nothing going to be found off the back of that. Recon out, has to be cleared, but still gets the reveal. They now know, but attention's going to be tied to the opposite direction for a brief little moment. Texture is able to find one, but RRQ, great little re-entry in. 12 seconds remaining. Now getting set up for this post plant as it will go through. 7 seconds to spare. Ash now in a 1v2. Can maybe collect a different weapon because for now it just has a classic in hand. And we'll be able to grab up a ghost.
Yeah, it's a slide and a relay bolt as well. If he hits a good relay bolt onto backside, that could win him this round.
Well, he knows that they're both going to be tucked to boats, so has an opportunity to really isolate them here. Get that stun through, but can he flush them both out is the question. He's going to get tagged down to 10, and that's just about seal the deal on it. Swings in, shots whizzing right over Crazy Guy's shoulder. That's going to be another pistol scooped up here by RRQ.
I mean, that's an Ascent classic, though, is it not? Like, you get stuck up at B main like that, you lose your entry, and then you just contact out B main and hit a couple of shots, and, you know, once you're in and after plant in the small site, you can win the round regardless. I mean, it's been the staple on Ascent for the longest time, and even before this game came out, on, like, these kind of two-site maps, you know, you just walk into the small site, you hit a couple of entries, and you can win a round even if you have a pretty significant disadvantage, so... RRQ, another pistol for them. And once again, Xfero v Texture on B main. I think we're going to have to get used to this one.
Yeah, almost certainly. As Xfero, the slow creep up, has that Marshall. Trademark going to be set up, but Texture is able to backpedal away from that, keeping himself, I was going to say covered for a beautiful moment, but swing of the corner. Xfero doesn't need the headshot to be able to find that kill. And as Gen.G try to collapse in, they've got plenty of cover here on the side of RRQ. So another elimination going to be found. Tuck into the corner, push forward in the smoke. Lakia able to find a decent bit of damage on the two players, but is quickly going to be overwhelmed, gunned down. Same with Ash as he tries to make his way out of the smoke. And for the moment, this is looking like a flawless anti-eco, unless Karan can find anything.
Spike planted.
Yeah. Just looking for any kind of damage, but even like getting exits on the Omen and farming up from the shadows is not necessarily something you're that interested in. Not surprised to see Xfero be the one on the front foot. He's really trying to prioritize getting that tour de force for himself, and look, he'll get closer to it one way or another. Only the Marshall lost there. It's a very, very good start to this attacking side here for RRQ.
Yeah, armor rebuys on 3 players is about as good as it's going to get there. And, yeah, this is damn clean. But this is where we have to start seeing Gen.G come out alive. This is where they need to find this round win. If you get this bonus conversion as RRQ, oh boy, are you feeling very, very good about a 2-0 start and getting yourself up to match point very quickly, as it's going to be a trademark, or rather a tour de force online very early here for Xfero, and that could be critical in getting a bonus conversion.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, like, with the set coming back into the pool, especially the Korean teams were going to be pretty happy with that, so, you know, IGLs like Lakia and, you know, players like Qeon have played their way through a lot of these scenarios, but this is a very different style that Gen.G are bringing here. RRQ taking mid, tour de force is out here. You can see Xfero just looking for a pick as the drone gets dealt with.
It's out, Paranoia going to be sent through, and Ash capitalizing on the back of that. A great little set play as he comes away with a third. Lakia got one as well. And very nice trap setup here by Gen.G. Monyet, last one standing. Doesn't really have too much of a hope here. Does have a Bulldog, so maybe can find some damage, but they know exactly where he's at, so he's going to be boxed in from every single angle. So you can see basically this 4-player high-low on the swing going to be set up. And yeah, no way to break that. 4K to go ahead and get on the board. Massive round for Ash.
Yeah, I mean, that is just one of the staples of Ascent, though. Like, these kind of chart plays where you got the power coming through from short, the Neon's able to slide out onto the line so easily there. You get the recon bolt. Like, that is something Gen.G has drilled a million times. Back in the day, you would even see, like, a KO flash or something committed to that, or various different variations of that exact same kind of trap. And this time, you know, even with the relay bolt or different pieces of util mixed in, it still works just as good as it used to. They're gonna, for the first time, a little bit more action towards the A side of the map. I think Neon Omen should be really good at shutting down any attempts at taking A main here.
Well, again, Ash just continuing to keep up the pace here. Finds himself another as Jemkin's going to be taken down. And you were talking about this, you know, in that anti-eco, you lose the tip of the spear. That slows things up. Now that there's equal weaponry on the other side, it's going to be very, very difficult for RQ to try to make a go of this.
Oh,
especially with that.
Especially if, yeah, on the contact, you just lose in the chamber in A main. Over on the other side of the map, you had Lakia take all of B. Like, he was very deep B there. You got Zinx on the spot in middle. Like, Gen.G's positioning is just phenomenal right now. They're really not putting a toe out of line. Even got a high-low on short there.
Ooh, Zinx able to back away. Just jumping through into market, but out into the open. So Crazy Guy's able to find that kill. 3v4. So it's becoming a hell of a lot more doable, especially given that it's only Lakia left to solo anchor this side of the map. The pivot's quickly going to be coming through, but look at Maniat's position as well. Ready to intercept. Texture has to be wary of this. He's checking in for it, and will be able to find the kill. In fact, so that's going to be Maniat now dead, as Lakia will be able to hold his own for one more kill, leaving Crazy Guy to his own devices. Going to come in, we'll get him 2 charges away, as dive forward, and Texture quickly cleans it up. A 3K for himself. The defuse is in, an overall significantly cleaner anti-bonus compared to what we were seeing from Gen.G at the start.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's crazy, though, for a second that was a losable round, though. When Zinx gets caught on the cross and Lucky is alone in the back of the B site, I was getting nervous. Like, if you get 3v5 there after such a clean start, then you're definitely on tilt for the foreseeable future, especially after losing the opening map pick of this game. But that's what I was saying, though. Like, I don't actually know how you deal with Neon Omen in A main there. Like, if you force your way through the one-way, like, pieces of util like Paranoia Relay Bolt are just so good in chokes. And Ascent is a very choke pointy map that was kind of more popularized before these kind of comps were a thing, you know? So, like, I feel like there's a lot of these combos that are very difficult to play around.
Well, right back into it. Crazy Guy. Just quick little crunch play out of B main. The Vice gets caught. Jemkin now slowly in the mid, but the check is there. Great Texture's able to find the tag, but cannot take him down. He will survive with 10 HP on the other side, but Jemkin, that significantly limits any potential impact that he could be finding in this round.
Again,
Xferro, without being able to find these, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, I don't know what he's going to be able to do outside of A main here. Jemkin over on the other side of the map, looking for a pick, and again, like, this is similar to the first map where Gen.G has just gone on a bit of a streak of rounds in a row here. Just a question of whether they're going to be able to keep up that consistency across the rest of Ascent, or whether RQ is just going to get straight back on the horse. Did they even end up taking a timeout last map, or did they just kind of call their way out without coach intervention?
It was just Gen.G. They committed both, and RQ were able to scrape by, so there's good adjustments to be found, but this is... Even though it's pretty similar to how that Haven had started, it feels a bit different here. It feels like Gen.G starting to kind of wake up a bit and hit some shots that they weren't necessarily hitting to start that map. So this does feel a little bit more terrifying by comparison. Texture. Gonna go walking up, quick scope in, finds Maniet, will be locked out for now, but market door can be quickly broken by Ash. Leaves now 2 players to try to hold this line. Quick little rendezvous over to the side, but damage has been suffered. And with the spam, yep, Xferro going to be found. Lockheed gets the cleanup, Cushy taken down, as that will be Gen.G gaining the lead 3 rounds now in a row.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, I think it feels a little scarier as well, because they're just taking such good care of their economy. That's another flawless round. They're going to have guns on guns on guns for the rest of this defensive side. So now they find themselves 3 in a row, post losing the pistol anti-eco, just picking up a lot of steam and momentum. Couple of good ults heading into this next round. I mean, Convergent Paths, Hunter's Fury, these are very, very difficult ults to be defending against in the post plant for RRQ. They've got their own kind of steel garden as well to either open up one of these sites or potentially help them in the post plant.
Now we wait.
Let's see what they can get done. Steel Guard and Hunter's Fury. Can they put those to use? It's very quick pace all the way up towards top mid as Ash full control over that side, but obviously, you know, kill on the texture. So the Crunch ultimately not going to be rewarded with a kill of its own, but this does give a lot of information to Gen.G, even if they are disadvantaged.
I mean, that's just one of those criminal things where he's rendezvoused up on top of the ticket booth. Usually it'd be a rifle there, but an op from a chamber with a free rendezvous there, it's just, that's about as easy as it gets to get an opening pick for Xfero. RQ have got full B main control as well. Tracy Guy might even bait out this wall for free without even really needing to commit anything. Drone in response as well. It's looking like a very
back in
clean
towards
round for
A.
RQ.
This is still an immense amount of pressure, and Ash, given the way that he's been frying, I would favor him to at least come away with 1, if not 2 kills here. They have to be cognizant of this and try to clear it out. A paranoia to the corner would be massive, but will just be a swing in the corner. Ash going to be good for the 1. Are they ready for the counter swing, though, from Karan? The answer is no, but they are able to get the readjustment fairly quickly. It's another solid shot there from Xfero, sparing their blushes, stopping them from bleeding out even more. Rotation, Lakia, only 1 in position now. Intercepts, finds that spike, spots out on the 1, but I think he might have been glancing at his minimap there. Crazy Guy comes away with that kill before Lakia can even try to register it. So now, into a 1v2. Pressure going to be built up here for Zinx. Full flash to be found. Drift across is operating underneath heaven. And Xfero will be dialed in on the angle. So 3K for the chamber to tie it up 3-3. RQ, a nice little rally back, once again showing that they don't need that intervention from Joby to find their footing.
Yeah, I mean, round was made a lot easier by the fact that just get that free opening pick. The elevated angle deep front spawn side there for Xfero, and then as you mentioned, a little bit of a danger factor around that mid setup for Gen.G if they weren't switched onto that, but it felt like they were kind of all over what Gen.G was mixing in that round. A lot of depth here for Gen.G. You've seen a lot of different setups, and all-out mid aggression in the last round doesn't work out too well for them, but still plenty of money to recover from that, and now op out for texture on this B main line. See where the flash gets invested for Crazy Guy. It's actually a bit of a deeper flash, so it's not going to push the op off the line. Instead, main point of contact will be to mid as Jemkin follows up this drone.
Deep position here at bench. Cushy there behind it. Just gonna get the spot onto Xfero, and Jemkin is able to say hello. Quick little catch, the Hunter's Fury. The hole just serves Locky up on a silver platter. Relay Bolt now gonna go forward here in towards B main, and Ash still continuing to excel. Finds himself another kill, and that brings it back into a 3v3. Quick pivot's gonna be called in here. As Zink's trying to get the catch, but he doesn't have the gun at the ready, and Mon yet will be able to shut him down. Wall locks him out for now. Karan now in position to try to hold the door. Paranoia not going to be connecting onto him. He's only going to be good for 1 kill, however. Ash now with everything to do.
Spike planted.
Come in. Slow creep up. The sprint at the ready, but Xfero, again, gets dialed in on the angle, shuts him down at heaven, and RQ regain the lead by 1.
Like deja vu in that round right at the end. Xfero just posted up on the exact same off angle towards heaven and able to close out that 2-on-1 nicely. It's a round where, I mean, I look at those kind of rounds for Caron, like the last stage and at the end of last year as well, and he's on an off angle on the Omen, and I'm seeing 3 players coming up cat, and I'm thinking to myself, like, old Caron just kills all 3 here and wins them the round outright, but it just hasn't been the same for quite a while, even with the switch back onto smokes. Like, I don't know, I just haven't been able to see those crazy rounds that we used to see from him, unfortunately. I'm going to get a timeout again from Solo. He is just ripping those timeouts all the time at the moment. And, look, I think, given the start that Gen.G has had, you'd love to see some more adjustments. It's very clear they've got a deep playbook here on Ascent, but struggling to find any success. And similar to the last map, like it's a good couple of rounds in a row, even after losing the pistol. But as soon as RRQ is getting rolling and starting to adapt to some of what Gen.G is doing, this is getting less and less close over time.
Yeah, they don't want to have this slip out of their fingers. I mean, right now, overall, I mean, you can see from Gen.G, like, the players kind of operating pretty decently here, aside from Zinx, who's continuing to struggle when it comes down to playing this empty role, you know, playing this Vice in particular. So 0-5 and 2 need to start seeing him find that impact, because you are playing this empty, you are on the defensive side, you need to be finding that value. His util has been in the right positions, so it's not like he is not been doing anything at all for the squad, but without him being able to come up with some kills, these rounds are going to continue to slip away from Gen.G.
Oh, drone spots out texture there.
Should
It's on
have.
the off angle and deals well with Jemkin. So a nice opening pick for Gen.G. Start off this round well. Xfero immediately replying at B main though.
Yeah, Lakia trying to bait out that wall, but wasn't ready for Xfero to be right there alongside it. The double Senti can have its traps even from that attacker's side, and Texture now is looking to try to challenge his angle, but he is completely unfavored 10 times out of 10 in that position, so Xfero will come away with a kill.
Get the reposition from RRQ trying to make the mid-round play in towards A. Xfero's been left on the lurk here, and Ash is going looking for him.
We'd love for him to just come rendezvousing right here into his face. How quickly will he be able to counter swing back? As right now, he's going to be tucked within this smoke, so should still be good for the backstab. He's just trying to flush out every which angle, but no, Xfero! He just drifts right back out of the smoke. He gets a catch, and Ash has been completely outdone, as has Gen.G. That is a timeout call into absolute oblivion in this round. Nothing really more to be done. Zinx cannot do anything else. He's held back. There's a trademark locking off the approach into A main. And now he can just maybe try to challenge Xfero. Maybe try to get the operator out of his hands. But even if you're able to do that, there's a tour de force behind this. And there's plenty of money as well accrued for RRQ.
It's so sad for Zinx. Like, he just wants to play his way into the game, but he hasn't even had a chance to do anything this round. You'll take a kill, or even 2 exits at the end of this round would get you closer to a Steel Garden. And as you mentioned, potential to take the op out of Xfero's hands. Oh,
nope.
Not even able to do
Oh my
that.
god.
Xfero's far too fast. It's so funny to watch him hit a flick shot like that, because you watch him when Jemkin just peeked into his line on B main, and sometimes it's almost hilarious to watch Xfero, because it's like he doesn't even move half the time. Like, he knows when he's holding such a favorable angle. That's the shot I'm talking about, where he's like, he doesn't even react. He's like, yep, that's a kill. And then sometimes you just see him hit an outrageous flick like that. And you're like, oh, okay, he is sharp. It's not all positioning, he is actually sharp.
At 12, 5, and 0. I mean, you heard him talk about it himself, but, like, you know, Frost is a ton of praise for this guy, calling him one of the best, if not the best Sentinel in the world when he is, you know, working at 100%. And right now, it feels like Xfero is working at 100%. Gen.G, though, very much not the case. It started off really good, but now we're starting to see that similar slip away. So, we need to start getting a couple more rounds on this one. There's 4 ultimates available to RRQ, and should be pretty well favored. Come away with another win here. Looking for this crunch into mid, but it's locked off here behind that fast lane, and as it falls, Xfero still able to find a kill. Ash going to be struck down now. It's Lakia trying to make a go of it with his Guardian, but swings out, the smoke blooms. Xfero catches a glimpse, and he just continues to not whiff his shots. Pop of the Thorns, Texture, locked into position for now, and the angle is still being watched. You still have this deep position from Crazy Guy, but he's unable to find it, but it's a quick turn back from mid. Cushy finding one. Zinx doesn't manage to get on the board as Cushy will fall, but RRQ, they're very fast to adjust. They turn back around, they get these spot outs, as Karen will be able to get a weapon. What the ult of his own? Does he decide to pull the trigger? Looks like the answer is going to be no.
You get a smoke on the spawn side. Nice open plan for RRQ. Xfero is going to join him in the back of the site there. Not much to work with here for Caron. He does have at least a Shrouded Step, and he's got a dark cover coming up in 3 seconds, so he can try to cut off one of these angles as he creeps back into the site.
The Karen of old, you'd feel so damn good for his prospects and being able to close this one out, but both players tucked into boats. They have the plant right there in front of them. See that it's being diffused, looking for the spam now. He actually does manage to get it held up to half, but the time is starting to bleed away. The retap right as that shorty will get drawn out, and it will be none other than Xfero to come away with another multi-kill round. 3K for him, 6 rounds now for RRQ.
Yeah, very, very clean. I mean, that's a case of what you've already seen Gen.G have success with that mid-trap before, and that's not something that RRQ is going to fall for twice in a row, especially with the low buy on the cards. I think RRQ is just going to naturally be taking things a little bit slower on that attacking round. And as you mentioned, Xfero is just having a monstrous performance. He's 3x the next highest player's kills on his team, which is, you know, a good turnaround, because I think in the DFM game, he actually had a pretty slow day at the office on the chamber.
Oh, well, Jemkin spotting Ash, but not quite connecting. Lawrence will try to hold them here in place, but jump peeks right back into the thorns, and okay, a little bit of a botch job here from RRQ as Ash is able to find one, but Moniette maybe slipping the net. No, Texture there from Heaven has that op, does manage to find the shutdown, and that is going to have RRQ scratching their heads for the first time in a long while. A slow creep up from Xfero. Can he continue to be the impact point for RRQ? Don't know if he's going to be ready for this. No, okay. Does read this market presence. Re-swings. Getting wider and wider on the angle. Lakia will have to be so Johnny on the spot with this. Unless Xfero, nope, gives up on it. And eventually will just drift into the trap.
I mean, that was the key kill. If he picks up Lakia and Market, the round is doable. Seen this previously for RRQ. Sheer Wall keeping Crazy Guy in check here as he picks himself up another orb, and now with the sheer triggered in B main, seeing Cushy feeling like he can maybe take a little bit more space, but plucked out of the air by Texture. So a good reply for Gen.G.
Okay, so I mean, it feels like all of the round wins that Gen.G have been able to get have been flawlesses. They're just needing to find more. There's still an opportunity for them to tie this up 66 at the half, which might not be too bad for them. I mean, of course, you are going to be playing that double duelist. You're playing, but you are going to be also going up against the double Senti. So they need as much as they can possibly get before they swap sides. So we'll see if they can continue to rescue this as they now start building up a decent ult bank of their own.
Yeah, and you can see RRQ is actually starting to run out of money a bit here. So, look, you get a good gun round here for Gen.G. You could make your life much easier in round number 12. They've got some good ults to potentially break that money, as you mentioned, from RRQ. Another quick play from Ash, but Xfero is more than ready for it. Crazy that they're challenging that man in B main.
Yeah, need to learn that this guy is just hitting every shot. But Texture, he's looking to do very much the same. 2 kills could be found there in mid as Jimkin and Cushy will both end up falling. And Xfero just waiting out that line, trying to bait somebody forward, but they're not going to fall into this. So for now, he's the one, spike in hand. Meanwhile, contact fight about to happen over at a main, as this is just smoke into smoke, and Moniette drifting out of it will get the better of Karan. Fake of the TP, but they know that he's not fully committed to this. But that still does lean Texture into the A side of the map. So Lakia now all alone to try to hold back 2 players.
Yeah, and there's not really any Vice util to give him any help. The sheer wall invested over on that short side. RRQ not really in a rush, though. They pick up that ult orb inside of B main to try to keep Lakia honest over on that B side of the map. And Moniette's looking to take space on short after making contact inside of A main. Doesn't have a Shadow Step to get past the sheer wall, unfortunately. So this is going to give Gen.G a little bit of a heads up that there's going to be some kind of wrap up short. And with only 25 seconds, I'm a little bit worried that RRQ is going to run out of time here.
Yeah, they very well might. As Texture considering the reposition. Wall locking them out. Xfero going to be the one getting caught, and he cannot escape. Solid little setup. Ult goes through. Xfero a bit too late trying to get that rendezvous out to safety, and now with 10 seconds remaining, they have to just try to push forward, but that paranoia does not connect. Texture still with his vision. Zink's able to find the one, and that should just about be it. Yeah, well, the round is over. Cannot get the win, but they do manage to take a couple more kills forward. So Crazy Guy able to hold his own, get that operator, get whatever weapon he decides to carry over. Will be the op in the end. But it's now Gen.G, one away from tying it up 6-6 at the half.
Yeah, big reply from Texture, and that 2K making all the difference. And I think the convergent pass that he throws out there wins the round as well. So that's all impact from the waylay. Can see why he has picked that up. I mean, it's just one of the duelists that has that big impact ult that could just win you the round. I like that the op gets saved over from RRQ as well. It's not something they would have had the money to replace here. It does shore up the buy quite a bit. Still Garden in the back pocket. Only one player down to a Sheriff here. The rest is all rifles. And once again, the op of Xfero looking to have some impact.
And this time it's Lakia picking up that Odin, trying to spam it in main. Nothing going to be found as far as damage is concerned, though. Slow creep up. Flash confirms some presence. Recon going to be sent off the back of that. Does get quickly cleared. No pings to be coming through. Meanwhile, a drone out into mid, trying to clear this path for Texture, who maybe wants to scale up, but looks like he's going to be shifting back to watch this main angle instead.
Going to go looking for a pick here.
Look at Xfero. If Texture continues to swing, it would just be him getting punished yet again. He's starting to inch forward. Closer and closer. Dive in. Xfero has to make his exit. Quick rendezvous out, but there's other layers here for RQ. Crazy Guy now finding that kill. Steel Guardian going to be invested. Tiny little pocket of the back of boats to try to tuck into to hold on to the weapons, so they will be able to retain those. Meanwhile, Zinx scaling forward very quickly, trying to hold the line here. keep texture backed up, but no. Xfero, he's able to catch a glimpse. He finds that kill. Jemkin quickly flushes out Zinx, and suddenly it's looking like a flawless to go ahead and lock up a lead at the half, as Ash would have to get an ace clutch. He's a world away. Mon gets dialed in, and just backs off. Doesn't want to give him a freebie. Cover going out.
He's got a lot of ground to cover here. One yet's going to TP up the top. I mean, that off angle should just get it done.
Ash seems okay. Reads it damn well. Actually, only takes a tiny little shot to the shoulder. So he's got 3 players that are basically one shot, but Xfero might just continue to prove to be the problem. Makes his exit. The time continuing to bleed away. Jemkin's still saddled there on the site itself, and this round is over. No time to make a go of it. Xfero with another big round. 3K for him. Flawless to go ahead and close out the half. It's 7-5 with RQ out in front.
That must have been pretty close to 20 in that first half for Xfero. And again, it's another really good attacking side for RQ. Like, they've started out attacking both of these games. One pistol and then conceded a bunch of rounds in a row and then just completely dominated the end of the half. Like, the calling and the adjustments for RQ so far in this series have been phenomenal.
Yeah, it's been really good. So, you know, very well poised if they can find a pistol to try to get this map and get it a 2-0 start. But Gen.G, we'll see if they're going to be able to rally back. But we're going to go do a quick little break here for the halftime. All right, we are back and about to go into the second half of our second map, RQ 1-0 with a win on Haven, now 7-5 here on Ascent. If they can find another pistol, it's going to be looking very, very good for them to just run away with this one. Granted that given that this is their map pick, and that would put them up to series point, where they could look to just 3-0 Gen.G and send them to the lowers. So, Gen.G, can they rally back and they find themselves a pistol win? So far, just have the one, as we see. 5-player stack here outside of A.
And this is the man of the hour. He's had a phenomenal performance on the chamber thus far.
Oh, and walk forward up into that smoke, and Xfero, he gets 2. Lakia, dead behind him. He headshot collided Lakia, and then gets a cleanup. Karen's able to find 1 in reply, but it feels like Gen.G just cannot catch a break. Plant will come in. 3v4 for the post plant, but can they actually hold their own? Because there are still sheriffs on the other side. Paranoia across, push forward into that smoke. Crazy guy. Just gonna massacre 2. Swing in the corner, and Zinx can only find 1 more. It's another pistol over to the side of RRQ. And Gen.G, ooh, it's gotta start feeling pretty damn desperate.
Yeah, I mean, not only does Xfero do exceptionally well inside of that A main smoke, like, you could just feel it. He's having one of those games, a little bit unfortunate to be fair, but, like, you knew that he was going to go huge there, but also RQ towards tree side there, like, you always have to make a decision coming in on the retake, whether you're going to go heavy tree or heavy out heaven, and I think the adjustment that you saw after the door gets broken to back up Crazy Guy inside a tree side was just perfection from RQ, even with the man advantage. The only way Gen.G can win around like that is just hitting a paranoia timing and pushing up tree or something. So RRQ just shutting down any hope they had at winning that A side after plant.
And Xfero continues to be a massive thorn in the side. I mean, the fact that he's able to get that headshot on Delakia is just, I mean, damn unfortunate, frankly, for Gen.G, but Xfero's been having a whale of a time. Meanwhile, he might have a second crack at Lakia as he gets posted up top of the wall.
By himself here.
Going to be sent, but it goes into the site. That's going to be a quick little clear. Has to back away, but Xfero, he is out for blood. And Lakia, this time around, is able to hold his own. Eats a bit of damage, but still comes away with that elimination. Meanwhile, Texture got tagged up on the way through, but does still manage to get himself saddled on the site. This is another 1-for-1 exchange with Zinx and Crazy Guy being exchanged. So Vice is now gone. 4v3, Gen.G. Looking to try to come away with this one, but as the reflood comes in from RQ, they just have them outgunned. So kills will come in, and Karan quickly flushed out of hell. It's a big 3K round from Jemkin, and in the end, ends up being a very clean anti-eco, despite how things had started.
Yeah, I mean, that's just another one of those setups that's like held together with a little bit of string. It's like a chamber out on an island, and like Vice playing retake tree with no real util. I don't think the wall was invested on that side of the map, maybe. I'm not really sure, but yeah, I felt like Gen.G had a pretty reasonable chance to actually complete that eco there when Xfero goes down. Nice paranoia as well. Didn't catch that initially, but Carol throwing that one in from short side wasn't necessarily as useful as it could have been, but they still found the pit nonetheless. RQ pick up the pieces and complete that retake nicely, and straight away into the bonus round. Xfero immediately glass cannons an op. He's making his intentions very clear this game. He's feeling himself.
You talked about how close he was to hitting 20 in that first half. He's now crested it with 21 kills off the back of that opening pistol. So Operator with the glass cannon to really try to get this conversion going. Obviously, this could be quite costly if RQ aren't able to retain that weapon, but they still have a decent little lead here of 4 rounds now. So won't be feeling too bad about it.
The op is especially good against a slower default. Like, once the Waylay and the Neon get in your face, that's where it gets a little bit annoying. But looking at what Gen.G's comp does, like, it's a drone. There's not, or like maybe an Arc Rose to like push an op off the line. So you're going to get it plenty of opportunities to find shots in the mid round. Regardless, though, Gen.G looking to just burst into A, but there is a Vice wall in the way.
Get slowed up by this fast lane through Ash. Okay, just all an effort to try to bait that one out. It's a bit of the util. Still a trademark as well situated to slow up this approach. As now the entry will come through. Slide forward. Gets himself over to switch, but doesn't actually tap it. And Crazy Guy on the peak is able to just spam him through that smoke. So kill is going to be found. Door now going to be hit. Lakia able to stick the plant, but it's a good amount of damage. That counter spam coming through puts him down to 46. Shotgun as well, landing a texture. And it feels like RQ, all their util, their bullets just magnetized to these players of Gen.G. Themselves into the post, but now need to try to hold the line in a 4v5. Swing out, Karan going to be taken down. Zaman yet able to find him up close and personal with that Sheriff. Quick peeking from Lakia, finds Jemkin, but Zinx is gone. Lakia is dead. And that leaves now just Texture from the heaven position to try to clutch it out. Finds his second. The swing out, though, and Xfero will put that op to use after all. And that is going to be a bonus converted and double digits hit for RQ, who have started to run away with this map.
Oh, for sure. Like, this is the kind of round, like, when they win a bonus like that, that makes it feel like this is going to be a 3-0 today. Like, no matter what Gen.G does. Just such a clean bonus round win from RQ. A round they don't really have a lot invested. Crazy Guy gets so much value spamming away on the Spectre there. They had full mid control and a really, really nice retake plan on that A side of the map. And Gen.G feeling a little bit sheepish now. They've lost their anti-bonus. Got to go with a half buy. They're trailing 5 rounds on this attacking side, which looked not so great for them over on Haven as well. I'm just really not sure what they're going to be able to put together here on Ascent. And if they lose this map, then they're down 0-2 in the series against a team that already outplaced them in Pacific as well.
It'll just be them potentially fated to fall down to that lower bracket. As Zinx not going to be swinging out into the angle at tiles. Is wary about the potential position. I mean, it's exactly where Xfero was playing in the previous round, so I have to stay cognizant of that and learn the tendencies of those ops. Meanwhile, Thorn's out, and that's a ton of damage suffered by Ash, and makes for a very easy pickup of the kill for Jemkin. Texture does get himself forward. Stinger going to be in hand, but the rest of the team dying here around him as he's unable to align that headshot. Jemkin holds his own, gets a 3K, and gets the team 2 rounds off from closing out Ascent.
Yeah, this is just full confidence for RQ. Solo's called his 4th timeout in this series before RRQ have even needed one. This is just nightmare fuel. Zix already hasn't had the best of games, but when you're trying to lurk on the Vice on this map, like you're just dry peeking tiles, and Xfero's already just holding the line and picking you for free after the A contact has already come out. Oh boy, it's not feeling so hot for Gen.G here. Got a gun round coming up. From the shadows, Hunter's Fury. This is the kind of ults that you could see for like a faster play towards the B side of the map, but you're already seeing like RRQ picking out towards there. Wondering if they've got some specific plan or some specific B hold that they want to go for, considering those ultimates in this timeout, because this gives RRQ's coaches a chance at some input as well.
Keep up the good work, boys. I think that's basically all that Jovi needs to say. There's not too much that he really needs to dive into, because the team's just, I mean, they're walking on water at the moment. Gen.G just, it feels like at the moment, can't really even buy a round win. They will be able to buy some weapons going into this, but Xfero, I mean, he's been slowed down slightly, but that's just because Jemkin's kind of picked up the pace. It's not really him getting shut down at all. It's just that the rest of the team is, you know, kind of just pounding.
Yeah, you could see some of the better Jets starting out on the attacking side of any map just have an absolute stinker because they're just, you know, cannon fodder. But on the defense, Jemkin is really starting to pick up the pace for sure.
Well, position forward here on Cat. Drone will lead the way, trying to scout out. Maybe find a catch here onto Xfero, who has repositioned. Maybe that saturate lob then doesn't find the catch, but Ash, very nice headshot, will be able to take down Crazy Guy. So IGL going to be out of the equation here for now, but Moniette still standing, still fighting, but peeks out of the smoke at main, trying to find a timing, but Karan just holds in on that angle, finds that kill, and for the first time in a damn long while, Gen.G feeling favored to close out a round.
Yeah. Xfero is so far away as well. Like, at least you have the Blade Storm to try to get back into things, but Jemkin's already tagged up. Drone looking for a lurk that doesn't exist. Gen.G looking very confident to close out this 4-on-3 here.
Zinx behind the box. Not going to be caught on timing here. Ash can just jiggle peek from back gen. Relay bolt sent out. Will delay. And Xfero going to start to go ahead and back away as Zinx on that peak will be able to finish the job on Jemkin. So looks like for now the mission is just try to get some damage in, get some of these guns out of the hands of Gen.G and hurt the economy, which they will be able to do. Two very nice little kills here on the back end, but Kushi is going to go rushing forward, die to the spike, cannot escape and find anything else. So in the end, they do manage to whittle their way down the two remaining Gen.G players, but they keep the op in play, and Gen.G still are 5 rounds in a deficit.
Yeah, this is where I would actually not mind the double op, although it can be tricky to like run it into Waylay Neon if you get caught by like a fast exit timing, but this is the thing, when you're playing Chamber Jet, similar to when Chamber was meta, I love juggling the op to the Jet, exactly this, because he has Blade Storm, and then you can mix in the 2 of the Force, and all of a sudden you have 2 op lines in different parts of the map. When you're playing against a drone-only comp and an Arc Rose, that's what you have to deal with ops. Like, you're just going to lose picks running a default here as Gen.G.
And Ash is the one who's pushing forward into B main. Third sent, fast lane gonna go through, and okay, opening shot ends up going wide. Ash quickly just sliding back across the way to try to make his exit, but as he slow walks, no, will not get caught. A little bit too much movement gonna be seen there, so Xfero unable to find the kill, but Jemkin at the same time holding down that angle on Cat, comes away with an elimination on the texture. But the paranoia goes in, Zinx is able to swing the corner, find that punish. Shield Guard now gonna be invested towards this A side of the map, but it does not clear these players at heaven, so weapons still in hand for RRQ. As Spike gets brought forward, tap of the door, the plant ready to come in. As their own Seal Garden now going to be invested for the retake, and the Thorns are cleared out. TP jump across the way. Slide down in towards Hell. Moniette able to find the first Lakia. Now regaining his weapon within the smoke. Will be able to hold his own, cleaning up a singular kill, but they need a hell of a lot more just to be able to get the spike planted. So now it is still very uncomfortable for Gen.G. Spam coming out. Okay, Crazy Guy trying to just swoop down into the site. Does get caught by Karan. Xfero now watching that angle. Recon push to Hell. They know exactly where both players are. As, okay, it was looking like a solid adjustment, but Karan is able to hold his own, and maybe, just maybe, he's waking up. A big 3K, something that has been significantly lacking for Gen.G. Will be able to get them that round win.
I think it's a fortunate one for Gen.G though. Like, they should have lost their Neon in B main off the start of the round. Xfero whiffs 2 shots,
Yes.
then Jemkin gets a pick. Like, this is what I was talking about. When you're playing against double op with this comp, like, you're just gonna hemorrhage players moving through the map. And I felt like, especially with Ash being completely locked out of that round on Cat side, I thought that was going to be a fast flood in from RRQ with the Steel Garden down and just an instant round win. But that's a messy situation that Gen.G take advantage of.
Well, now the double dash up and over the top of the Hunter's Fury, looking to try to find a catch. Lakia, however, with the Hunter's Fury of his own, is able to find Crazy Guy and then even gets the final burst across onto Cushy. Xfero will be able to intercept, though. Peek out off Cat, down in towards B main. And comes away with that elimination. So a 1-for-1 exchange, but still more damage suffered on the side of RRQ as Plant gets in play for Gen.G.
Yeah, Convergent Paths could just shut down this retake attempt, though. It's going to be hard to get back in.
And yep, it's going to be sending that one off on a timing. Holds them up at market. They won the approach now. Wallbang attempt and still late lurk from Ash of all players. B main. Neon not typically going to be the one who's going for that lurk. Swing at the corner though. Jemkin down to 2 bullets remaining. Still able to find Karan. Ash, however, pushing forward, finding one. Pops the overdrive. Now is going to be eliminated. Right click attempt on that Blade Storm. Not going to be connecting. Zinx unable to find the kills though. The defuse to be held, and RRQ, they somehow managed to get the round win. There's so much committed into this one. It looks so favorable for Gen.G, but they just wait out that Convergent Paths. It ends up being sent way too early on. They still have plenty of time to get the defuse.
100%. Like, all they did was dart and, like, invest the smoke onto B main, and Gen.G instantly pulled the trigger on the Convergent Paths, and there was no real, like, follow-up on that. Like, that's the kind of ult where the defense is completely helpless. If you run them down in that position, then it can be a really, really strong ult. You might have wanted to see that comboed with like a smoke on spawn side and then you fight Boathouse, but when it gets baited out only by a dart and then RRQ just waited out, it looks kind of useless, honestly.
That's a brutal round loss and one that I'm sure Solo is going to be kicking themselves over. No more ways to really try to intervene here. And it's an even bigger deficit than he had on Haven, and that is a really rough way to try to start off what needs to be a 5-round win streak just to push us into overtime. Ash dead off the spam. Crazy Guy, yep, he's right back over to his old ways. He's got the Odin once again.
I just don't know how you get into mid here as well. Like, this is the thing. Xfera's just locking down this info line on Cat, and they don't have the util that they need to really push him off this line right now. Like, they could smoke Cat and try to go up middle. Maybe they can drone from Tile's side, but they've already lost a lot of their entry power in the Neon over on B main. Looks like Gen.G just going to try to simplify this round. They dodged a drone, and they just want to hit B and hit a couple of entries, but there's still the shear wall and the arc rose there. Great shocky.
Even more damage found. Oh, boy. Even more. Textures at 61. Lockout, I don't even know what, but it's got to be around 30 HP. This door is going to be shut, and Gen.G none the wiser that pretty much everybody is on this site. It's just Jemkin and Xfero that are currently disconnected from this position. Crazy Guy going to be spammed down to 42 through the wall, but kill is not found. Gen.G no closer to being able to find this round win. No closer to finding a map win, as it is now just Texture swooping forward to his demise. 13-7. Dominance once again on display. RQ are looking to make a statement. They're looking to run away with this series, and they are now 1 map away from doing so.
No, 100%. They're looking like the much better team today on both of these maps. Like, Gen.G have had their moments here and there, but especially I feel like the attack side calling has looked not so great. Like I said, I felt like that comp really struggled against the ops for the most part, and I felt like RRQ was taking full advantage of that. Even when they put in a couple of uncomfortable positions, the retakes looked really clean. So I feel like it's been the story on both maps, outside of like a pistol win and maybe a couple of individual rounds and a streak of rounds on the defensive side. Like, RRQ has just been pummeling them.
Yeah, they just... It's the same story as Haven. It looked like it was going to be a little bit different. It looked like there was a bit more zhuzh, a bit more spark to Gen.G this time around at the start of the map, but no, it's just the same story. It's just, okay, we string together a couple rounds for this defender side, we start looking good, it looks like we find our footing, and then we just absolutely fall flat on our faces. So very unfortunate at the moment here for the side of Gen.G, who have been able to scrounge together 15 rounds across these 2 maps to the 26 of RQ.
Yeah.
They now need a reverse sweep, something that we so rarely see in best of 5s in Valorant. That's what they need if they want to just punch their ticket straight through to EWC. And Breeze, I mean, it's got to be a massive turning point for them, but I just don't personally see it happening. I don't know. We'll find out, though. We're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see if RQ can clean this up or if Gen.G will be able to rally back for at least another map win. We are back, and this might just end up being a very, very fast day to kick things off here at the road to EWC. RRQ, they're leading 2-0, and Gen.G have been struggling, to say the very least. 15 rounds occurred across 2 maps. RRQ now find themselves at match point, with Breeze standing in their way. The only thing barring them from getting a clean 3-0 sweep.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned, especially going into Breeze, because Gen.G, especially at Pacific, didn't have the best of records on this map, but at least in this qualifier, they have won 2 Breezes in a row. So that gives me somewhat of a little bit of hope that Gen.G can do something in this series, but the last 2 maps have been pretty cut and dry the way of RRQ, although Gen.G have had their moments. What I will say, though, is that even though RRQ have a negative record on this map, and they did kind of get destroyed by T1 the last time they played it, I think that was mostly predicated off the fact that Stacks kind of went crazy, and also I feel like RRQ are quite good at this map, so especially if they're just continuing to run this Harbor comp, which we can see they're sticking with. This is a very popular comp in the meta right now. I think RRQ are looking pretty good for a 3-0 here.
Yeah, if they continue to be playing the way that they have been playing, then yes, I would absolutely agree with you. The one reprieve that you're going to have as Gen.G is that, okay, Xpharaoh, he's on the Viper. Probably not to worry about him hopping, but of course, Jemkin's going to be right there. So he can be bringing that one out to bear, so you still do have your concerns. And as Jemkin just continues to lean into Jet, it is always a worry, because that is where he is the most comfortable. So as the meta continues to shift and we get ready to go into the Neon nerf patch on the horizon, RQ stocks kind of just end up rising, to be honest. So we'll see if Gen.G is going to be able to get it done. We've had these flashes of brilliance where they show that they have an understanding of how RQ is trying to pilot this. We're seeing, the fragging be there for Texture at times, for Ash in particular, who's been very consistent across this series for Gen.G, but it hasn't stuck. It hasn't really been there the entire time with any form of consistency, which is why we now find them down 0-2 in this set. So a reverse sweep is what is necessary if they want to keep themselves in this, if they want to just get auto-qualified straight through and avoid playing in that lower bracket, because like you were talking about earlier, there's only going to be one more slot available. There's another best of 5 that's going to be played, another team is going to qualify, and then if you're not in that series, which Gen.G aren't, you're going to have to try to make a run through the gauntlet, and it's just not going to get any easier for you at all. So the best case scenario is win out here right now, but RQ, they seem to have the upper hand, and they also have the lion's share of the pistol wins.
Yeah, I mean, not only that, I feel like if you draw RRQ for a qualification spot, like, you're feeling somewhat good about that, because I'm looking at the lower bracket, and you've got, like, Full Sense, KRX, T1, and then, GE and Longshim are playing in the other qualification game. One of them will fall into the lower bracket. Like, I'm not sure that you've been complaining as Gen.G to have RRQ as an opponent, but it just feels like they're getting outclassed today in this particular series. Smoke onto mid door. You've already got the Viper Wall committed to B, and that looks like where Gen.G will be heading.
I mean, who knows? Depending on how this shakes out, you could be, seeing another event where there's no Korean teams really present. But Zinx, okay, was on struggle streak for the longest time on that second map, but now is able to come alive. Finds himself an opening kill. Texture swinging backside. Is able to find Crazy Guy as Lakia will fall. Spike is still going to be in hand. The plant is going to be in play, and Gen.G looking very well slated to find their second pistol win. Skarn will eat a tiny little bit of damage, a bit more on the follow-up. Puts him down to 41 with those shock darts.
Yeah. Texture 1 off the dash as well if he can find himself another pick, and it's a bit of a tentative retake attempt here for RRQ as they've been smoked off on the right side of the site here.
Critically though, Jemkin's still alive and does have that Sheriff. Critical timing missed from Texture and nearly found some shots through that smoke. His position going to be known. Monyet going to be taken down though. Oh, Cushy able to find the kill, so the Jet going to be taken out. Tap of that defuse. Cushy covering fire. He's able to go ahead and keep Jemkin protected, but Zinx to the wall. We'll find one Cushy, however, now with an opportunity. Defuse going to be held up to half to push forward, and Cushy maybe not fully buying into just Zinx running him down. He commits to it, finds the elimination, and will not be able to stay alive. So everybody going to be dead, but Gen.G, they get their second pistol win of this series.
Yeah, a little fortunate though, to be fair. Like Zinx, he does well to deny the half, but if he didn't actually find that exact spam kill onto Jemkin, I honestly thought this could have been an RRQ round. The Harbor is just so good in the retake, even when Old Mate is dead. Like, his high tide is still up, still retaking off the back of that Harbor utility. That was very much a winnable pistol for RRQ, so I think Gen.G going to be quite fortunate to come away with that pistol. Even with a pretty clean entry into that B site, RRQ keep it pretty competitive.
Can they do the same here in the Thrifty attempt? Because they've been finding damage, Even when they did drop the previous pistol, they were able to take Gen.G down to just 2 players staying alive. And given the investment that we're seeing, really any kills is going to start putting a dent in the economy. Texture really the only one that can afford to drop this Marshall.
Yeah. Gen.G just walking their way up through elbow here. A main was taken yonks ago by RQ off the back of a flash from Crazy Guy. Get a smoke onto Nest side as Gen.G continue to work through the middle of the map, and RQ with this B stack, see how much damage they can do.
Oh, spot him to 1. Ash is going to be planting his feet, but unable to find that kill. Xpharaoh will be able to take him down, but quick little hip fire. Texture comes away with 2, and already that is going to be damage dealt with those 2 eliminations found. But can they stem the bleeding on Gen.G is the question. Snakebite over to backside, locking off Monyet for the moment. It's not going to look to disrespect that. Has the weapon collected, and Zinx now his work cut out for him. Spike's going to be still tucked in the corner here. So they want to clear out more, and Zinx will be able to confirm that kill, leaving just Jemkin to see if he can find some additional damage. Has the Marshall, spotted a 1, does hit Lakia, and the Spike for now is going to continue to be pinned in. They basically have to take the fight to Jemkin's doorstep, and that's a scary prospect.
He could definitely win this 1-on-3 with the Marshall. They need to plant the Spike here. Smoke finally goes down to allow Lakia to cross.
10
Waiting
seconds
for those
left.
critical timings. Jemkin once again going to be able to scale forward. If he actually wraps back sight, could find himself a little bit of better weaponry, but looks like he will just swing around the pillar, see if he spots anyone. Nothing to be seen here at the moment. Has to cross his T's and dot his I's. And this should give him pretty decent comfort, but there's nobody else lingering forward. So now trying to get the defuse from here, probably going to prove to be decently difficult. And how do you hit that shot? Oh, you start feeling like he's really on for it. Lakia, like he's just willing to kind of give up his life for this one, but it's going to be Karna ending up, losing his in the end. And it's, again, a pretty rough round for Gen.G. Just 2 players surviving, but they get the 2-0 start.
Jemkin just commands so much respect. Even like unarmored with her Marshall, they're very, very tentative to beat him.
Enemy remaining.
No one, even the jump spot there for Lucky, are very lucky to survive 2 shots from the Marshall. They could have even just only come away from that round with 1 gun up. So not the cleanest of anti-ecos here. But the bonus still looking not too bad. I mean, a Stinger half armor, Qeon down to a Sheriff, but it's still a winnable prospect here as RQ go for their first gun round. Once again, the wall invested towards that B side of the map for Gen.G, and it's just a little bit of pressure towards A main, and a smoke onto mid doors followed up by a drone, denying info in the middle of the map for Gen.G as they prep to hit that B site pretty hard.
Yeah, Lakius is doing his damnedest to try to drum up as much interest on A as he possibly can. He's keeping 3 players in position at the moment, but the rotation can quickly come through. Snakebite sense, so Texture well aware of where this Viper is going to be, and Ash is just going to swing in the backside. He's able to find one, Texture gets the other, and just like that, B site broken open, and Gen.G looking very well slated to convert a bonus. You can already see the players from RQ drifting back, calling for the save.
Yeah. This B side is just getting folded like every single round. Gen.G has this very punchy comp. Lakia even looking to potentially do some more damage and take a few more guns away, but doesn't quite find the timing he was looking for. He will go pushing up mid doors though.
Let's see if they can find anything on this hunt, but this is, I mean, a breath of fresh air, to say the least, for Gen.G. Needing to see that impact and being able to get the first bonus conversion, I believe, that we've had of this entire series. That starts to instill some hope. Obviously, there is a lot more to be played out on this map alone, and even if they can get this, they still need 2 in a row to pull off that reverse sweep off the back of the breeze. So Texture will be able to find another as Jemkin will die moments before the round tips over. So 3-0 start and plenty of damage dealt.
Yeah, only 2 rifles kept over for RQ, but this B-side hold is a big problem, and considering the fact that you're seeing Viper KO playing on that side of the map and the site's getting folded that easily, like, it's pretty concerning for RQ, I'm not going to lie, because these are the kind of agents where you'd love to see, like, the orb up with a snakebite dropped on a good timing, or a KO knife or a fragment to kind of cancel out that push, and maybe a flash timing to follow up, but you're just not seeing any of that for RQ. It feels like Gen.G are just waltzing into that site on a nice timing with this very, like, snappy comp. Neon Jet plus, the Omen can TP in pretty quick, and they're just rolling the site every single time. Nice KO knife timing to spot out that Gen.G are in A main and cancel the drone, but with a minute 20 anti-eco, you don't need to force this as Gen.G.
No, you did not, but they're still going to be slowly drifting in to the stack. Look down from Cushy, just outside of shop. As Ash going to be leading the charge. They're going to try to spin that corner. Get the ping reveal onto these two players, but they're just unable to find those kills. Xfero actually comes away with 2 of his own. As Ash as well as Lockett will fall, but Texture looking to pick up the pieces. Finds himself a third. Shock Dart going to be avoided. Another one lobbed in, trying to flush out this jet that they know is so very low. And the Hunter's Fury is going to do the trick. Cushy, oh, he's just Johnny on the spot with it. Zinx will fall. And in the end, maybe feels like, yeah, you could have tried to play it out without the ult, but securing the round win, all the more important. So RRQ get themselves on the board and stop the streak from Gen.G.
I feel like we've been seeing that a lot lately. Like, the KO catches the entire team in A main, and I feel like Breeze is just such a big map that a lot of teams don't want to go back and do their due diligence working the map. They'd rather just re-hit the site. Gen.G had a really nice util combo on backside. The Paranoia Dart scans 2 players, and I thought that was going to be enough to win them the round there, but credit to RRQ. Xfero hella sharp with the Bandit. You had some good Shock Darts and Hunter's Fury in there for Cushy to keep things interesting, and they do cause a little bit of an upset there. Gen.G once again, I mean, this time the wall's at A, so they're trying to, you know, make RRQ guess, but it's still going to be a B contact into a burst.
Blocking sight.
Quick little just over there to try to block off that ping reveal. Light shot going to be connecting. Looking for the up trap shorty, but it's going to be Xfero. Snapping away 2 players, but Texture trades it back, but Jemkin still here looking to hold his own. Revealed by that drone, but no easy way to try to flush him out because the counter swing from Arches still something that absolutely can come through, but Zinx, he's able to find them both. Vonyet, Crazy Guy, both going to be taken down, and Locky is able to find Jemkin, and what a rescue of the round here for Gen.G. I feel like RQ, we're in pole position to convert this one, get themselves a second round win, but 2 massive kills from Zinx, who's looking alive and well compared to the previous map. He's up now 6-1. He gets them a 4-1 scoreline.
Yeah, I mean, it felt like they were set up for success there. They moved the 3rd player over onto the B side, but there's something blessed over there for Gen.G. Every round they hit B, they find success. Their only round that they hit A, even though it was 2 rifles saved over and a half buy, they somehow lose. So I'd say just keep hitting B. Even in the round where you're not favored, you're able to come through courtesy of a, as you said, massive low timing from Zinx up through elbow side. This round a bit of a slower one for Gen.G, really taking their time, well aware that the economy is once again battered and bruised on the side of RRQ. He's playing that 1-1-3. Jemkin playing around the Viper wall in middle, looking for some kind of a cheeky timing, but there's no reason to rush rounds like this, especially on Breeze. Just take your time with the rifles and see if RRQ is going to give you any freebies here.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! I got spiked.
Yeah, nice and slow. Info not going to be gained off that 0 point. We do manage to back away from it, but it seems like maybe Gen.G anticipating that it's going to be a stack alongside the KO, so they're actually pivoting into the stack itself, which is saddled on B. This could end up being quite costly as the drone from Lakia is not going to be selling any fakes here. RQ continuing to remain statuesque on this side of the map. Cove up, dash at the ready, entry, ready to go through, but it's a nice slide to the corner. Ash able to find the one. Texture just turning back over, finds Xfero. Monyet, nice little sheriff shot, comes away with a kill. Jemkin as well. Now Knives going to be popped, and Texture not quite able to find the punish. Swing forward, he's just getting completely corralled, surrounded, but Mr. 4K not quite able to arrive. Gets himself a 3rd, and Lakia will be able to find the cleanup. So it's another solid attempt for RQ, but the round just barely doesn't go their way. Gen.G now up 5-1. They have a stacked deck, 5 ultimates, as Jovi will finally call his first time out of this series.
Yeah, it took him a while to need to call it. Texture is doing... what game was it in Pacific? It's the game, I think, when they got eliminated, and the last map they lost... Oh, it was at the end of the group stage, I think. Yeah, against Secret, where Texture... I think he went 0-5 to start out Breeze, and then just started going ballistic on the Jet. I feel like he's in that same kind of mood, where at the end of the groups in Pacific on Jet, he was just going crazy. Again, he's just running around looking like vintage Texture on the Jet. Phantom gameplay, just head on a swivel, causing a lot of problems for RRQ. And I like what Gen.G did in that last round. I mean, they commit the drone and the wall to that A side of the map to try to keep the rotations honest for RRQ, who just stack it because they're only on a half buy anyway to try and win the round regardless. But Gen.G still just some really clean execution. They're playing a lot of these faster comps. This is where you need to make sure the entry pathing and your executes are really clean. And even when they're running into a stack, things look really, really nice for them. They're still able to isolate some of those duels. See, you know, very clear, like, you know, 3 or 4v2 being taken on front site, and then the other players on RRQ are kind of segmented on the back side. So even though you have like that 4 stack on B, it's still like a localized like 2-on-3, 2-on-4, if you know what I mean, in various parts of the site.
Well, let's see what the adjustments look like. You've got a pit as well as that reckoning available to the side of RQ to try to start turning things around. I mean, granted, Breeze, we often do see this lean a bit more into being an attacker-sided map. And you do have that double duelist that was coming at you, but you need to be able to find some round wins. If Gen.G continue to streak this, then you're going to be having a bad time. Lockyer trying to go for a deeper drone, but still going to be caught by that 0 point. No way to clear it. So it's just going to be a chokehold maintained, and already pivot call is being made. So RQ starting to shift the lion's share of their players back into this A site with Cushy as well as Xpharaoh joining in. Hunter's Fury going to be sent though, and Monyet does end up getting clipped by 1. Crazy Guy able to hold his own. Ash going to be shut down on that entry. As now that all command's going to be coming through, and Crazy Guy's able to just find Qeon through the smoke. Just pops him through the wall. Full flash now connected on the texture. Stops him from scaling up. Gen.G, they have their work cut out for them, but a gun barrel peeking out from behind that wall is enough for Zinx to collect a kill, but quickly it gets traded back. 2v3, Jemkin on the approach from mid. Can just scale his way silently up through those double doors if he so pleases. His texture is going to be ushered back behind the pillars. Skirts his way across. Snakebite now going to be sent out, trying to stop this plant from coming through, but Texture's still able to find another. Xpharaoh down. Crazy Guy the peak. A massive kill found. Needs to try to survive, but it cannot, and then it's now down to the Lockyer of Valorant to try to see if he can clutch up versus Jemkin. The shot goes wide. Completely whiffs it. Updraft slides around the back of pillar. Or the pyramid, I should say. Grabs a different weapon, but it's only 5 bullets remaining. Just needs a 1 for the headshot. Can he align it? The answer is no. Lockyer manages to shut him down, and that is a critical round loss for RRQ as Gen.G now get up 6-1.
Oh, it's crazy that Jemkin of all players is just whipping every bullet on Lockyer to give him one of the least convincing clutches you've seen in quite some time. But this is what you end up in. These situations you end up in on Breeze. Like, Jemkin gets onto that elbow info line at the start of the round. You get a full A stack from RQ, and then you just end up in this, like, messy 5-on-4 on one side of the map. And, you know, whoever scraps their way out of that situation a little bit better is the team to win the round. And in this case, it's Gen.G. Again, another round where things look sketchy for them, but they're kind of catching a few breaks. Like, they have been probably the better team on Breeze, but there's been 1 or 2 rounds where they have gotten a little bit fortunate, and that's another one of them.
Oh, pop flash attempt out from Crazy Guy, but Lockyer is just utilizing this one way against him. Sees it and still, I believe, holds on to the drone. Had never committed it. The 0 point was used so early, so now he can just join in with the rest of the team and use that drone to re-clear into B.
Yeah, I mean, Gen.G is very much calling a lot around what Lockyer is doing. Jemkin on the off angle. Beautiful shot connected from him. Evens up the numbers.
Looking for a little bit more, but it's a bit too greedy. Knows that he needs to do more if they're going to actually be able to convert this Thrifty, and on the repeat will get shut down. So back into a 4v3.
Yeah.
And now shifting away from that A site.
Yeah, just going to slink away. They've cleared out Jemkin on that info line towards elbows, so they know RQ is really lacking for information. And when the majority of the team was spotted over onto that B side of the map, they can be pretty confident that the defense is going to lean away from A. It's just Cushy on his lonesome over here.
30 seconds left.
Pushing in, we'll see. Can Cushy get anything done? A couple taps there from the Bandit, but it's not going to be enough. Doesn't find the headshot, so we'll just get cleaned up. It's just down to RQ to try to see if we can find any more damage here, but there's no real slowing of the economy. It's been built up so very sturdily for Gen.G. And okay, Xpharaoh, we'll find one.
Player standing.
Shut down, nope, nothing more to be cleaned up, and there you go. Now just Monyet, maybe with a catch on to Lockyer as he's still situated at back site. But, oh, well, there's a spot out. And now they can just look to play together, take down this final player. Clean up a kill. You'd love to maybe funnel this one into Lockyer's hands, try to get him closer to that Hunter's Fury, given that you have the other ones online. And that's exactly what Texture's trying to do. Just dancing around this orange box as Monyet eventually shall be corralled and will end up falling. It costs Texture's life, but I don't think he's going to be too mindful of that one. 7-1. I mean, the lead is already guaranteed at the half, and from here, it could just continue to balloon up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this attacking side has looked phenomenal for Gen.G. It's been pretty simple stuff, honestly. Like, it feels like they're very much calling around what Lucky is doing with the drone and where they're investing the Viper Wall, and they're just playing very, like, death pool heavy, you know, 4-1 or 5-0 kind of Valorant right now, and they're good enough in a lot of these situations when the round gets brawly to win, even if the macro is not so great for them. You see a lot of the time RRQ's getting good info off the KO util or getting Gemkin off an info line, but Gen.G is still able to win out some of these rounds.
And you're getting to that point with your Jovi where you really start to question, like, do I have to commit the second time out here? And I think that the answer is leaning towards yes. Cancel the TP. As Karan, just re-peeks into mid, and Jemkin dead there outside of the double doors. Pit now going to be in play for Gen.G as Texture's just spamming through, catches the timing on the Crazy Guy. Just a little bit of game sense, a little bit of luck. Either way, it is rough out here for RRQ. Drone sees at least one more player. Cushy, what more can you realistically do here? It feels like RRQ should just be backpedaling out of the site, trying to go for the save and just give the round over to Gen.G. You're playing a 3v5 at the pit and play. There's no real way to try to tackle this.
Yeah, I don't think so. Unless the dart's coming up in a second or two and you can try to get some pings inside of the pit.
I think he's had it online. I just think he hasn't really committed it. Because now they're going to try to exit. They will be able to find a couple more kills, but Karan is holding the door in mid. Gets himself a 3K. Xpharaoh going to try to hold on to the weapon, and yeah, will be able to get himself a 3K of his own, but in the end, everything is going to be wrested out of RRQ's grasp. Nothing retained. No other rounds to be found here. Gen.G, I mean, they're looking immaculate. Where was this on the first two maps?
I don't know, man. They just need a little while to warm up. I can't believe you still had the dart, though. Like, surely you at least just ping in the recon. Maybe you get a couple of scans, and if you get 2 or 3 picks inside of the pit as RQ, like, you're on for it, surely. Especially with the Harbor still alive, you got a Harbor roll. Like, I felt like they didn't even really try to give that one a crack in the 3-on-5. Like, I understand they were looking for damage and just kind of idly playing outside of the pit, but that's crazy to me.
Well, if you want to try to jumpstart the engine, getting a thrifty here would be a massive way, and well, this time Jemkin not going to be able to find the kill over at elbow. We'll just get a couple shots through, some damage dealt, but in the end, it's nothing that Gen.G can't really shrug off.
And again, it's quite
must be the wind.
Looking for picks with the Outlaw. I mean, again, RQ has got like this deep A-main info line. Like, they kind of know where Gen.G is, but it's not really helping them like win any rounds right now, you know? Like, they often know around abouts where Gen.G is, around abouts what Gen.G is going to do, but they can't stop them.
No, they really can't. Some more damage found. They're opening up these potential windows for themselves, but Moniette, there's a lot riding on this. Turns away, though.
The worst timing I've ever heard.
That is just...
curse.
Pack it up!
Have the spike.
Move on! Go to the next map! This one's looking donezo.
Can't believe you've done him like that.
It's
still a big stack, though.
It is. As, okay, Cushy gonna be good for one, Jemkin with another. Karn is able to find Xpharaoh, finds Cushy as well to boot. And, well, while we start seeing some silver linings, they very quickly get taken out of grasp. Safe plant is there. Crazy Guy's position is very well known. He's got 2 players that he'd be able to one-tap. And what a rally back it would be, but Zinx is looking very clean here on this Viper. Much needed for Gen.G. As I mean, at the moment, it feels like they're slated to just make this the 11-1.
Yeah, I mean, this is just like one of those sad games as RRQ where, as I've kind of said, I feel like the macro is decent or they're in decent positions, but Gen.G is just kind of rolling them when you get in towards the mid to late round. And as you mentioned, there's the second timeout from Jovi. Feels like the narrative's been going the other way. Gen.G's been kind of the team that's needed to call multiple timeouts so far in this series, but here on Breeze, they are cooking something. 12-3 for Zinx. Texture is running around, killing everybody. Funnily enough, like, Asher's kind of been the most consistent, like, standout player so far, but on the attacking side, it feels like he's just being more of that traditional Neon, running in, creating space for some of the other boys, helping them get some really nice bursts going.
You see the 7 assists for him, so you know that he's setting up his util quite nicely, playing up the things that the relay bolt, the fast lanes that his teammates are able to kind of jiggle around and find those kills through. So he's doing his job. That is absolutely for sure. But, I mean, if Texture is going to start coming alive, that's where you really start to get worried. Because it's similar scenes, we've been talking about it in RQ's runs when they were trying to work their way through the playoffs, whether it was kickoff or stage 1 in VCT Pacific. If Gen.G has those slow series, it's kind of just a matter of time for him to kind of heat up. And the same could absolutely be said for Texture. So with him finding his footing, 14-8 at the moment. Meanwhile, Zinx is still 12-3. This guy has barely died. This does start becoming a bit worrisome for RRQ, even in the grand scheme of things. Like, yes, you still do have a 2-map buffer. You're still at series point. But if you lose in dominant fashion on Breeze like this, where, from our perspective, they should be maybe favored, that is a cause for concern. But fast entry once again here onto the A side of the map, as it's just going to be that late linger from Zinx, tucked away over towards mid, staring in cannons to see if there's going to be that deep flank coming in from RRQ. Won't be able to find one, though. Plant is now in play. Lakia, if you can get off site, we'll have a Hunter's Fury for this post plant as well.
Yeah, so does Cushy, though. They farmed it over on that B side of the map. In comes the util combo and the ult combo for RRQ on the retake.
Oh, and he's got a couple players lined up. Does manage to get that double tag, but it's not going to be for the eliminations. Ash is able to find Mon yet. Texture intercepting, gets the kill here on the Gemkin. Shuts down the enemy Jet. Now push around the back, though. And Ash kind of asleep on the wheels. Not ready for Xpharaoh to be forward into that smoke. He'll going to be found. Shock Dart finding a little bit more damage. Now the Hunter's Fury going to be in off of that tap. Lakia trying to see what he can find. Now the pit going to be committed off the back of this. Gen.G suddenly starts becoming a hell of a lot less winnable for them. As what a timing from Cushy pushing forward is able to find Lakia, but Texture just spams him down. Hello? Can I see that in wide? Can I see that from his POV? Because Mr. 4K just showed up when it mattered the most.
Not quite enough.
I mean, he kind of did.
Though.
Not enough to win the round. I mean, yeah, sorry. The defuse is stuck, but like I was just blown away by how Texture managed to find those kills.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a Texture phantom moment. Like, he's just spamming away. Literally, you can see him crab spamming through the Viper Spit. Thereabouts where the spike is, and I think all of RRQ just lined up for him.
Okay, well, they do get the defuse critically. They are unable to find the kills fast enough to stop that one, but you need to have at least this next round. 9-3 still doesn't feel very good at all for RRQ.
Yeah.
But 10-2 feels a hell of a lot worse.
Yeah, I mean, again, Chempkin's just on this info line. All of the guns lost for RRQ means that Texture, you can see exactly why he wants to invest in the Outlaw here. He's looking for some free pickings. Bladestorm invested. That last round win, though, for RRQ took everything. They invested all of their ults just to get it across the line, and now they have a lot less to work with here in the last round of the half.
These knives are going to have to deliver. Tailwind not yet popped. Still has that at the ready. It's a slow, methodical creep up from Gen.G, but they're about to dry swing into the angle. The Outlaw's going to be on the other side, but initial blades end up whipping, and it's just a full face forward into the Jet to be able to find the kill. Karen will take away that kill. Quick pivots now immediately going to be called as RQ scramble to try to get into position to stave off the onslaught, but Gen.G, they have the space taken. Peek towards Arches, doesn't see anything, so for now, Crazy Guy going to be unnoted. Tuck into the corner. Double stack, actually, on that angle as Recon will be able to get the ping out on the 2. Texture just respecting that fragment, swings out as soon as it expires, finds a kill. Will maybe get timing, and does, as Cushy is able to find that elimination, but now finds himself in a 1v3, and as he jumps up onto the half wall, will end up falling. Ash cleans it up. 3 players surviving, 10-2 at the half. Gen.G looking like they want to deliver a map 4 at the very least to us.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. That was just dominance from them, and I'm a little bit concerned, especially because RRQ are playing such a strong comp on the defense. Like, the Harbor KOs look so good for them in a lot of these retakes, but they just got absolutely dominated by Gen.G there.
Well, it needs to be a monstrous attacker side, and it needs to start from the pistol. So we'll see if RRQ can try to get a snowball going when we come back after halftime.
break into roses. I want you to hold me. 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 I want you to.
And we are back and about to go into the second half of this map. 10-2, the scoreline. And yeah, it's Gen.G well out in front. Looking bright as rain, well at home, here on Breeze. RQ now have a gargantuan task if they want to close this out in 3-0 fashion.
Yeah, I mean, they've had 7-5 halves on both of their attacking sides. They're going to need to go a bridge further this time around. Spam on through from Lakia. Chips up at least one player, but regardless, RRQ will take the site, and looks like they're going to push through the Viper Wall and take some more space.
Yeah, had a bit of damage there on him on yet. Does put him down low. RQ obviously is needing this pistol. They want to try to get themselves back into this paranoia. Got to be sent tuck away into the corner though, and it's going to be him from an off angle. Able to intercept Ash off the rip. Very clean headshot. Finds that kill. Texture now going to be noted as well on the flank. RQ well poised to get this pistol went over the line. Karan's able to find two before getting taken down. Jemkin trading that out, but oh, they're just running out of bullets. That leaves now Texture, previously noted, to try to close out a 1v3, and Natasha's right into the open arms of Xpero, who will happily collect the kill. So, second pistol of the map goes away of RQ, who need to now try to just, build up as much of a bank and, economic as well as old snowball as they possibly can.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to have to be a vintage crazy guy attacking side calling, plus vintage RRQ comeback, which we have seen in the past. I think, was there like crazy sunset comeback against Gen.G? I feel like it was for some reason, but maybe I'm making that up, because I remember like a scoreline something similar to this, like an 11-2 or something, where they came back all the way on the attacking side with some crazy calling.
I think they had a 10-2 versus Secret.
Take flight.
Who's that? RRQ?
I think so. They had some kind of crazy comeback. I mean, I remember there was some like back-to-back maps between them where they were just going crazy, but okay, Tailwind doesn't spot him, but it doesn't matter. Zinx is not quite ready for Xpero to be backfilling that space, so we'll just get a nice little jump scare. Texture, however, not a Sheriff to play, and we'll be able to find one, but Xpero quickly takes that out of his hands. Yeah. It shuts down the majority of the potential momentum from Gen.G and being able to find this thrifty win.
Yeah, commanding a little bit of respect still, though, is Texture. The rest of Gen.G very much setting up for exits. They want to chip down the economy of RRQ. They only need so many rounds here, so even if it's death by 1,000 cuts and they can chip down that money, they can just get a reset in 1 or 2 rounds consecutively, then that's the game for them on a silver platter.
Yeah, just want to make sure you're not opening the door too wide here for RQ, who will fully disconnect back into B main. So it's just going to be Gen.G, not even looking for the exits, just dying to the spike here overall, not giving any other key advantages in ult charge into the hands of RRQ. So 4 players will survive, very clean anti-eco. Starting off the half exactly the way that they need, but now we look to the bonus to try to see if they can get a conversion, much like we had from Gen.G at the start of this.
I mean, would do wonders to get them back into the driver's seat here on this attacking side. Especially after you win the bonus and the scoreline is something like 5-10. Like, that's where it really starts to feel like RRQ at this deficit could genuinely win this game of Breeze. I mean, they're very serious about this bonus round. 5 rifles brought into it. And all of the boys stacked up in middle. Over on the other side of things, though, Gen.G already with a 4 stack towards A. It's going to be a big fight.
That was 0 point, I believe, avoided there by Ash. Pushes up, trying to play off that one-way setup. But 4-player shove up into mid, just outside of the double doors. Question is, do they cut into A or just go straight up through tunnel and into B? And it looks like it's going to be the latter at the moment, where it is only Zinx on that side of the map. Yeah. Drone's going to be cleared out, nothing going to be spotted. Lakia does get tagged as well.
It's good positioning for Zinx, though. Just shifting into a more of a retake spot, but if he gets caught out of position here, then it's going to be a very difficult round for Gen.G. RRQ definitely angling for the P-split.
Bite thrown in, but just a quick little jump and tailwind over that one. Gen.G gets himself forward into the site, basically clears this out for the rest of the team. Can now safely bring that spike over, but out of their heels is going to be Gen.G, piling the way out into mid, but a lot of footsteps going to be heard by Xfero at elbow. Considering this corner swing.
Going to play delay a little bit here.
Xfero's going to be rescaling. Locky, I believe, watching this for the moment, but Xfero's winning it. Maybe it's still been in on some util. Either way, critical kill to be found. So we have the corner, though, and Texture's got two lined up. Gen.G and Monyet both going to be struck down. What a turn of events here.
Enemy remaining.
As this started looking damn good, and Ash, oh my goodness. Okay, similarly, is just so damn fast with it. The fuse cannot be interrupted. Texture finds himself 3, and that is Gen.G denying the necessary bonus conversion as they get up 11-4.
I mean, they just have such a fast comp. Like, even if Zinx lets them into the site there and the Harbor util goes up, like, they can just get back into the swing of things so fast, especially when Texture's in this form. Like, he just walks out backside, and it looks far too easy of a multi-frag from him. Like, 2 in half a second. Ash comes in, he gets 2 in half a second, and the round's just done and dusted from there. But, like, a very convincing-looking bonus. Good execution to get into the post plant for RRQ, but then when we went into the post plant, they just kind of got swept aside pretty quickly.
And Paranoia just to get some space. Here at A main, 0 point going to be exchanged. Once again, Zinx looking to try to anchor down this position. Snakebite goes out, and looks like RRQ going to look to try to investigate elsewhere, as Gen.G will start making some early rotations.
Yeah. Gen.G very much being kept honest in terms of the rotations here. He had that initial play towards A main that was hit by the 0 point of Crazy Guy, who survives the initial set play. Xfero left on the lurk in middle, not spotted out by the drone, and now RRQ regrouping back towards the A site with only 2 players here. If they hit it soon, things will go well, but you can already see the rotation starting to come in here for Gen.G.
Texture's back to bridge. Dropping down, Lockya not too far away as well as Recon not going to last, and Texture just found 2 again. Cushy and Monyet both eliminated, just trying to push forward. They're just trying to take some space. These guys just want to get a spike planted, and Texture says no. Absolutely destroys them. Great flash. Will be able to get the full catch onto Ash, but Karen quickly trades it back, and just like that, RRQ no closer to really winning this round. Unless Xfero can deliver some more, but Lockya will deny him. Crazy Guy now. Spike in hand, completely shoved out of this one. 25 seconds remaining, just has to go for the save back towards the spawn. Gen.G are going to get themselves up to map point. And, I mean, I think if you're RQ, it's a GG go next. Don't even worry about the timeout. Don't even worry about trying to get something together.
They used both already, didn't they?
Oh, yeah, you're right. Never mind. I forgot because they basically did nothing with them.
Hold on. This could be a huge spike plant for Crazy Guy. Oh,
I think he got it by about point 2.
Oh,
yeah, man. I think he had the timing, but Zinx was there. Not really registering. The counter rotation could have come back through, so it will be denied. Everything taken away from them, and that is now map point for Gen.G. Good lord, what a map this has been.
Yeah, they've just stopped them after going down 0-2 and not really looking that competitive in the opening 2 maps. Like, credit to them, pick themselves straight back up again. Their comfortability to be able to play retake B and how successful they've been really helps them win that round, because they just leave Zinx on B and they say, all right, if they go B, we'll retake it. And that's what gives Larkia and Texture the timing to make it back to A to stop RRQ before they can even get into the post.
Remind you, Texture, I believe he's at least averaging 1.5 kills a round.
That helps.
It's been absolutely incredible for them as Ash sees him blinded up and hits a transfer onto 3. Monyet, Cushy, Gem get all eliminated, as it is now just suddenly, in the blink of an eye, Xfero and Crazy Guy, now just Xfero, to try to close this out. Plants his feet, finds the first, Zinx eliminated. Texture previously had been whittled away at, so he's going to be taken low. Dodges out on the drone. Never mind. Does end up getting found after all. So ping reveal, Snakebite there. Texture nearly dies to it. He's got to be 1 HP.
Yeah. Xfero swindled him. Has the ability to go towards B and has got the pit here. Not sure if he has the shorty in the side pocket here, but Texture's trying to beat him on the rotation back across to this B site. If he could get into a B after plant with the pit up, this is very winnable for him. Have to see if Larkia has the dart or drone ready for this retake.
Texture not registering that one at all. And low HP be damned, wasn't even necessary. Xfero just had him dead. The Rice's Texture thought it was going to come creeping out of nest. Pit now to be invested in Lockya to try to see if he can deliver on this clutch. Get this map over with, or if it's going to be Xfero. Never mind. He lands it right at his feet. laser-like precision from Lakia, reads him like a book, gets to the fuse, and gets Gen.G their first map win of this series, which is not going to be the 3-0 sweep that I'm sure RQ and much like ourselves, we're thinking it was going to be. So we are at least slated for one more map between these two squads.
That last shock dart was just pure entertainment. Like, Kex just caught in no man's land, looking off into the abyss, dies for free. I thought that was going to be X-Ferry's clutch every day of the week, but Lakia with what a banger of a shock dart, and I think really just looking at how good that was kind of sums up the rest of the map for Gen.G. Like, it's crazy that after getting pummeled for the first 2 maps of this series, they go into Breeze, a map that in this qualifier, they're 3-0 on this map. Like, this has just been such a good map for them in this EWC qual in particular, even if it wasn't particularly successful for them in Pacific, and they've won it yet again. And now you go into Lotus, a map that they have played, you know, for ages and ages and ages, even though RRQ have a good record on it. And I'm starting to wonder if they can try to make this more of a competitive series, because they've got a lot of momentum now, and Check's just playing out of his mind.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I guess the more fortunate thing for you as RQ is that you anticipate that he's not going to be playing this Jet. He's probably going to be playing the Raze, but we know that Texture's Raze is also quite good. So if he's going to continue operating on this level, if Zinx is going to be able to find this kind of impact, whether, you know, if he's sticking with the Viper or if he's going to be playing something like the Vice, then Gen.G, it starts looking a lot more possible for them. This is kind of the level of Gen.G that we were anticipating from the outset in this series, in particular on that map of Haven. But RQ had their number there, but if they're running out of steam and Gen.G is starting to build it up, this could still be a very contentious series between the two. But Lotus is going to be coming up next. We're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see if Gen.G can continue on their way to try to push this all the way to 5. Okay, we are back and we have a series on our hands. Gen.G able to find their footing. They rallied back for at least one map win. Breeze was a breeze. This was incredibly one-sided, more than we probably could have anticipated, especially given how the first two maps had gone, but they show up when it's most necessary, I suppose. They still have to pull off a reverse sweep if they want to get auto-qualified forward to EWC, so RQ still have the upper hand, but Lotus could rewrite that.
Yeah, totally agree. I think we've gotten a little bit of a taste in that last map of what Tech's just been doing to some of the other teams in this qualifier so far. He just decided, no, we're not getting 3-0 today. I'm going to go crazy on Breeze. He ran around on the jet and did quite well for himself. And I felt like Gen.G, like that game of Breeze was basically the perfect example of what this current iteration of Gen.G does. Just disregard the macro, play double duelist, hit the sites really bloody hard and win the game. Can see the comps there. The main thing I want to point out is that RQ have got a great record on Lotus, but most of that's predicated on their old comp with the Chamber, where that you saw Gemkin piloting. They are 1-0 with this current comp in this qualifier, and Monyet was very, very good on the Raze, and he's been a player that I think he hasn't necessarily been like the outstanding performer very much for RRQ, but Raze is an agent he's very well known for, so if he can continue that same level of performance, then he's definitely going to be causing Gen.G some problems here.
Yeah, I mean, we started seeing Monyet, you know, kind of getting back into the groove of things on the Neon, in particular near the end of their run in VCT Stage 1. But now moves over to the Raze, and I mean, there was once upon a time, you know, it's a couple of years ago now, where he was playing on Paper X, he was playing the Raze in place of Jing, and he was able to put up very strong performances. So that's the kind of showing that we want to see from him if RQ is going to close this out. But for Gen.G, I mean, I'm just kind of happy to see this go to 5, regardless of who's going to be able to close out this series, because it was slated to be a contentious match, I should say. And the first two maps did not deliver on that. We're starting to lean back into it, so let's see if this Lotus can deliver. It's going to be Gen.G starting on this attack, and for now, there's a little bit of jump spotting over towards Mound, and a full shift now leaning in towards A for Gen.G.
Yeah, RQ playing retake over on this A side of the map. It's just Xfero on his lonesome, but he's plus 25 in this series so far, so if you're going to leave anybody by himself, Xfero would probably be the player to do it. Has got the sheer wall to keep himself safe, and in the meantime, RQ have shoved their way straight up the gut through the middle of the map as this A executes coming in for Gen.G. They will get slowed down by the Thorns.
Meanwhile, I don't believe there's a wall placed at all for Zinx around this flank, so they're very quickly going to be able to pilot their way around the back. Lakia now trying to get repositioned, but he's going to be caught into the open, and Jemkin quickly takes his head off with that Sheriff shot. So able to find the opener here as Spike just get planted at back sight. Gen.G, though, going to have their work cut out for them as the RQ Flood gets ready to strike. Paranoia across, going to be connecting onto these two players here at upper. Ash just looking to play them in, will be able to jump the corner, finds Crazy Guy, count at the same time, able to find Xfero, but will get traded back, so RQ still going to be favored. Now in a 3-2 with Ash down to basically no health. In single digits, and now all alone. RQ looking like they found the magic once again. Will be able to quickly clean things up, and with 3 players surviving, they take the opening pistol.
Yeah, nicely done. Good flank timing. As he mentioned, surprised that there wasn't anything covering the flank at all, really, for Gen.G. Lakia gets caught out there, an easy 5-on-4, and even though Gen.G, I think, do the right thing here of trying to flip the map and hunt down Crazy Guy, by that point, not only a man down, but RQ's just taken way too much space on the flank, and at that point have scaled so far into the site that Gen.G couldn't even really retake their own site at that point, so a little bit rough of a start here for Gen.G, and RQ already on this defense looking quite nice. Opening 2k for Monyet. If he gets himself a nice little anti-eco farm, he's going to get a pretty early showstopper timing here. And over on the other side of the map, you got Jemkin with an outlaw.
I'm out of here.
Just haunt the check forward. Nothing going to be seen here. Space widely given up, but Jemkin just peeks in, finds texture, gives him a nice little cheeky headshot, even though it's not even needed. And it will just drift back up here top site, and that's going to be more than enough for Gen.G to say, okay, you know what? We don't want to really mess with this guy, so let's just back away. But that's going to lead them into a little bit more of a stack, as a little high-low setup at stairs is there for Cushy and Monyet.
Yeah, you'd love both the Sky and the Raze to get any Ult Orbs anti-eco, but they've just left Cushy on the spot. He will see... Ooh, he didn't actually catch Ash crossing, so Lucky is the first one he sees on the spot there. Regardless, though, with only the pistols, I don't really think RQ care too much if Gen.G make their way into A here. They'll just try and go and play for the retake later on.
I'm not sure if the bandit was collected. Texture did have that brought forward, but oh, right of the rope. Ash catching a glimpse is... Lakia, would you also like to try this?
player
No,
standing.
All
they will
right.
drop down. He'll still be able to find one. So, okay, a little bit of revenge here for his fallen teammates, but this is just Zinx to try to see if he can find any real damage here. 'Cause for the moment, yeah, RQ sitting pretty. 4 players will survive. They'll get the 2-0 start. That's exactly what they're looking for. Gen.G now needing to win this anti-bonus.
Yeah, for sure. As mentioned before as well, Monya already 2 off the showstopper. Like, that's one of the main things you look for post winning the pistol. You'd love to get your Raze a bit of an anti-eco bash and then build yourself one of those early ult timings that can either win you the bonus or win you one of the early gun rounds. If you keep the bonus competitive, bring the rocket into the following gun round, then that can be something that just really slows this attacking side down if they get their money broken early on.
And we'll be holding on to the Outlaw. Full armor is there for Gen.G, but obviously Jemkin's shown that that doesn't really matter because he's been very clean with the headshots. Continue to deliver on that front as there's the Prowler out, checking around. No one forward at Mound, so Ash will start to take some space.
Yeah, Zinx, see if he's going to force his way out A here and try to go for a little bit of a lurk. As mentioned, Jemkin's on that A info line. In the meantime, Gen.G is putting a lot of pressure on C.
Some spam shots out. Nothing overall really found here. Got the Thorns out, but there's still another one situated as well as that Rose, so Zinx at the same time, it's been a very slow approach, so hasn't really been able to gain any space over at A. As Smoke now going to be cycled forward, but he can at least, you know, call out to the rest of the troops. Okay, walk forward. Rubble's at least clear for now. But as they get rid of the swing this corner, Jemkin, if he can continue to be the headhunter, is going to fits over to Gen.G. But no, crouch peeking from Lakia, and that's just damn clean from him. Finds a headshot that Jemkin desperately needed. Flushes out the enemy jet. And now RQ down a player as the take on the A site gets ready to come in.
30 seconds left.
Crazy guys fake the TP in, but look at this. Texture with the one-way is in such a good position to deny this retake.
He's pinging. I think he might know that he might have gone top box. He's not watching for the moment, but as that smoke does fall, they get the register on it. But double swing around the corner. Cushy able to find one. Locked staying tucked to drop. Swings out. Finds himself a second kill. Pushes forward, but the double drop is in. He's going to be flanked as the boombot comes in. And Manya just plays off the back of his own utility. So a kill going to be found here. Back into a 3v3. Crazy guy down low on HP. Manya tapping for the defuse. Swings out. Readjusts it. Gets himself a 3rd kill in the round as Ash will also fall and Zinx. Oh, he gets them over the line. He gets the anti-bonus, but barely. That is an immense amount of damage dealt by RQ.
Yeah, seriously, like those 2 kills were through smoke as well. Despite the very, very clean entry on in there for Lakia and an open A site. Gen.G really struggles to win that round, honestly. Like Zinx, I don't think he saw, he didn't see either of those players. Might have seen a tracer or 2, but Gen.G is very fortunate to get through that anti-bonus. I thought that they were going to lose it. Looks like Monya ripped the showstopper at the end of that round. I'm not sure if that connected with anybody, or I think he might have ripped it and then got spammed through the smoke by Zinx at the last second. So that's pretty unfortunate. The rocket has 0 impact despite having a really nice early timing on it.
That does taper off the pains of losing 4 players in the round a bit for Gen.G, but still going to be rough goings for them. Jemkin once again just back into this Outlaw, looking to try to get some damage through this. Odin, of course, as well in play for Crazy Guy. Playing into both of those weapons at the moment. His Texture just going to be grabbing that orb. Slow start for him so far here on this Raze. Still going to be 2 charges away from that opening showstopper.
Same
So
kind of
once
pacing
again,
for Gen.G.
Yeah, just pressure and then pivot to A.
Yeah, pressure C. As you said, pivot back to A. This time they've dropped off the Vice on the lurk towards front B here. There will be another Vice wall to keep them in check. Horn clears out all of Rumble here. It's just Cushy on the spot. So once again, more of a retake attempt, approach rather, on this A side of the map. Now you see Jemkin wrestles back that info line on the C side of the map. And with the Nightfall coming in, Cushy just looking for a pick on the entry.
Really swinging his way. Sphero slotted forward there at stairs. As plenty of eyes on this angle, but tap of the spike, that's going to be a pivot call coming in, and Texture able to steady it, finds one. Xfero going to be taken down, but he does get a couple licks there. Down to 30 health is the Raze. Spike to be planted, and now 5v4 for the post plant. Gen.G looking to tie things up 2-2.
If Texture gets a kill in this doorway, he'll have his rocket. That could just deny the retake attempt outright.
That could slow them, but they will know that he's low on health. Always a risk to it if you want to try to commit that, but with a flash not to be. Texture holds the door for one more, but eventually will get taken down. Yeah, paint shell over to the side, spawn to the Qeon. Push forward, Gen.G able to play off that crazy guy with that Odin, finds Lakia, and now it is down to Zinx. He's been doing heroics here for the team, but as he swings out of the smoke, he should just be dead to rights. Waits for the retap, and no, somehow he gets a transfer! He cleans them both up. What a clutch from Zinx! That is absolutely monstrous!
Oh, that's his second 1-on-2, by the way, to just keep Gen.G in some of these rounds, but they start so well. Like, it's almost the exact same story again, where it's like a great call from Lakia. On the bonus, they walk into 8 for 3, and then Zinx wins a 1-on-2, with despite RRQ fighting their way into a 4-on-5. The same story in this round. They fake A perfectly into B, and then Zinx is needed to just do something ungodly. Those are his only 4 kills this game.
He's done it with a Vandal, not even a Phantom. That is Izu-esque from Zinx. This Qeon just going to be being across the way, and oh, Gen.G, he just dashes straight into a wall. Making it easy for Texture to collect that kill. Qeon now able to find one. Crazy guy in desperation goes pushing out of the door, is going to be rewarded with 1 elimination, but this is a done and dusted round for Gen.G, as they will gain the lead 3-2. Once again, starting to build up that steam, but this time it's from the attacker's side, so a bit different compared to the first 2 maps.
Yeah, this is the thing, though. Like, I was looking at how well Breeze went for them, and then they got Lotus coming up next, and I'm thinking to myself, like, I'm thinking of Gen.G of yesteryear, and, like, I'm watching Lakia calling a really nice attacking side so far, even if some of the 5-on-4s haven't been looking too clean, and I'm kind of trying to give myself, like, the benefit of the doubt that they're going to, you know, potentially push us to 5 and make this a competitive series. But then you look back at some of their Lotus games recently, and you know, even against the teams in phase 1 or who didn't do too well.
I'm a hands-on kind of leader.
I mean,
it's not often that Xpero gets caught out of position, but
no, not at all. The man just wanted to die to the spike.
Yeah, he's wanted the bare minimum, and that's an angle.
I'm
It's
a
a
hands-on
third shot I haven't
kind of
seen
leader.
before. I have to take that one in. But yeah, I mean, like Gen.G have been even struggling to beat teams that haven't been performing so well in Pacific or are just in phase 1 of this qualifier on this map. But I don't know, man. Like, I'm liking the calling on this attacking side. They just need to not make their life so hard in some of these rounds, because RRQ's getting a lot of work done on these retakes.
I know, it's looking good, but that is a damn good start for RRQ. As operator online, Ash immediately dispatched. His showstopper is at the ready. Second off shot going to be fired off just to clear that Prowler, but Gen.G not really looking to slow down. They're swooping forward, Prowler to check, does get the catch here, so they know the player at backside, they know the op is in play. Steel Garden going to be invested from Zinx. Take these weapons away, but Monyet still has his. He finds Texture. I mean, so Showstopper now in the round. As it leaves just Lakia and Zinx to try to clutch us out with a 2v4. It feels like, well, I was going to say if Lakia could find 2, then Zinx would be absolutely good to clean up the rest, but Lakia now trying to IGL himself out of a 1v4 scenario. Check the drop. Should be Xfero favored, but Lakia just swings out a little bit wider. Does find the first, taps the plant, is trying to bait them in. Head spotted, taken, Gen.G dead. Retaps it, swings in, but this time it's a double face, and RRQ will be able to tie it up 3-3.
I thought he was on for one there. He's one off the Nightfall as well. Like, you see him tap one more and maybe Nightfall, and he knows who the last player is, and that definitely could have come together. But as it stands, I mean, Gen.G just does way too much work with the operator there. And Texture never really gets a clean path of entry to get that rocket off and have some impact with it. So, look, back into another gun round here, but with both teams' money dwindling, this is an important round. So I've got my eyes on both of the Raze ults, the Fade and the Sky ult in a round like this to be used cleanly to win a round and break the other team's money.
I mean, you committed one of your own as Gen.G in that previous with the Steel Guard, and RQ at the moment, they are 2 charges away from having all 5 ults ready. So Crazy Guy and Xfero just need that one, and that's going to be a stack deck for RQ. So things could get very scrappy very quickly here. As I believe Ash similarly just needs one for an overdrive. It's going to be a showstopper. Sent out, and Texture able to find Monyet. Eats a tiny little bit of damage, but he cannot snipe him out of the sky. So an early kill, and now 5v4 set up for Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, that's just vintage Gen.G. Like, Prowler goes forward, reads it, it's a mount setup, perfect paranoia, and the rocket goes over the top and eliminates the rocket on the other side of things. Jemkin's well aware that there might be a Neon hanging around here, but Ash is just giving him nothing. There's no reason to go and peek into the op here when you've already found that man advantage. In saying that, though, RQ have almost won multiple 4-on-5s so far in this game, so especially with Jemkin on the other side of things, Dash is still active. Could still try to keep this one competitive.
Face your fear!
Ball gonna be sent. Jemkin gonna be marked by that. Operator now absolutely confirmed. He'll updraft. Has
30
decent little
seconds
escape tools. Re-peek. Not quite gonna be able to find anything though. Qeon just dashing down below, out of sight. As Seekers now will be let loose. Gets the spot out there. Of course, the reposition of Ash, but Qeon, I mean, he'd been noted by the Seeker, but he's still able to come away with that. A third, a drop. A flawless round in response from Gen.G as they reestablish the lead. I have to wonder how RQ lost track of Qeon.
It's just perfect calling right now for Gen.G. Like, I am loving how Larky is calling this attacking side. It's always just pressure on one side, finding a pick on one side, then ending towards the other. You're always finding a way into the weak side, and it doesn't really feel like, especially in these last couple of rounds, RQ's been that competitive on the retake. Great util to be able to minimize the impact of the off.
The light from them.
Really nice mount take, and you know, you were talking about the fact that RQ has all of their ults here, but when you have none of the guns to make use of them, you know, you're not feeling too excited about it.
And down to this thrifty attempt, of course, to have that second showstopper for Monyet built up. You can get a couple picks and start leaning in towards the use of that ultimate to really try to swing the round back into your favor. It's been a while, Texture, since he played Raids, I suppose. We'll give him that one. As thorns will be set up. And spot out. Texture going to be flashed in the end, but he had already seen the glimpse. It was more than enough, and Xferal will fall. Lock is similarly able to find Crazy Guy, trying to push in from that waterfall side. So, side going to be taken. Just the two players remaining now, and Showstopper absolutely a far cry away from being used in this round. Just will have to be tabled for a future one.
Yeah.
Gen.G slated to move up 5-3.
Yeah, Texture's already kind of building up another one for himself, getting a little bit of an eco bash on. They give him the plant, might have even given the orb over towards C Mount. But this is exactly what you want to see from Gen.G on their attacking side. That is a cheeky haunt, man. I don't even think I've ever seen that haunt before. What on earth?
Last player standing.
Okay, I'm gonna peel back the veil a little bit here, because one of the things that I was told when Lakia had returned to Gen.G was that he came in with a binder full of lineups that no one had ever seen before. From multiple agents. He was like, okay, I got stuff for Fate, I got stuff for Sova, I got stuff for everything. And he came in and he was just like, look at all the stuff that I've researched that no one is using in pro play. And I think we finally caught a real glimpse of one of them there with that haunt, because I have also never seen that.
He's brought the binder full of lineups, and Solo just looks him dead in the eye, and he's like, bro, all I told you to do was hit the range. Like, honestly. But to be fair, like, I feel like he's been not too bad in a lot of these series for Gen.G. Like, even when Gen.G was losing in Pacific, there was a lot of series where he was, like, their best player on the info unit, yes. IGL.
Yeah, I think Lakia is definitely one of those players that just really, you know, shoulders responsibility quite well. And obviously, you know, they've had their struggles. Like, he's stepping in, he's trying to IGL for the first time, and it's absolutely been rough. But I think we're kind of starting to see the fruits of the labor a little bit, at least with these last two maps. I mean, they still had decent ideas on Haven as well as Ascent. They just weren't really able to execute on them, and the players weren't really connecting with, you know, shots that they normally are going to be good for. But it feels like the players are have woken up, and it feels like the calling is starting to really find its own here with Lakia. And I mean, if you keep getting crazy plays from Zinx the way that you have, it feels like, you know, Operation Turn Zinx into Meteor is becoming a success.
Oh, I mean, I don't know. I won't count my chickens before they hatch. I feel like Zinx on the Senti has been, like, very much very good or, like, absolutely terrible in half of these series. RQ, though, they did take the time out. Ash spotted out on the jump spot there, and Gem can flash off the angle there by Zinx's Arc Rose, who will secure front B control. See if they try to get rid of this Vice Wall. As Jemkin has actually got deep on towards Rubble there.
Haunt out, but Karan trying to scout forward, ends up getting punished. It's a very good kill. Critical one at that. Found by Crazy Guy. All you get is the wall in exchange.
Yeah, not an easy shot to hit on the jump spot with the sharded set. Like, you could see they were trying to bait out the wall there.
Slide across. Ash able to note this operator. The stun is there. The C's as well. He's just stuck within this smoke. But Jumpkin, he's still able to face forward. He's able to find that kill. Lakia, once again, going to be the one to shut him down. But that keeps them in with a player advantage. That Jumpkin's able to find that kill. So now, 3v4. Texture trying to apply some pressure, but it's going to be caught on timing. Nice little counter swing out from that water side of sight. Xfero will be able to shut him down. So now two players playing worlds apart. Zinx swings his corner, and he will die.
30 seconds
Quickly cleaned up here by Monyet, and Lakia once again put into a situation where he would need to pull off a 1v4. Couldn't get it the first time around. Let's see if he can make it the second time. As walk out the stairs, finds the first.
I'm thinking maybe he's 2 off the Nightfall again, and his Haunt is up.
He's going to grab
playing this
up.
so far away, though. I think he's just saving. Like, he's already given up on this one, surely.
Yeah, there's no way to retake from here. They just completely circumnavigate the stairs, and now he's got to know that the round is over, so...
You were talking about his lineups, like, can you imagine if he goes to Rubble and does some kind of, like, pixel operator lineup through the wall and just, like, wallbacks to Flanter or something like that? That would be ridiculous, mate.
It would have been a crazy one, but will just be an operator carried over. See, I mean, I would suspect that's going to be in the hand of Texture here, but this is a very good round overall for RQ. They're keeping things tight-knit. They're still going to be down by 1, but they're not allowing for Gen.G to snowball and run away with things like we were seeing on Breeze.
Yeah, I mean, it was an interesting one because RQ, like, I thought that they were going to play around the tendencies that you had from Gen.G of just taking map control and then pivoting, but Gen.G, like, in that timeout, credit to them, changed up how they were playing a lot. They went from 1-4ing a lot to actually working different areas of the map. RQ wrestling control of A main yet again here. We'll see how Gen.G responds to that. Does seem like they're just going to give that part of the map and speed up towards C instead.
I have to be aware of Xfero's positioning here. I mean, Texture just died from this position here. Slide in, and yep, Ash will be able to break it. Finds that kill. Overdrive now going to be popped. Oh, Monyet, I mean, he's blinded up. He's desperately trying to just save them all. But the blast packs, the Prowler, it's more than enough to just go ahead and flush him out and pick him apart. So Ash now going to leave himself on an island. If he can find one, still going to be feeling pretty decent. And while he won't be able to get the kill, he gets a little bit of damage on the Gemkin, which will be healed up. So Kushi just pushing it back to 100 HP. But it seems like already the call to save may be made here by RRQ. And that's exactly what they're going to do.
Yeah, that's incredibly well read by Ash. Like, he's just walking into the site. He knows that there's no Vice Wall there. Either it's going to be like a pillar back site setup with the double box or retake. So slides on in, catches Xfero off guard, and from there, there's not really much Monyet can do. And, you know, that was when Gen.G was still in a 3-1-1. They were anything but committed to C. They were very much just feeling things out. There's a lot of different ways that round can play out. Ash can go in there, go 1-for-1, and they could still pivot back to B or A if they want to. But when he gets the double entry like that, you just go with the Neon.
Oh, and insult to injury. Gemkin going to be found right before the round ticks over. One less weapon to be carried forth here by RRQ, who just, I mean, given the way that things have gone, of course they don't have any kind of massive economy to really try to work with.
No. Starting to run out of money here for sure. Still have that Steel Garden and Showstopper. Like, those ults have been burning a hole in their pocket for ages. They just haven't been able to find a clean round to actually use them on the retake.
Meanwhile, Lakia, another Nightfall, nearly ready to go. Called it out in the previous round that he was 2 charges away. Now just needs one more. Qeon, quick TP across. Gemkin, Tailwind will expire. Just has to drift down off the top of that box. Texture, very suspicious. I mean, they could just flush him out, force that Tailwind by sending out a Pain Shell.
Yeah.
He's going to wait for a peek. From the flash, re-peek in, and that's Kushi dead to rights. No one had spotted anything, and on that counter swing, Texture's just too damn fast.
I don't know if they know that the Jet is here. Like, they waited out the dash super well. Now the Showstopper's online, courtesy of that pick from Texture. But when you pick the Sky there by himself, you might assume it's a retake setup. Karen's going to catch Gemkin regardless, though. And this attacking side just continues to go fantastically for Gen.G. 2 picks on that A side of the map. But again, it's in a round where they're not even committed to A by any stretch of the imagination. They're still well and truly keeping their options open. In saying that,
like
RQ are fast rotating C here.
they're starting to understand that it's pressure one side, rotate to the other. Don't really ever pay attention to B. So they are getting people in a position. This showstopper could find some solid damage. It's going to be an exchange here. Texture will be able to find one. Lob in, though, and it's way too high. Ash gets taken low, but not taken down. Monyet still will be able to get the readjustment. Offsetting, distracting with that blast pack. Peeks in for that kill. This is a very winnable round all of a sudden for RRQ. You look at the HP numbers at the moment. It's the TP into drop. Gen.G, do they have a read on
10
this?
seconds left. One enemy
Safety plant,
remaining.
Karn watching, and what a shot to hit. Synced at the same time, intercepting the rotation. Monyet is dead, and that is 7-4 for Gen.G. Looking to make this an 8-4 half.
Yeah, they're just continuing to give them the runaround around the map. Like, these defaults are finding picks pretty consistently. They're quite happy to send the Neon into the site and just kind of feel things out. Like, Ash has just been that entry man. Even on Breeze, I think he took like 8 of the opening duels, and like far more than anyone on the team. On the attacking side in particular, like, he is just getting sent to the dogs, and then Gen.G's just like, they're treating him like a drone half the time. They're like, all right, Ash, let's see what you can find. Oh, he died instantly. Let's go, A.
I'm not sure if they actually stuck with it, but did see 3 outlaws for a brief little moment there on the purchase order for Gen.G.
All right.
That's one of them, as Zinx will find the kill, and Texture's just going to be juggling his own away, as it looks like now fast hit opened up into the C site. Thorns will give them some pause. Texture, however, rewarded for his patience, looks back over towards that A lobby side. Monyet is dead, and Gen.G say, well, we're exuding pressure on C at the moment, so now we must go A.
Guys, they've fed us 2 kills in the first 20 seconds. Like, just don't do anything dumb. Just do something very simple, and we win the round. Either just 1-4, send Ash in and to his death, and then go to the other side, or just group up and hit the side together. Do you have the Nightfall as well?
Shot.
I mean, Karon's allowed to be just left on this C side of the map because he's got the From the Shadows. Like, he could just hold this C invert line until the, you know, the cows come home, and then just TP to his team.
Speaking of which, we'll just go for it, check in the tree. We now know that they're safe. Have to go ahead and tap the door. Rotations have to get started here for RRQ.
30 seconds left.
As Cushy, left alone to try to hold the line here. Going to be spotted out top rope. Relay bolt going to be sent, but Rocket able to go ahead and collect the kill before the stun can even really go through. So now a 2v5, and what a monstrous one of that this would be, as Steel Garden will be invested.
One
Quick
enemy
little
remaining.
backpedals, and the lion's share of the team will be able to just go ahead and avoid all their weapons getting taken away, and Karin will be able to find Xpharaoh. So 8-4 at the half. Gen.G, it was looking a little bit rough. They dropped that opening pistol. It looked like maybe RRQ had found their footing again, but 8-4 here. This is looking like we may very well may be slated for a map 5. We'll see how things shake out when we come back for the second half.
Reach your impossible. Lenovo Legion.
Lately, I feel I can't find my feet, pushing.
Alrighty, we are back and going into the second half of this map. Gen.G, a little bit of a rocky start, but they've been able to streak together a ton of rounds. Now they move over to the defender side, and we'll see if the guidance and calling of Lakia will hold up as well as it was on that attacker side.
Yeah, not just the calling, the fragging of Lakia. Bro's 11 and 5 right now. Fragging up a storm on the info unit. I mean, I got to reserve my expectations before we see this second half here of Lotus, but this so far has been 4 maps of Valorant where one team is absolutely pummeling the other.
We'll see if that does continue. As for now, a couple pot shots to the smoke here from Zinx, but a couple connections actually going to be found there. It's just minor damage on the crazy guy. Meanwhile, Jemkin slotted forward shoulder, going to be spotted. Sends out a shot though. And that's enough of a warning as they just play off the haunt and lock you. That is just gorgeous. Just baits the attention. Jemkin dead. Paint shell. Well, like I said, Texture, it's been a while since you played it.
He's done that multiple times this game,
Absolutely, just send it in. He's just like, I don't need this. Screw
He's one
it.
of the best players in the world. Just can't throw a fake shot to save his life.
Well, we'll see if he'll be wishing that he had held on to that one, as it will be a silent creep into the B site. Re-clear, back over towards stairs. The smoke is going to bloom it upper. Flash out, not going to be confirming anything though. RQ taking their time with this. We'll just pass that spike over, get a little bit of healing through. Trying to get Mania as many charges towards that showstopper as humanly possible.
Nice guiding light to clear out waterfall side.
Ooh, oh, but crazy guy. He gives up his position. Tracers through that smoke, and now the spot out onto Mondiet's head. Ash just looking to play full distract, comes rushing forward. Mondiet still able to hold his own for one. Gets rid of Khan despite being blinded up, but Ash will be able to collect it. Texture gets cushy, and it looks like it's going to be another pistols to defuse. There's no way to interrupt this one. They get off it for a brief little moment, but that's just to pass it over to Texture, as that's going to be 9-4. Gen.G. I don't know what clicked with the start of that breeze, but they're carrying it forward now into this Lotus.
Yeah, it's been phenomenal to watch. Feels like you're watching vintage Gen.G, the way they were calling on that attacking side. Now they win the defensive pistol, and they're just off to the races. As mentioned before, this has just like been 4 maps of Valorant with one team just absolutely dominating the other one. See if Gen.G can carry it forward and win themselves this game at Lotus, but we are getting a force buy in response here for RRQ.
I was wondering about this, and I think that it's honestly the best case scenario, probably the best chance to try to slingshot your way back into this. Break the economy of Gen.G, but we'll see how prepared Gen.G are for this potential buy, as Thorns are going to go out. Jemkin is going to be able to shrug off the majority of that damage, though. He's about to check over towards Baby Door. A minor tag did get a lock on at the very last moment.
Yeah, they've tickled the door there. Crazy guy looking to try to keep front B in checkers. Gen.G slowly surround this B site and set themselves up for the retake. Zinx has not budged an inch over at Mount. He's really expecting a lurk as the Trailblazer goes into Waterfall.
I'm out of here.
Clear of that Trailblazer, Judge in hand. Relay bolt's going to be sent. Look for the stun. Meanwhile, Cushy eating a decent amount of damage. Let's get taken low, and Zinx is going to be able to scale forward from that C-mount side. Ash going to be good for one. Locky counter, one apiece. Now Zinx finding himself that kill as well. Breaks open main, and Moniette cannot make the Bucky sing. He will get taken down, and in the end, it's not even that much damage dealt. 3 players still survive for Gen.G versus this force buy. That breaks the economy of RRQ. And Gen.G, they might just be so well slated to carry this on to that 5th and final map.
You can just see how calm they are. Like, they really took their time getting into that retake. Zinx was just sitting at Mount for ages. They had a player sitting in heaven. Like, they weren't rushing to get back into that retake, and that really shows you a huge degree of confidence. RRQ... oh man, they've shoved all their chips into the middle of the table. They've lost, and then they've, you know, asked all their mates, everyone, rang up everyone they know, and they've said, I'm going in again.
Now, once again, looking for a pacey hit, but it's to the demise. His Texture is tucked in behind the box. He's able to find 2. Lock it with that first. The door slammed shut here on RRQ. Just an absolute massacre in B main, and Texture the only casualty. 11-4, 2 rounds away from pushing this the distance. Gen.G, they are looking like they might just be able to pull off a reverse sweep.
There's nothing that hits harder than back-to-back force buys where you get absolutely dominated into an immediate timeout from your coach. Like, that is about as rough as it gets. Gorgeous setup, by the way. Like, Lakia is a hell of a fisherman. And Texture being baited for perfectly, just sitting up behind the box, especially on the force buy or even on an eco or something like that. You don't really have the weaponry to spam that box properly a lot of the time or check it properly. So the fact that they even have like a 2-front B setup is read super well by Gen.G. Like, they are just all over it. Not only the attack side calling, but I feel like the retake, the coordination on the retakes and the pacing, the setup on that anti-force follow-up. Not that you would have ever expected a force buy there as Gen.G, mind you, but it's just kind of crazy how that works out. Like, RRQ force buy, they get themselves into a winnable post plant, then they run it back and Gen.G is ready for it again. This just feels like a game where Gen.G can do no wrong.
No, it really does. And Lakia in particular, I mean, 15, 5, and 7. 3.0 KD is looking damn good. And now, the back of that timeout call to try to prevent Gen.G from getting up to map point. It's just going to be a full Sheriff buy. And look at where they're gambling into. It is the stack from Gen.G, who seem to have the correct read. And that is going to send RQ very quickly packing, as Ash, more than happy to just go ahead, slot forward here in front of the smoke.
Zinx on the jiggle spot does see the pivot back towards the C side of the map from RRQ. Does have the sheer wall in play to buy time for the retake, which, look, not only have the boys on Gen.G looked good on them, but they had the showstopper to enable them on the retake if they need it.
Oh, gee, Zinx is, I mean, he nearly just slid right into the angle for Moniette. Space has to be given up. Flash over towards that CT side. Jemkin playing off the back of that is able to find one. Showstopper now going to be drawn out here by Texture, fully blinded up, assessing where he wants to send it, spots one, sends it, and he actually catches Xpharaoh! Oh, just splash damage off the pillar. So damn unlucky, cannot catch a break, but Gen.G will catch another round win. Now up 12-4.
They're just in this flow state, like you can tell everything's hitting, the calling's really good. They're playing well off the util. Like, there's no hesitation anywhere for Gen.G. Like, they're playing so well off of each other. Showstopper gets ripped. Ash is sending it into the site. Charon's there. The space is perfect. Got Lakia throwing this high percentage utility. Like, everything is clicking right now. So, this feels like a bit of a formality at this point, given how well Gen.G is playing. Eight map points to close out Lotus here. And if anything, RRQ's playing for momentum into the last map, because there's no way they're winning this one.
Yeah, this feels like a long foregone conclusion. That being said, Jemkin, he'd like to say otherwise, as Lakia and Ash will both fall. Quick little reposition from Karen, works his way over into tree. Tap of the door going to be coming through. He gets in behind the tree for a brief little moment and will be able to find one, but nothing more than that. Texture now quickly trying to pivot in behind. Meanwhile, Zinx, he came out of B main, so does not trigger this wall, so he's got a chance to maybe catch a timing on this flank.
Texture hanging around on Heaven's side. Every kill he gets
gonna be
late
late
to a showstopper.
Oh my god. Dangerously close to finding that kill, and I think wise from RRQ to not send out any shots in reply. Even with a Phantom of your own, don't want to give him even the audio to try to line up a kill. Xpharaoh going to be watching, and Texture can't find the reset there, so now down to Zinx to see what kind of damage he can get. But it looks like this map not going to be done quite yet, as Zinx will just opt to slowly back away and try to retain his weapon, maybe catch some people on the exits here, as Full Flash will connect. Yet watching the opposite direction, but Zinx, will be able to just slink his way out of there to safety. So a 5th round win going to be found, and damn clean at that off the back of the 2 opening kills from Jemkin. RQ now needs 7 more.
Yeah, I mean, just won the round outright off the back of the A fight. Beautiful double entry, as you mentioned, but going to need much more where that came from for RQ. Not a bad little set play there for Gen.G to try to contest A main. Especially with the comp that they're running, although the core of the comp is the same, you know, mixing in things like the Neon and the Vice. Like, I think you might have even had, like, Arcros committed or something like that over there. Potentially at some points. It's been interesting to see how they have all these different like variations and setup on the defense. Time again, a big setup towards that A side of the map. It does seem like Gen.G wants to put premium on dominating Rubble early on, and this time RRQ going to give them a little more respect than the last round. One off the showstopper may just go straight to Mound off of seeing that util and get his rocket. It looks exactly like what RRQ is going to do. The only question really is, do they just send it into C off the back of that, or are they going to work the mid around a bit more?
Time will tell for now, though. Pain Shell can be ignored by Zinx. Is that wall going to be baited out? He checks around, and that's just blind through the smoke, I believe, as Cushy finds texture. Yeah. He's going to be screaming about that one.
Unlucky. Didn't even deserve for wrecked. Ash over here on this deep line towards lobby could be a bit of a difference maker. If he can try to whittle down the numbers before we actually end up in a post plant where the rocket or the C-kicks get ripped, then this will be a winnable round for Gen.G.
I've got your trail.
Well, Seeker's going to be leading the way. Here's those blast packs in from behind. Ash just quickly backpedaling, jump peek on the corner. Doesn't maybe realize just how close these players are, and doesn't nearly manage to find a bit of damage there off that blind spray. On the same time, trying to flush him out, but will just be a barrel stuff with a showstopper as Ash trying to slide in and get that cheeky kill, but will be denied. RQ looking very good here to maybe even just close out this round flawlessly, which they really need because can't afford to have the economy shaken up as they look to go on this massive run that pushes into overtime.
I mean, that's two pretty clean gun rounds in a row. They've having not too many issues finding entries. To be fair, in that last round, it was a bit fortunate to find texture on that C side of the map. But just keeping things simple. I mean, similar to what you saw Gen.G do on the attacking side. Like, they find the pick onto C. They know that's going to create a certain amount of pressure, especially when they bait out the shear wall on C. Your Vice is feeling a little bit more vulnerable. You just work your way back to A. Seekers try to read the setup early on. Sky Util really kind of minimizes a lot of the risk from the E-Net, and then you just rip the rocket into A. It's always good for a nice attacking sided round. So, look, two pretty clean rounds in a row for RRQ, but as I mentioned before, I think the worry is they just haven't given themselves enough room. Even if their attack is amazing, at some point they're probably going to slip up.
30 seconds left.
Starting to build that momentum. I mean, RRQ... you know, just another one of those teams that you always do have to respect. And yes, you know, you're looking at back-to-back kind of spanks in these maps at the hands of Gen.G, but if you start to leave a little bit of space, if you start to give up too much slack, then RQ will take hold of it. So for Gen.G, they just absolutely need to seal the deal on this one. Quick little C's nade attempt back at Rubble. No one going to be caught by that.
Yeah. Oh my god, that's the second round in a row that Texture's just been spammed dry through a dark cover. Like, he is filthy right now. I wish we had player caps.
Absolutely brutal. Cover going out. Yeah, won't be able to hear his screams, but blinding. Looking like a pivot into B. Granted, you do have two players in position from Gen.G. Karan going to be sending out the paranoia towards that connector side. Painshell going to be let loose. He's got to reposition off of that. Meanwhile, Nightfall does get sent through. Three players going to be deafened up because she's still able to find one. Jemkin with another. And RRQ, despite the disadvantages here, despite the lack of audio, still looking to hold their own as Zink's unable to find the reset. If he gets that kill on Xparrow, maybe you start believing a little bit more, but not to be found. Gen.G once again going to be staved off, and that's going to be Solo calling his first time out since the second map, I believe.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a bit of a strugglesome couple of rounds for Gen.G. Like, none of these rounds have been particularly close. To be fair, I mean, I think the main advice right now is just to let Texture know to stay away from any smokes possible. Like, that would be number one for Gen.G. Outside of that, they haven't particularly been winning this A Rubble fight, whether they're committing everyone to it or whether it's only like a C's nade or something like that. Like, I feel like RRQ is doing a really, really good job of either fighting Rubble and winning or playing around the Rubble take, you know, pivoting to C. Like, Lotus, and especially a lot of these three-site maps, but Lotus in particular is the kind of map where you have a bit more of a decision tree calling on the attacking side. Like, if the defense does this, they take A, then we can either retake with this set util or go C and then go towards, you know, the site or something like that, or either work Mound and then route back through front B. But tech into hand warmer explode. They're doing their best Kite impression here. Someone needs to investigate those hand warmers, man.
Yeah. I don't know how they're mistreating these things, but The hand warmer abuse continues in VCT Pacific, as well as here at the EWC qualifiers. So
the crazy thing about that is I swear we had like a piece of content where they were doing the grip strength test for a lot of the pro players, and there was no way they were putting out enough force to be breaking these hand warmers. But I don't know, maybe they weren't testing Gite or whoever on RRQ just broke theirs.
And maybe it was just sitting on the desk and they just slammed their hand down because they were excited that they won the round. They're trying to pull off this comeback. But either way, will just be a quick little pause, you would hope. Wipe the desk clean. You should have a vacuum on, handy at the team house, you would hope.
Oh, I think that's, at least in my experience of, boot camps and team houses and things like that, a vacuum is like the first thing you should buy, honestly.
Yeah, vacuums and trash cans. Don't want to let all that stuff pile up on the desks.
Oh, bro. It's a,
you know that
everyone's environment to come
getting
to work,
delivery.
that's for sure. Oh, boy. Well,
yeah, team house meta, not something that the majority of people are going to experience, but I've been right there as well. So it's always interesting, especially depending on the age of the group that you're sharing the space with.
Yeah, for sure. Not something I'd like to relive in my life. For RRQ though, I mean, there's a lot to be excited about in these last couple of rounds, so if that is the reasoning for the hand warmer exploding, I can understand it. Like, these last 3 attacking side gun rounds have been pretty solid, honestly. Feels like they're starting to get on a bit of a roll, and I think you're right about what you say with RRQ, that they are the kind of team that can come back, can have these attacking side comebacks. It's something we kind of said in one of the previous maps. I think it might have been Breeze. Again, we're seeing Monya on the Rays here doing quite well for himself. Like, he's had, I feel like, few and far between games. Fantastic in Pacific. One of them was an Qeon on this map. Another one was like Harbor on Breeze. But for the most part, I think he's often been playing like that hard entry role on the Neons and not able to have super big impact. Or he's kind of just been playing Omen and not been putting up star level performances. But maybe this is a potential success point for RRQ. They're a team that seems to be leaning away from the Neon because it hasn't been working for Monya for the longest time. And if they're going to lean into Raze more, and they're putting Monya on it as much as possible, then I think that could really work out well for him, because it seems like he's quite comfortable with that agent. We know what he's been able to put together on it in the past, and it seems like it's going quite well for them, at least on Lotus so far.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, again, this is the exact kind of performance that you need to be seeing from Monya, regardless of what he's going to be playing. But it seems like we've cleaned up the hand warmer. We're back into the game. And we'll see what the adjustments end up looking like for Gen.G, because they had called that timeout before the hand warmer burst. We've got 2 ults overdrive at the ready here for Ash, who's going to be bringing a Bucky to bear to start things off. But Xfero, okay, he's saying, you know what? We were having a lot of success when I was opping, so let me go back to that.
Yeah, especially when the money builds up this much. Like, you could see a Vandal's been left behind under the spike there, so if you want to juggle that out of the map potentially later on, then that's always an option that's open to you. Now it gets cleared out here for Cushy, and you don't see any util in response, so I don't think that you're expecting a trap over on that side of the map for Gen.G. Prowler spots out that RRQ do have lobby control, and with the deep smoke, RRQ, they don't really care. They're just going to go and re-clear rubble with from the shadows, even though they use their dog on C-mount. They get all of this space for free.
Yeah, just quick cancel of that. Ash starting the pivot, but texture on that jiggle peek out will be able to see plenty of players. As Lockheed is attempting some Guardian spam out from stairs, but needs some smoke cover. We'll now have it, but like a 1, 2, 3. Yep, through the door. Break of that one. Sinks there at upper. Karan still swinging through that waterfall side as Flash will check in towards B main. No one at home from Gen.G. Spike will get planted. Monyet has a pain shell at the ready to bank off the wall. Sloppy approach, which is 3 players. So we'll just send that one through. So a little bit of util now going to be expended. Jemkin, if he goes pushing out of here, he could just be absolutely screwed. And Zinx, it's a hell of a shot. He's able to find one. Jemkin now going to be struck down. Weapon does end up falling into the corner. The overdrive now going to be popped as they get ready to go storming forward. Lockheed Karan able to find one apiece there. Cushy holding his own for one, and then turns back to sight to clean up Lockheed as well. Close but no cigar to the thrifty attempt of the half buy, we could call it. RQ now just 4 rounds away from taking this into overtime.
Yeah, good defense there for RRQ. Like, you were just waiting for Gen.G, especially after finding that opening pick to pull the trigger on the paranoia and the overdrive diving back into sight. That's where a lot of these anti-half buys could get very dangerous. Like, you know, with the neon overdrive and a nice timing to slide back into sight, you could just roll over the other team even if they have better guns. But credit to RRQ, they hold their nerve, given how much money they built up. Only 2 guns brought through in that last round doesn't really bother them. They're just going to continue trying to mount this comeback.
They're getting closer and closer to it. Looking like another just pacey hit here. RRQ not wanting to give Gen.G any room or chance to breathe, so double entry is in. I think the wall now going to be triggered, actually. They had circumnavigated it. And spot out. Zinx is nearly able to take down Jemkin critically, though Sky is going to be available, so Cushy can just get the heals through off the back of the spike plant.
Yeah, wall has not been triggered on the flank. Still Garden looking to slow this one down even further for Gen.G, who are all retaking from Waterfall and Spawn.
And they'll only have a From the Shadows to try to utilize here. This is one of those positions where you'd love to have a Nightfall, you'd love to have a Showstopper, but all of those critical ults completely, utterly lacking. Fast lane into the Haunt going to be set up, but Ash and Lakia storming forward, able to try to regain some control over the spike. Mondiat holds his own for 2. Does get taken down Texture with the Operator, able to find 1, and Zinx gets the adjustment. And just like that, Gen.G 13-8 pushed certainly here on Lotus in the end, but they still get the win, and they extend this all the way to a 5th and final map. So the reverse sweep is very possible.
Oh, 100%. Especially with Pearl coming up being the last map. Like, it's been a bit of a miss map for both of these teams, I want to say. Like, RRQ, you have seen them perform well on it in the past, but it's not really a map that's been clicking them for them as of late. Could say the same thing for Gen.G, even though I will say one of their recent games was close versus Full Sense, and I felt like Full Sense has been one of the better Pearl teams in Pacific, so maybe that speaks volumes in and of itself. But Gen.G 2 in a row to reply from RRQ's 2 in a row. I thought RRQ was just going to clean this series up, but as it stands, we've made it all the way to 5 maps, so I'm hoping for the 5th map will be a bit of a closer banger, to be honest, because a lot of these maps have been a bit more cut and dry, even if you did get a bit of a comeback there from RRQ.
Yeah, we started seeing it there from them on that Lotus, but it was unfortunately just a little bit too late to really make a solid go of it. But I'm right there with you. I'm hoping that this Pearl ends up being very contentious. Again, doesn't matter who takes the series. You and I, we have no horse in this race. We just want a good race. So hoping to see this one go a bit more back and forth between the 2 squads, but I don't even know what they're really going to be piling. Do we see Zinx, back over onto the Phoenix here with Texture playing the Jet? Is he going to be playing Neon? I don't really know what we're going to get. I just am hoping that it's going to be a banger. Either way, map 5 to settle it all. That slot at EWC on the line. We'll see who takes it when we come back after the break.
streets in sepia. Lazy Sundays, yeah, yeah. A bike ride to the cinema. Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh, you can turn back time. Yeah. City lights sing my song. Sticky rides on my tongue. Movie stars on my walls. Running to the phone, hoping it's you who calls. Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh, you can turn back time. Yeah. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile. Cotton candy clouds matching laces, feeling fly. All my teenage doubts fade away when you smile at me. Oh, you are messing with my mind. Yeah. Oh, you can turn back time. Yeah.
Oh, good God. We are at a map 5. Gen.G, They're making the impossible look possible. It looked like they were done and dusted, out without a shout after those first 2 maps. But lo and behold, they clean up on Breeze. They clean up relatively, got a little bit sloppy. They're on that Lotus. But now we get ready to go into a map 5 as Gen.G looks to pull off this reverse sweep to get themselves a ticket over to EWC. RQ can still play spoiler. We're going into a map that, you know, you were talking about, Pilsky, has been up and down for both of these teams, but it's going to be Pearl to decide it all.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a divisive map for a lot of teams in the pool. At least when we saw it for Gen.G last in this qualifier, they did lose in OT against Full Sense. I regard Full Sense as a pretty good Pearl team, but mentioning Full Sense, they're actually already out of this tournament, surprisingly enough. Despite qualifying for London, they won't be one of the teams that makes its way over to Paris here in EWCs. They went down to KRX in the lower bracket, so KRX once again kind of throwing their hat in the ring there. But the thing I wanted to highlight from that game, texture on the Phoenix, not something we see too often, and he dropped 30 for himself. So they're playing kind of that Neon Phoenix variation that a lot of teams are liking. It feels like probably the most popular combo and comp in the meta right now. A lot of teams are leaning on that. Obviously, that's not going to be the case pretty soon once the Neon gets nerfed, though.
Well, taking a look here, it's okay. Texture is going to be going for the Phoenix. He had played this before, so we'll just be bringing this out again. So we'll be back over onto that. Ash going to be sticking with the Neon. He's pretty much on full Neon duty at the moment. We'll see what the pivots for him look like when we hit the 0.09 patch. But Crazy Guy back over onto the Tejo as well. So there's going to be a lot of post-plant utility available to the side of RQ that Gen.G, you know, might end up struggling to try to counteract. We'll have to see how they pilot this one. But this is absolutely, I think, anyone's game. We started to see the rejuvenation of RQ a bit there at the end of Lotus. Was looking like maybe they could have extended that a couple more rounds, if not into the overtime, but they need to find it from the outset here. If they can continue to be dominant in pistols, which I think overall they have the lead, or maybe they're tied at this point. They might be 3-3, but either way, if they can find a pistol to start things off from this defender's side, then I think they're going to be in a very good position to close this out.
Yeah, RQ with the comp change here as well since the last time we saw them play Pearl. They played 2 different comps in Pacific where they lost to all of the top 4 teams outside of Paper X. So T1 Full Sense Global back-to-back. In the past, Pearl has been a pretty solid map for them. They're now on double Enit. Jemkin, instead of being on chamber duties, is back on the jet. Get the drone in through A main, getting full information here for Crazy Guy as you see Gen.G just creeping their way. A singular approach straight up art, but a sheer wall lies in their way.
Looks to be maybe a little bit of a 3-2-1 go. No, just okay. The push from Texture. Scouting around the corner. Can actually jump up over the top of that one, of course, utilizing the stairs. But Molly up and over the top. Sees as well as the hot hands in towards dugout. And that is going to be Xferal absolutely dead to rights. The combo catches. He actually swung into that, I do believe. Meanwhile, up and over the top, Texture just piles out of the window. But look at the kills for RRQ. Suddenly they're able to find 3 in response. Spike's going to be planted. Zinx now to try to intercept as Jemkin swinging around the back, and Laka is going to be ready for this. Yes, he is. Steadies it with the classic, shutting down Jemkin with a Sheriff, and Cushy's got 2 HP. The wall gives up the ruse. They know exactly where he's at, and this could just be a 3-2-1 face forward, and Cushy nearly clutches it out. Good God. They basically gave him the keys to the kingdom, but they snatched it away at the very last moment as Zinx will once again be the last player surviving.
Yeah, Gen.G just continuing that momentum from Lotus. It's always a feel good, like you win 2 maps in a row and then you win the first pistol on the last map. Just feels like you're still continuing along the same train that you have been. That util combo into Pit was dirty as well. Threw the Haunt at him. I think it was Neon Stun and Hot Hand. So he's caught in Pit. It's either shoot the Haunt and avoid the stun Hot Hands, or get scared by the Haunt and you might get spammed. So
I think it was
damned
Seize
if you
Molly,
do,
no?
damned if you don't.
I think it was a Seize Molly in the dugout that just locked him in position. He just couldn't escape it. Either way, whichever combo you want to go for, it worked. It would work a treat either way. So early damage going to be suffered though. Lakia is tagged down, and this is a very good start for RRQ. They get damage onto Texture as well, so that's going to force him to go for the heal. So Hot Hand's no longer a concern, and they're calling for the pivot back to this side of the map. So RRQ are getting themselves their forces in the right position, and you still have this very late lurk up into A main from Gen.G that isn't necessarily going to be getting too much info yet, but it is enough for them to start creeping out of club back across towards the attacker spawn.
Yeah, I mean, this is the great thing about playing Astra on this map. You can play very disconnected from the team, but Qeon with light armor and a ghost. I mean, we used to, in CS, call it a money man. I think in Val, they call it like a human drone. If he wanted to, he could have just walked into A and scouted whether it was a stack or not, but in this case, we'll just meet up with the rest of Gen.G after dodging that B set play from RRQ, and Texture getting the entry on in is just the
he's got running back.
Really.
He's got his ult in case things start going awry. Judge going to be good for one. Texture good for another. Now a third. Mr. 4K, does he crop up here in the round? Xfero's around the back. And yes, he shall. So 4 kills for Texture. That's 3 more on top of, you know, the ultimate already. Had he committed it, he would have been halfway to having another one.
Yeah, 100%. Might have wanted to see the kills go the other way, but or to some of his teammates, but at the end of the day, you're just happy to make your way through an anti-eco cleanly. And I think Qeon, you see him charging into the site there, probably recovered the judge at the end of that one. Indeed, you see that go into the hands of Ash. So Gen.G looking like a very nice bonus round for them. It's always a good feeling when you get a runner back on an early timing like this to keep your attacking side going. Big mid stack here for RRQ.
Now all 5 players pretty much playing around the extremities of mid, with Crazy Guy just a little bit more on the outside of that one. Scales up into Art. Meanwhile, Pop Flash on the corner. Texture hearing this. Will now start to scale in off the back. Can he find a catch? It looks like no. RQ will be able to slip the net a bit, but that's going to be some footsteps, I think, made on that connector side as they re-wrap over to Street. So decent audio info coming their way. Trailblazer will get the scout out, but actually didn't even see Zinx. I think he cut it back across the shop.
Yeah.
That's no info gain whatsoever. Meanwhile, Prowler finds Crazy Guy.
Yeah. I mean, Zinx does get cleared out in middle, and Texture's created a lot of space with this ult, but with the spike dropped, it's not really doing much for Gen.G at the moment.
Yeah, they have to scoop that up, swing it back through the nebula, which has now dissipated, so quick little reposition going to be necessary. Turn to the flash, though. Judge going to be good for one. Ash trying to set up that fast lane, the swing in, and he gets himself a second as Cushy will fall. Ash and Lockyer going to be traded out, though, as Xfero and Crazy Guy get one apiece. And that's a player advantage here for RRQ. Can't really afford to suffer too many additional losses. I believe the hot hand's still available. Yes, there's the tap, but okay, Texture dead. Clean shot from Monyet. As Qeon just trying to delay. Nova Pulse into the grab well. They're looking for the spam. It's just a hair off and the face forward. Gets the headshot. Will get some more damage through, but RQ will deny the bonus conversion from going over to Gen.G.
Yeah, look, 3 guns taken away, but the runner back does get committed on in there for Gen.G. Spike plan as well, so I'd say it's a pretty even outcome across the board. Gen.G now going into the first gun round with some reset potential to keep this attacker side going. Really get the clean execution that they were looking for. Like, Zinx goes down in towards double doors, maybe doesn't do a good enough job of dodging the Trailblazer. And Qeon, he actually had a really nice timing in A main. He dodges the Teo drone super nicely, but then he had a bit more of a passive approach to the round. I think Gen.G very much have this you know, approach on the attacking side where they really want the art players to take first contact, and Qeon's just kind of making sure he stays alive and that he can keep the smokes in towards the mid to late round.
Jemkin just going to be eating that haunt. Tailwind going to be forced away, and immediately the pivot call is made from RRQ, but same could be said for Gen.G. We're looking to just play the same strat book that they were doing on Lotus, put pressure on one side of the map and then start to reposition. This, though, allows them to maybe open up a bit of a split towards B, or maybe even just a pile in through that street side.
Retrieving flash.
Either way, we'll just re-clear in the mid, make sure that there's no forward scaling.
I mean, Qeon's been reading that multiple rounds in a row. Like, you've seen him and Crazy Guy be the solo players on the A side of the map, and this time he knows, like, I can't just let the Teo keep having this info for free. Takes his head off. Now Gen.G looking to walk into Art for like the 2nd or 3rd time on this attacking side. To be fair, RRQ reading this decently. They are 3 stacked towards A.
Can they stem this tide? No one in dugout to get caught by a potential util exchange. Some shots coming in, and I've got 2 players. It's a bit of a 90-degree angle split here, as it's going to be Xfero able to catch one. Ash going to be taken down, face in the main. Zinx finds Xfero, but do they have the read that Jemkin is still going to be there? That is going to be the question. And Zinx is likely going to be backpedaling right into him, and yes, he has. Jemkin able to find the follow-up. Now the spike not going to be planted. Looking for Qeon, finds the kill, a clean 1 tap, and Texture now with everything to do. Time dwindling, recovers the spike.
10 seconds
Blaze
left.
Wall going to be situated, going for this plant, but Cushy nearby enough, has the shoulder peeking out, and will be able to clean it up to tie it 2-2.
Yeah, nicely done. I mean, some people would say RRQ is a team built around baiting for Jemkin, but when he's able to put 2 or 3 Ks together that consistently, then that's probably a pretty good approach, honestly. Nicely done.
Yeah,
Just a
away.
secret jet inside A main.
Gen.G now going to be kicked back onto a thrifty attempt. One from an overdrive, though. Looks like maybe just
There.
mid-doors contention off the rip.
Gotta go.
Yeah, pretty spread approach considering they are on eco. Like, they're not in a rush to be going anywhere. Not trying to go for an orb. That's crazy. I know that we will never be able to see that shot, but Zinx has just dry peeked Jemkin on P long and taken his head off. That is
And you heard
illegal.
the shots. He had an outlaw. He whipped them
Yeah.
both.
I mean, it was full armor for Zinx, but yeah, he hasn't taken a single hit there.
Well, that is unbelievably fortunate. You would have to feel as Nightfall's going to go cross. Will connect onto one. It's going to be Xpharaoh noted there in tower. Now this post plant, I mean, it becomes so sturdy for Gen.G. You have an Armageddon, and you don't really want to have to commit that into an anti-eco round like this, but I think you absolutely do.
Yeah, gonna use the backhauls for sure, but I'm not sure that necessarily wins in this retake.
Pushes him forward. Lock-in nearly finding a timing to collect onto Cushy. But does just get clipped by the start of that Armageddon. Meanwhile, stun there onto Ash, but he's got the Bucky, he's got the reset, and he's got 2 kills.
Gotta go.
Crazy Guy and Cushy dead. Slides it around the back. Looks for that third. Monyet will be able to turn over to the side. Finds an elimination. They give a pocket to play in for this Cosmic Divide, but the grab well is there. Pulls Xpharaoh damn near out into the open. The time is ticking. Trying to run him down. Zinx just sprinting forward. Now it is all on Karan. Finds the first to defuse to be stuck. And that is going to be the round going the way of RRQ as Xpharaoh narrowly manages to defuse it as well as kill off Karan. But that got so damn close. And had Gen.G gotten that round win, that could have been potentially back-breaking for RRQ.
I still think it is, though. They've had to commit Armageddon and the Cosmic into making that retake a reality. The wrinkle that is so impressive for this, for me, for Gen.G, is the fact that Karon's given Ash a little bit of a bunker smoke to play in after the Armageddon flushes him out of backhaul. Like, just putting a Neon in a bubble smoke like that just makes the retake attempt so difficult for RRQ. I'm surprised they even pulled it off in the first place.
Looking to apply some pressure here at A main. Stealth drone chasing forward, not going to get a ping reveal. Jemkin at the same time. That operator about to be dialed in and will be able to find that kill. Cleans up Ash, gets out scot-free.
Yeah.
And Gen.G again going to be on the back foot.
I mean, they've seen Crazy Guy in the way he's been playing it with the Teo drone over towards A main, so just mixing up the operator being in that position and a perfectly late peak timing there from Jemkin just gets RRQ a free kill. Extra almost caught trying to bait out the shield wall. Amonia's really going looking for him. He's going to maintain the man advantage for now.
Actually gets denied the kill because of the sheer wall. Had the concuss, so would have been decently favored to clean up the kill, but Texture does stay alive. Obviously can heal himself as well.
Well,
in the end, likely just a minor loss of armor. Thorns here in position to try to delay, but with no noise made. I'm not sure if we're really going to find the timing for this one, but there you go. We'll be able to pop that. Spike, for now, going to be contained, and it's already rotations started for RRQ as they try to get players into position. They have a Steel Garden as well to commit to this, should they so choose, and I think they likely will.
yeah, the double drone's been allowing them to stay on top of the retake, but Karon now has the Cosmic to try to disrupt this retake. I wonder if he's going to invest it here. There it
Yeah,
is.
it's going to do that immediately in reply. Jemkin now trying to scale forward. Oh, the push of the wall and lock. I don't know where the hell he's going. He goes 6 feet under. Karen's going to be good for 1. Zinx good for 2. Is Jemkin and Cushy just swing out right into the spray. Now it's going to be a counter Steel Garden. Classic already in hand here for Xpharaoh. More than prepared for this, but I don't think they're going to be able to win out the fight from here. Damage out. Crazy Guy tagged down to about 30 health. Rides up the top of screens, and Xpharaoh somehow cleans them both up. What a round to get RRQ an established lead now of 4-2. Xpharaoh, good lord. He's found his carry pants again.
Like, legit. You know what this reminds me of, though? This reminds me of the Gen.G versus Nongshim game on this map in Pacific. Like, all of those B retakes that felt like they would be impossible are being pulled off yet again here, except it's going in the other direction against Gen.G. Feels like some kind of karmic justice at this point. And look, post pistol, that's 4 in a row for RRQ. Not all of them have been clean, but you can't say they haven't had some good reads and haven't been able to pull themselves out of some pretty cooked situations time and time again. And as a result, you will get a timeout in response from Solo as Gen.G go into a half buy. But with an overdrive, I mean, this is the thing, I say this every time, but whenever there's a half buy, but you've got an overdrive, I feel like there's so many situations where that can go against a team with better guns. And when RRQ's money is this cooked, you really need to dot your I's and cross your T's, or you could find yourself in a very poor position.
Well, this is a high pressure timeout call here. As, I mean, from the start, you know, you think back, Texture, you know, he got his ult online in that second round played, and it's been very slow on the approach to try to build up the rest of these. The orb control overall from RRQ on this defender side has been quite good, especially with that previous shutdown and, you know, implant of Gemkin at A main with the operator.
Yeah.
We'll be able to hold on to that. So this is going to be rough for Gen.G to try to steady the ship.
I'll show. Go.
Yeah, I've been really impressed with RRQ's double drone. Like, they're one of the teams that can pilot double init so well with Crazy Guy Cushy.
Go.
Ash does get the disrespect past that salvo. It's a tiny little bit of damage. One pulse.
Gotta go.
What more are you meant to do? You just have a Bucky and an overdrive here.
Yeah.
It will just be that orb take. Looks like that's really all that they were after. Meanwhile, Zinx slotted forward, but there is a judge waiting for him on the other side of this door. So he peeks. He is in all likelihood dead, but instead it's going to be Qeon just drifting into the sightlines of Gemkin. Gets that kill. Quick little tailwind away. Repositions the back of that stairs area.
Here.
I mean, the AWP is just causing them so many problems. Soaking up these resources, and Jemkin's connecting all of the shots that are needed.
Not sure about that one. Just jump peeking him. Meanwhile, Cushy holding his own. Plenty of split damage going to be going through. Zinx will stop this from being a flawless, but Lakia desperately just trying to get the plant in play. Will do so, and then swiftly gets hounded down. So, 5-2. RRQ looking like they have refound their footing from those first two maps. As Gen.G struggling to find anything off the back of that pistol and the anti-eco.
Yeah. 5 rounds in a row here for RRQ, but that round was the round that they needed. 4 players surviving really helps them steady their economy. Like, this was still kind of hanging in the balance for them, but now it feels like they're on more comfortable footing. And for Gen.G, going into that timeout, I mean, obviously you are somewhat considering what you want to do on the bonus, but more so you're looking for the gun round adjustments. You can see round to round they have been able to get Texture a runner back to work with. And we'll start things off in a 1-4. Pressure towards this B side of the map initially. Once again, you'll see Karen on the lurk.
Just an early salvo. A lone defender on that B site. Gemkin not too far away. Texture, does he fall into this trap once again? Lakia's getting into position, so it could be the Prowler to lead, but Texture looks like he's going to get ahead of this, and yep, he will end up falling. The trade is going to be in, though. Ash able to shut down Gemkin, so 1-for-1 exchange at the end of it. Meanwhile, Zinx trying to see, I think maybe if he can just get some shots out. Register if there's a player lurked forward today. Either way, has abandoned that post.
Yeah, I don't think he activated the Arcro, so he didn't read that A main control was taken. But once again, you had a dog in there earlier for RRQ. Like, this double drone is just helping them read the rotations. And once again, they're 3 stacked on the right side.
Gen.G could just be in for another world of hurt. Stealth drone leading all the way up towards long. Meanwhile, swing of the corner, overdrive in play, relay bolt to one side. Ash going to try to scale off this, slides into back halls, and Cushy will have him dead. Lakia, however, able to find one, and Karen comes up with 2, so that breaks open the site, and now just leaves Xpharaoh. So it seems like overall the timeout call working a treat here for Gen.G. That being said, there's still a chance that they suffer more damage. But with Xpharaoh just looking to collect this operator, that will be the round coming to its end.
I mean, you're saying the same skill set to Gen.G, a lot of favors there. Like, Ash has once again just been sent in on the suicide entry. But it feels like for Gen.G, they're very comfortable in these situations where even if they're attacking the strong side, their spacing and their trading is good enough to win the round anyway. Like, I've been praising RRQ's macro. I can't count the amount of times this game that I've seen a drone go into a part of the map and allow one of their players to take the space and then seen a lean on towards the opposite side off the back of that. Like, they're reading the map very well. The ops often having a lot of impact and allowing them to maintain these info lines. Like, structurally, it's a great-looking defense for RRQ, but Gen.G once again showing that they can disregard the macro, hit the strong side, and win the round anyway.
Seems like a good shutdown, but
30 seconds.
Aron coming alive. And much needed, but still trailing by 2, and of course that operator going to be in hand. But like you were talking about, the economy has not been built up for RRQ at all. So even with the previous round win, still going to be a little bit shaky, so a lot still going to be resting on Jemkin's shoulders to deliver with this rifle. Meanwhile, leaning towards the A side of the map for Gen.G. That crazy guy, again, just sends a salvo, and that has them packing out of A main back over towards the stack.
Yeah, I'm eager to see his drone timing here. It's been forced to play retake. You see Gen.G just deny that info early on. They have to run it back ready to go, but they're into the arms of Jemkin here. No flash last time for Texture. They can't make that mistake twice.
Sends out 1, and this time we'll be leading the charge with the run it back, which will swiftly be shut down. Tailwind over to the side just for the quick reposition. Ash, however, still storming forward, gets himself situated at back halls. Rotations are coming in quickly. Salvo not going to be offsetting the Neon here, but Jemkin, he just faces back into long. Locky is dead. Karen as well. Picked apart. Spike now dead on the floor. Texture gone. And it looks like another round that's just going to be getting away from Gen.G. They buy the space. They take the precaution. They isolate and find that operator, but as they try to work their way into the site, the re-peeks from RRQ just look to be too damn good. Now into a 2v3. The spike's still on the floor. Going to be recovered. Tap of the plant. The knives now pop for Jemkin. Looking to up the aggression as they're trying to just bait these players forward. Zink's attention. He draws him over. Jemkin looking for the transfer, though, and he will be able to find it. And good lord, what a rescue of the round. It felt like Zinks had that one sealed with those 2 kills, but Jemkin with a 4K gets RQ now up to 6.
Yeah, there's something special in the water for Gen.G today. Like, there was something about that 2-on-4 that I just felt like they were going to be able to put it together. Some of them were in aggressive positions, and then Zinks just starts hitting shots back to back to back. And I thought that they were going to be good for it, but Jemkin, ever reliable, 13-6 so far in this map. Once again, delivers a very big impact clutch to not only keep RRQ alive and safeguard their economy, but break Gen.G's money yet again here.
Could just be flash for flash here. Prowler getting the spot on the 1. Curveball out. Not going to be finding anything. Texture nearly spammed down. Whittled away, yeah, down to 45 HP, and Ash unable to really steady anything hot there before he can try to put the bucket to use. Exit attempt from Crazy Guy, however, going to be intercepted. Is a great readjustment from Texture. Finding that headshot. Suddenly now a 4v2. Jemkin looking for a timing shot, but won't be able to make it connect. And at the same time, you take a look at the minimap, and you see that Zinks is all the way in back halls.
Legit, he's just dry-peaked Xfero. Like, he just keeps walking down B long. You can see him with the dot crosshair. Like, this man, it's kind of crazy. The shots that he hits sometimes, and then you look at some of the really poor maps that he has, and you wonder how it's even possible.
A feast or famine player, it would seem. Never too much of a middle ground, but Ravwell trying to get that pull out of position on the Lakia will not be found. Haunt, however, also does not get a reveal on the Jemkin, but does he read this flank? Texture starting to hear the footsteps, swings out, and oh, that last second adjustment puts himself out a little bit wider, offsets the shot, and puts the operator down on the floor. Monyet now, last one to try to stay alive, but Texture on the prowl. Skirting forward, work his way through water, and if he can come away with this kill, it might just even be the run it back online, but either way, it would be everything denied out of the hands of RRQ. He's getting closer and closer to finding this catch. Monyet, we'll be able to see him in the peripheral vision here in a second, but Texture, not to be denied, locks on, gets himself a 4K yet again, and now another run it back available, as they are 2 away from tying it up at the half.
I mean, they gave him a hero rifle in this round for a reason. He's just gone massive for Gen.G. And we were talking about how shaky RRQ's money is. That is such a huge round. Like, that completely changes the game. Look at RRQ's money, man. They are cooked now. this could have been a slam dunk defensive half for them to tee themselves up for a spot over at Paris, but now it's not so clear cut.
Still, if they lose this one, obviously, a 7-5 is still going to be possible, but texture. It's like, yeah, I know I'm playing Phoenix, but there's an operator, so I'm going to use it. Check around B, nothing going to be seen here.
I don't think you've seen Ash op very much ever, though, and he's like,
no,
he's just sliding into the side every round, so I guess it makes sense.
Ash he's playing Sacrificial Lamb for sure.
Oh, boy.
Well, all quiet on the B site front, as this wall will give them an alert. They can use the Thorns to try to slow things up, but getting into position for a retake could prove to be difficult. At the same time, though, players starting to fan out. Corner check. Karan able to find Crazy Guy. He wants this kill, but it's just a little bit too late to swing around to find that. But meanwhile, double push up into shops. They will be held at bay. That Vice wall locking them off. So Karan free to continue exploring on the side with no real flank potential unless they double back through window. But they're just going to be sat here and trying to intercept the players that come peeking out from club. And as I say that, footsteps now going to be heard, and it's going to be Moniette suffering an immense amount of damage.
30 seconds on the clock, though. I'm getting a little bit concerned about Gen.G.
Ash going to the entry, to the side. Jemkin is there, has that kill. Slows up the approach, weapon passed over, Phantom now in hand for him. So run it back, going to be popped. Texture immediately snap back on that ultimate, but does manage to get Jemkin. Not quite from beyond the grave with the molly. The kill has found the plant to come through. Arcros set up, Zinx clears out that back hall. Ult's going to be committed to this one just in case there's rescued weapons, I do suppose. Either way, RQ.
One enemy remaining.
And a 1v3 now is Crazy Guy with 49 HP in a classic. Likely not going to be able to get much done. And yeah, Lakia, he'll be the one with the operator in hand this time around. Cleans up that kill, and Gen.G suddenly one away from tying this up at the half.
They making me extremely nervous, though. Like, they're really doing their best to get ecoed here. But commit 3 ultimates just to avoid it, which they probably would have liked to hold on to in towards round number 12. So although RRQ are maybe a little disappointed that they don't cause the upset there, they're quite happy that they're bankrupted Gen.G's ults heading into the final round of the half.
Can Gen.G find that 6-6? Will it be another 7-5 for RRQ? Again, looking for that contention over a main, but nothing going to be spotted. It's just RQ quickly backpedaling, giving up the space, and happy to play for a retake should they need to, because they've got the tools for it. Seeker's Armageddon, as well as a Cosmic Divide. They're well set up to get this. Gen.G, it seems like this isn't going to be that pressure pivot play. It'll just be straight up into this site. Armageddon now looking to try to intercept them, and Ash is just going to be caught up in the crossfire. No real way to try to escape. He ends up falling, and Locky is tagged to 10 at the same time.
I feel so bad for him, like he's just absorbed 2 ultimates to the face and died, and, you know, now Gen.G's trying to put something together. RRQ looking very good here to at least keep themselves out in front at the half.
They're going to try to pump the brakes, you know, cause some confusion here, but RRQ don't have too much reason to really pivot, especially now that the Cosmic Divide does get called in.
Adapt or die!
Balls forward, but there's a Steel Garden, forces him away yet again. Lakia going to be caught by that one on the spike. He's trying to take it out through Art, but he just gets caught. And this round ends up being a massive overcook from Gen.G as they will fall one by one. Zinx is like, guys, I've just been lurking. What the hell has happened over on this A site? Swing in the corner. He will be dead, you would think. And okay, they nearly give him a chance to have everything lined up, but it's a flawless way to close things out 7-5. RQ out in front by 2 rounds.
Yeah, looking pretty solid on the defense, but we got to see another really solid attacking side calling half from Crazy Guy if they want to lock up this spot over in Paris, because Gen.G is still very much in the contest here. It's a pretty tight first half.
I mean, they found the opening pistol. If they can find another one to jumpstart this, I mean, either way, it feels like we're getting what we wanted, which is contentious maps and back and forth between these teams and a little bit less of a blowout. Obviously, one of these teams could just run away with the next half, but we'll find out after the halftime break.
I swear you remember who
Last player standing. One enemy remaining. Seconds left. One
remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. I swear you remember who you are. Remember who you are.
All right, we are back and going into the second half of Pearl, our final map between RRQ and Gen.G, the latter of which is looking to pull off a reverse sweep if they can close out this fifth and final. They'll now be moving over to the defender's side, the double duelist playing in against this double initiator. We'll see if they're going to be able to find another pistol win, because, I mean, they got those first two. It was looking good, and then it became very wobbly with wins few and far in between.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about the execution in the calling based off the double info or the fragging power of Gen.G. You are heavily stacked up and set up inside a middle, just waiting for RRQ to make the first move. They've taken A main control, but I don't think they're hard committed to anything just yet. RRQ goes looking for more information off the back of the stealth drone here from Crazy Guy. Sheer wall spotted out. How far will Gem can push the issue?
It doesn't see anything on the side itself, and the wall will now get popped, but Gen.G staying stagnant so far at Art. They're anticipating this crunch, maybe a 3-2 split, but as we can tell, this is likely going to just end up being a 5-player shove through main.
Yeah. And as Gen.G, you'll already have a pre-pepped retake plan. Should this A hit come in fact, yeah, the Prowler already spots out that the A main is being contested.
Guiding light not quite deep enough around the corner to really get any kind of confirmation, but it's just going to be into a firing squad where Texture cleans up for. Set up now potentially for an ace. We know that he's going to be wanting this despite the curse, despite what could possibly come off the back of it, but Zinx will be able to collect the kill, and I'm sure that Texture is screaming in the Gen.G household. They should be screaming in joy as they flawlessly clean up this pistol just about, and yeah, damn good. Texture again going to be fast-tracked towards another run it back.
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes it even more egregious as well, is that, like, that is the exact character that you want to give the ace to. That, like, not giving Phoenix free kills when he doesn't have his ult is illegal. Regardless, so when he's only 2 off and he's got Phantom Armor, Anti-Eco, you're betting your bottom dollar that this man is going to have a run it back coming into the next round.
Missile deployed.
Well, RQ prepared for this attempt at A control. They know Texture will want that ulti up as quickly as he can possibly get it. And it's just going to be a silent creep forward. Go, boy. Just looking for that spam, and we'll deny him the orb for now. Crazy Guy tagged down below half HP. Pull back around the corner. Doesn't manage to see Cushy there before the bloom. It's just going to be a molly lobbed in, but Karen pre-aiming into the smoke cleans up Cushy. Xfro dead to the molly. Spike is now stranded. Flash in. Texture catches Jemkin. And then puts Crazy Guy down to single digits.
I mean, there's the run it back. Just spamming away on the Phantom. This is what Texture does best. Let's not forget, against Full Sense earlier in this qualifier, he dropped almost 30 kills. He's been on fire, so if he has this kind of start to the defensive half, I'm getting quite worried about RRQ's prospects of qualifying over to Paris.
Well, see, this is where the key strategy comes in of denying him the ace. You unlock the angry Texture. That's where he really starts to go crazy. The swing in, and that's just going to be Lakia connecting on the other two. So this one, an actual flawless to tie it up 7-7. Everything retained. I'll run it back online. Gen.G, if they get a bonus conversion, you have to be worried about RRQ.
I feel like Phoenix is the perfect angry duelist as well. You know, there's some duelists that have finesse and, you know, you have all this movement tech and stuff like that. Phoenix is just the guy that runs at you.
Yeah, Phoenix and Reyna, those are the two.
It is the run it back. Online, heading into the bonus here. It's a pretty scary looking bonus if you're RRQ. 7 apiece. Definitely anyone's game here. RRQ want a clean anti-bonus here, but I don't know if they're going to get it, let alone win it.
Stack is in. And Crazy Guy, Glass Cannon going into this round.
Time to hunt.
He could have afforded half armor, but
Destroyed.
maybe he bought it at the very end. Take a look. Meanwhile, there's going to be some flashes exchanged. Turn to that curveball. Quick peek in from Gen.G, and he's able to find Qeon as well as an immense amount of damage onto Lakia. So run it back now going to be popped. Texture is still slow on this approach, and everyone from RRQ has just disappeared into thin air. Nothing else to be seen, but okay, a couple shots going to be rung out there at the very end, so they know that Xfero was still lurked forward in mid.
Yeah, that's just perfect execution from RRQ, but that doesn't guarantee them the round here. There's still a high, low, and a judge on double doors.
Slippery puck, Texture needing to deliver. Finds the first. Crazy Guy going to be taken down, but Gen.G again. Gets himself a second. Swing the corner. The third. No, not to be taken by him. It will end up falling. Lakia comes away with one before getting traded out. His teammates as good of a chance as he could possibly get. 2v3 and Spike now going to be planted. The ice wall not tripped, so notice that they haven't backpedaled in through main, but we'll still be able to find Ash, and that now leaves Zinx all alone with just a Guardian to try to clutch a 1v3. Swing in, the spot out, and not quite able to steady it there is Xfero, but still does an immense amount of damage. We'll find Zinx down to 5 health. Dodges out the grav well. Cheating forward, looking in towards main, but he's running out of options. Will get stunned and cleaned up. Monyet finds it, but not a bad bonus attempt here for Gen.G.
I mean, it's really, really nice for RRQ, to be fair. The way that they bait out this initial flash play, like they are so kind of tentative, working their way into art. They invest the unit util before they actually commit to it. They bait out the entire trap plus the run it back that has 0 impact. They walk away from a full art stack.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. That was a fancy camera angle. Straight into the timeout from Jovi. After they win the anti-bonus, which is an interesting one.
Yeah, it's a very curious timing, but must have a decent enough idea of how Gen.G are going to look to pilot this first rifle round.
Yeah.
I say first rifle round, but for RRQ, they're going to be grabbing at the purse strings a little bit because they don't have that much money to try to get weapons online. They invested a hell of a lot going into that previous.
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting one because I felt like, yeah, macro-wise, RRQ played that last round pretty well. Like, they had a lot to play around. It was a dangerous-looking bonus for Gen.G. They invested to run it back, and they still walked away with a round win. So I agree with you. I think that this kind of timeout for RRQ is recognition from the coaching staff that this is a very big swing round. You took significant damage against the bonus, and if you concede this reset round where both teams have very low money, it's going to be pretty difficult to win this game. So this will be a very specific read, I'd imagine, from RRQ's coaching staff. Set the boys off on the right foot to try to win one of the most impactful gun rounds of this game so that they can start to run away with this attacking side.
I mean, you drop this, you're back onto an eco, and Gen.G have you tied up. You know, early spam out. Crazy Guy does eat quite a bit of damage, and Textures has found him. Oh, for all the times the Texture was dying on Lotus through smokes, he is now answering back in kind.
That's it. It's Karma coming back around. In the meantime, Trailblazer straight down the street. RRQ have taken the middle of the map, but with a man disadvantage, it's really up to Gen.G just not to fall apart here. They've got multiple stars bottom side of street, full Vice setup. Can they defend here?
Covering it.
Zinx with the early spot, a reposition from Charon, just drifting across onto the site. Meanwhile, Gen.G gonna try to see if he can get a catch here and continue to keep the interest on this side of the map. As the Spike ready to rotate through that connector.
Yeah, RRQ kind of dead in the water, caught behind all of those stars bottom side of street. They're just kind of waiting for a mistake for Gen.G that never comes. It's just a very safe setup. Gen.G quite happy to trust the numbers approach, and I think they're rotating quite well as well. I mean, Lakia and Texture joining up with Ash, just playing retake and dugout. He's still got a relay bomb to work with. Like, this is going to be a hard round for RRQ.
Yeah, you could just stun Molly the plant spot here, potentially. As, okay. Forward sight, the spam is connecting, and eventually the fadeaway shot comes in as Ash goes for the reload, but Cushy is dropped. Gen.G just taking their time with this one, and they get everybody into position, not give up. Any kills for free, any kills early. Check forward, though, and Monyet missing the timing, which would have been a critical one to come away with the kill. Smoke's now blooming. Texture able to find another Gemkin. Going to be taken down at main. The two remaining players. Oh, Xfero, what the hell is that? It's a nice little drive-by, but they know that this is not planted for them. They have to just give this up.
Yeah.
Diffuse resumed, Texture's taking the space forward, and Gen.G are good to go. Just 2 weapons to be carried over as they tie it 8-8 and break the economy of the 3 dead players.
I mean, that's just so rough because we had that whole talk about how RRQ just caught the pause on an interesting timing. They're trying to win this swing round, and they start the round by losing their most util-heavy character straight through a smoke in A main. Like, you just lose a drone double salvo. It's kind of a nightmare. You know, Teo is, especially when your IGL is playing it, it's going to be so key to your mid-rounding and your plan, and all of that, what was discussed in the timeout just goes out the window when you lose a pick that early on.
Yeah, I mean, it's a bit of a change on like, the DFM, you know, double scan comp. It's not the Sova, as Texture will be able to find Jemkin off the rip. So this round is going no better for RRQ than the previous, as Ash will be able to find Cushy as well. Texture with 2. But they try to make this pivot so they get some flashes online in the composition, but unfortunately, if the Teo's gone, you have no other real way to try to scan other than the Trailblazer, which is very easily broken. So I feel like having the Sova would have done wonders for them here.
I don't know, like, I think it's just one of those situations where, in theory, double init is good at, like, fighting for space, but I think it's more of, like, an info game, but the truth is, like, the brute force of something like Neon Phoenix with a fade to back it up, like, you can't contest A main there if they hit their util combo in the choke. Like, you can throw double salvo, you can throw flashes in there, you can do whatever you want, but if they hit the right util in the choke, you're just going to get rolled like that, unfortunately, as RRQ, so that's the kind of situation where, as double init, like, you want to inform your decision making. If you spot out that it's 3 towards A and there's an A stack just based off the util, like, it's quite bold to fight that. And to be fair, sometimes it can work out, but I think this round is a perfect example of why people play Neon Phoenix in the current meta, man. Like, you just cannot break through a choke like that. You're just going to get rolled.
Well, we'll be swapping the gun here, just the Phantom to be grabbed up.
Where are you?
Certainly don't want to be saving over into the next round with just a stinger in hand, so Crazy Guy will be able to grab that, but this is the round over. The lead now conceded to Gen.G, who are looking to pull this off in flawless fashion, barring a late death here from one of the players, but that's not going to stop the round from going over to Gen.G's side.
Yeah, 100%. Feels like this qualification is starting to slip through RRQ's fingers. Thankfully, the gun won't slip through Crazy Guys. We'll hold that onto that into the next gun round, but that's kind of a wood and spoon prize at this point. These last few gun rounds have been very sad for RRQ post timeout. Feels like
there's still more money that has to be spent.
What's that, sorry?
He's got to buy. It's still more money that has to be spent. He's got to buy for armor. So you see now he's left with 150 credits because I think that he might have lost everything unless he had the regen in that round. Couldn't quite judge it, but regardless, they're not able to bank up anything at all.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to have to skip any util going into this round, but I don't know. Unless we see his pop. At least he has the stealth drone. Straight down B long. Smoke goes up to secure that control. Texture going very deep, looking for a pick inside of A main. Ash picking up the orb. So A main has been dominated by Gen.G, who are playing retake on the street side towards B. The sheer wall faded out by Cushy nice and early on. And with the Seekers in hand, RRQ could choose to speed up here, but they're far from committed to anything. Still a minute 10 on the clock, and as we mentioned with double E-net, plenty to work with.
I mean, they're getting re-wrapped around towards mid, but look at the fan out here from Gen.G. Xferro with the peek in will be able to spot 2 on that art side. I'm not sure if you got to see the rest, but okay, Xferro, he will be able to flush out Zing. So kill found. Seeker's now going to be let loose as the pivot into the B side gets ready to come through. Spike in hand for the Tejo. Karan just dancing around that back pillar, eventually pushed into the open, and Monyet will be able to come away with the elimination. Running back going to be popped. Ash dead as well as Jemkin finds that kill, and Texture not going to be able to find a damn thing before getting snapped back. Facing from Lakia. Texture going to be good for 1. Lakia cleans up a kill on Jemkin, but now it's all on Texture to try to see if he can somehow get this round over the finish line. Gets the first. Just dancing. Curveball down towards the floor. A nice turn there from Crazy Guy. And eventually Cushy will be able to put him 6 feet under. But, oh, that was feeling very dicey. But 9-9, RRQ finding the round win when they so desperately need it.
Yeah, for sure. Xferro doing what he does best. Even on the lurk, like top mid, he's able to find a big pick onto Zinx from, top mid room there. Gen.G. I'm surprised they even committed to run it back into that round, but to be fair, with how Texture was moving in that round and the fact that he's got 26 kills yet again, very Breeze-esque, similar to, I mean, the game he played before against Full Sense. In fact, he might even drop the 30 this map. Regardless, RRQ will win the round. But once again, it's a round that's quite costly for them. Only 2 guns brought on through, and Gen.G, after winning the last couple of gun rounds, have once again put them in a precarious position economically.
Stealth drone clearing around Art. Scale forward from Jemkin can just trigger the Vice Wall. Texture and Lakia both dialed in on that angle for a brief little moment, but do they know that RQ have implanted a player this deep in? Can re-wrap across towards Street, join in with the rest of the team. We're getting ready to scale forward.
Flash into Street will be at least a sound cue for Gen.G. They're well aware that RQ is occupying the middle of the map at this point. They're leaning on the Nightfall to come in for the retake. Very passive stuff from them. Prowler goes in towards Art, doesn't spot out anyone on RQ, which gives Lakia a bit of a false sense of security that he can maybe rotate. A is definitely the weak side here. The only question is how much damage Texture can do, especially, I mean, he's going to dodge that Steel Garden at least.
Dodges that, but doesn't actually send out the Molly. I thought he would have... Okay, never mind. The Molly does go through. So yeah, hot hands in play with Jemkin. I mean, he's the K down to 1, but he still finds the headshot. Instantaneous. Meanwhile, Cushy catching Lakia as well over at Flowers, and that's now Gen.G's turn to hightail it away, pack it up, and save RQ. They are rallying back into this map.
Yeah, really, really nice calling in the mid-round there. Just denying all information to Gen.G, and they were never able to find it back. They were just trusting their setups, leaning 3 towards that B side of the map. And that's a perfect example of Crazy Guy just calling circles around the other team. I mean, that round is very different, though, if Jemkin doesn't hit that immediate headshot. Like, he's very dependable, very reliable to do that, but if Texture finds that opening pick with the Nightfall invested, things get awkward from there. That could definitely be around for Gen.G. It's a very, very big impact entry to give RQ double digits here.
Incredibly necessary and flawless at that. 10-9, reestablishing a lead by just the 1. Critical shutdowns to be found, and Gen.G to take a look at what the economy looks like for them as well, because you got to think that it's not going to be super strong on either side.
I think RQ have just re-established their econ, but especially with 3 guns kept over, yeah, they're still good for a buy here. Even an op being purchased. Another timeout for Solo. They must be running thin at this point. Jemkin does have access to his Bladestorm. Crazy Guy getting close to that Armageddon, but the ult's not going to be a super big factor for the next couple of rounds at least. But towards the tail end of this game, I mean, these big impact ults could potentially decide this spot at Paris. Let's see what Solo's going to come up with here for Gen.G. They've done a really good job of fighting for that A main control, but it feels like, especially with the double E net at the moment, like RRQ is doing a great job not only baiting out some of these aggressive setups, but also just working in the middle of the map and denying info to Gen.G. I think A main, or maybe getting the op on B, like I think the op purchase is very key here. Getting in the op line on B could be a difference maker. Like, they're able to get info on the extremities. Towards the middle of the map, it's a little bit harder because RQ's done a pretty good job of working it with the double unit util. But they have, as I said, been able to at least dominate A main, and if they can get that B long info line and that doesn't get dealt with well by RQ, then they're going to have a little bit of an easier time rotating here on the defense.
Quick shift over. Nothing really even seen. No util spent on that side. Looks like they're just going to fully invest in pushing into mid, wanting this spot here. So Crazy Guy just going to be holding over on shops for now. Is, well, Ash, we talked about it. We said we don't really see him up too much. He brings it out. He immediately finds a headshot on the Jemkin.
I mean, that's just vintage Ash, though, isn't it? Like, he always just pulls out something. They're like, oh, I haven't seen Ash do this before, and then he just does it. And you're like, oh, okay, he's pretty good.
Ooh, Sphero cheating forward, but Lakia is here. But what a shot is that? Oh my god.
He's unbelievable,
disgusting.
man.
I mean, he should have been dead. Should have had him absolutely screwed. Now Khan, the one to try to find it, and he will find 2. He's trading up in a massive way. Ash is able to find a second with that operator, and Texture will be the icing on top. Gizmon yet, and they tie it 10-10. The 3 players surviving. Good God, show me that shot from Xpero again, because even though it doesn't win on the round, he won my heart.
Oh, that's a phantom moment for sure. I mean, I want to praise the coaching staff of Gen.G for the call to bring out the op, but I saw Ash insta-buy it before the timeout even came together, so I think Gen.G were already kind of trending in the right direction. A nice adaptation nonetheless free pick onto Gen.G to open up that round, and from there they just pass it with flying colors despite a cheeky little kill in the middle of the map from Xfero. Looks like same round being prepped here for RRQ. They didn't feel like that was their issue in that last round. Gonna go with a pretty similar approach here, it looks like.
I think the main thing would have been just committing some of that util around Art's side and not get caught off guard by the operator. Speaking of which, Ash is currently slotted very far forward, and stealth drone will come through, so Crazy Guy going to be trying to ensure that he does not get caught. And Ash will just go backing away. Meanwhile, snap back immediately there on a Texture's ultimate, but as Gen.G tries to flash, Lakia has the shutdown. He's keeping that body protected, making sure the Phoenix is not going to be vulnerable. Don't want to get screamed on this one. And Cosmic Divide called in. Sight is going to be taken here by RRQ, but at a player disadvantage. Xfero slotted forward just here alongside this Cosmic Divide. Two players from Gen.G waiting on the other side. Thorn's poised to greet them. He'll tuck back over into dugout. And this is going to be a difficult retake despite the numbers advantage for Gen.G. Thorn's now popped through him. Cosmic Divide going to be called in, but all players are playing out in front of this one. Slide in, Xfero holding his own for one, looking for a little bit more. Cushy's going to be able to find it. Qeon scooping up that operator. He's actually able to find a kill there. 2v2 with the time starting to bleed away. Crazy Guy shutting down Texture, and that is a critical find. Nova Pulse maybe with a stun around the corner, but the tap, the defuse, it can't come through. The time is already gone, and RRQ, they're just going to go blow for blow against Gen.G, it seems, as they once again get into the lead.
That's just such a nice pivot out from RRQ, despite the fact that I feel like that B long info line is such a game changer. Gen.G manhandled their way into an opening man advantage by investing the run it back and winning that duel in the middle of the map. Once again, Gen.G goes down with minimal impact. Again, it's the pivot in the mid round. Cosmic invested and great util in the post plant and great positioning from RRQ. You can tell they already had a plan. They had flanks on flanks. They had a Nova Pulse as soon as Ash tried to slide into dugout and contest that line. And even with the man disadvantage, they just outpositioned Gen.G coming in on that retake.
Ash again slotted forward. No operator to speak of. Quickly backpedals over onto the site. There's plenty of shots ringing out. He's able to dodge those. As Seeker's now going to be online for Cushy.
Yeah. You saw just in the round that he had Seekers previously, he was able to bring it back to spawn side and reap the Seekers to be able to read the setup of Gen.G, and I think they're going to do much the same here, RRQ. Still multiple guarding lights online. See, Gen.G in the meantime have taken A main. They've got a high-low over towards street. There's a drone towards street side. I'm not sure, unless it goes super deep, if this will spot both players there. I think it only saw the Vice.
I think Qeon was tucked back within that smoke. The Seeker's now going to be let loose, spotting out the two here at A main. Texture with a quick peek, just clearing those out. Meanwhile, Guiding Light going to go flying in. Ice Wall trying to slow up this approach. This Crazy Guy does have that spike, but there's still an opportunity to repivot this back to B. Seekers led them, the majority of players, on this A side of the map. So yeah, they're going to try to keep things quiet. Go for the slow tuck back through the connector, over to the street side, and then creep down in. But players have been put in position. Xfero's going to be caught thinking that he had alert timing. He gets some damage in onto Ash, puts him to 10, but cannot find that kill. Gen.G now on the entry, pushes out of that cloudburst, finds the kill, turns back, finds Zinx as well, right through the fast lane.
10 seconds left.
Ash now sodding forward, dodges that right click, but cannot dodge one yet. And suddenly Gen.G into a 2v4.
Oh, against Matt Point, do you just save these rifles? I don't know if you can go for this.
It feels like that would be the measured play. Texture, the one leading the charge. Lakia is still a world away at the moment, just now starting to creep forward. But yeah, given that they give them no sight lines at all, Gen.G will have to save going into this next round. That's RRQ up to match point as they will look to deny this reverse sweep. Gen.G are going to have to take this 2 rounds in a row to get it into overtime.
Bro, that is such a ballsy call from RRQ though. Like with 35 seconds on the clock, you have no space on either of the extremities. You're stuck in the middle of the map and you make the call to pivot back to B, which necessitates like, a double entry which comes together from Gen.G, but especially losing Xfero there, like that is such a ballsy call. The Seekers allow them to read the fact that Gen.G is set up inside of A main, so I think the mid to B pivot here makes a lot of sense because you see on the minimap there just how far away both Lakia and Texture are. If you win those duels, if you open up the space of the B side after plan, Gen.G are going to be so far out of position on the rotate that you're going to win the round outright, but if you slip up at any point or Gen.G doesn't hit that double entry, then Gen.G goes 11-11.
Look at the buy. Rough around the edges, to say the very least. Salvo's going to go out. Just trying to stave them off on this ace out of the map. Meanwhile, all the rest of RRQ creeping forward through club towards B long. Zinx alone on this side of the map. Stealth drone to try to check around Art, but nothing going to be seen there. See if this ends up being a pivot call if RRQ just end up shoving straight into this site.
Qeon's there. See if they go together or they just bait it out. We'll keep them in place for now. Zinx has still got a lot of work to do because the rest of Gen.G is convinced RRQ is about to pivot to mid, but it's a B-pop.
And it is. Front of the flash. Thorns go out, but Jemkin out in front of those. Ash arriving, sits up the fast lane, allows himself to skirt across into back halls. Onyet, however, cheating forward, is able to get an eye line onto Zinx. Quickly takes him down. Ash going to be good for one with the judge, but will fall to the wayside, and that now leaves it into a 3v4 where Gen.G need to try to clutch up to take this into another round. Or else the OT dreams, the auto qual into EWC, that will all tumble down as they will fall to that lower bracket. Onyet, I think he might have even caught a glimpse on the texture. Onset, clear on the one. Texture's position now known. Sees connecting and Lakia able to gun down two, but the time's starting to bleed away. Nightfall out will be dodged. They just hug back, continue to hide here behind the pillar. The blaze wall set up, but Lakia will get taken down. Texture now having to do it all. Ravwell going to be situated as well, and it's just going to be the spam from Crazy Guy. Gets himself to 3K to get RRQ the 13-10 victory. Congratulations, RRQ. They come out on top. They deny the reverse sweep, and they punch their tickets to Paris.
That's got to be a feel-good moment for RRQ. I mean, the whole narrative in Stage 1 coming in with multiple chances to qualify to an international. Didn't manage to do it over there. Missed out on qualifying to Ho Chi Minh, but at least here in EWC, going to be a little bit of a band-aid to some of those stories for them. They will get to go and compete over in Paris, and once again, cut their teeth on some international competition, which they've been a little bit hit or miss against. I remember in last year's EWC as well, they had some decent games and some off games, so I think they're quite happy to at least just have the chance to once again go international and test their luck against some of the teams over there. Another monstrous game from Texture, like he was just been popping off this whole qualifier, and look, Gen.G will still have a chance to qualify through the lower bracket. They're looking scary, but unfortunately, in classic RRQ fashion, even if it's a close series, they're still able and have the ability to scrape the game across the line.
Yeah, I mean, credit to RRQ, an immense amount of credit to RRQ, because they really slowed down Texture those last several rounds. I mean, you think about it, he was at 26 kills when the score was 9-9, and then he was only able to get 2 more across the rest of the span of that map. That was great efforts, great shutdowns from RRQ, who really started to put together a solid game plan, where before it kind of felt like they were just trying to, you know, square peg round hole their way into this Pearl. They started to really assess things. They figured out the shapes and how they slot into one another. So they solved the simple children's toy, and they got it done. So very good from them. But yeah, I mean, I would be scared if I'm in that lower bracket and I have to go up against Gen.G. They do look very reinvigorated. They look like a completely different team compared to what we were seeing in, you know, kickoff as well as Stage 1. It feels like they're finding their footing, but we'll have to see who they do end up playing against. They're not slotted into that lower bracket quite yet here on this graphic, but they will do. But also worth mentioning, Qeon DRX, KRX, they did get the win over Full Sense. So Full Sense out of contention, KRX still looking to punch their ticket. But yeah, it's going to be a very exciting 2 weekends, because of course we've got more action tomorrow, and then we have next weekend to really, you know, finalize who that fourth and final slot is going to be going to EWC.
Yeah, it's been an interesting qualifier to watch develop, because you have, obviously, your teams that have qualified over to London, and Paper X, having won the stage, have automatically qualified to EWC itself. But you're seeing some of these other teams, like we talk about how competitive Pacific is, some of these other teams throwing their hat in the ring. Good to see RRQ get another crack at the International. Gen.G more than good enough to probably earn that spot, given how they played on at least 2 of the maps there. If they can just put it together a little bit more in the lower bracket, there's a chance for them as well. But our team like Full Sense already out. T1 barely missing out on London in that stage. They'd love a chance to go international and prove that they're, you know, just as solid as everyone kind of expected, even if they kind of fell a little bit short. So still a lot of storylines kind of developing, and tomorrow, even though we do have Nongshim Global, and that'll be another qualification game to go over to Paris, I believe T1 DFM will run concurrently to that in a best of 3 as well, so that'll be another elim game to keep your eye on in the bracket.
Yeah, there's obviously, you know, all the action that we have here, but we only have so many eyes. We only have so many things that we can watch at the same time. So there's going to be stuff that's happening in the shadows, you know, off screen. And, you know, as the results do come in, we'll try to keep you guys updated on that as we do go through these final qualification days. But what a way to start it off. I mean, from how he had begun, thinking that it was just going to be a 3-0, easy breezy. I told my wife, I was like, oh yeah, honey, I might be done here by, you know, about 7:30, 8 p.m. It's pushing 10 now. So thank you for that, Gen.G. They absolutely gave us a hell of a lot of entertainment, and I'm sure they're going to be delivering on more of that in that lower bracket. But good luck to them, and again, congratulations to RRQ for punching their ticket. But that does it from us here to this evening, but we, of course, are going to be back tomorrow with that other qualification game, so make sure you tune in, same place, same time. We'll see you guys then.
Slow down, baby, slow down. We can just erase and let time slip away. Let the world play. Baby, slow down.
Down. Spike down mid.
I gotta get out. Got to get out of here. Got to get out.
Player dead.
Got to get out. Got to get out. Gotta get out of here.
One enemy remaining.
I got to get out. I feel it here inside of me. Don't you know what just occurred to me, baby? The things that would have used to be. And this time, I just keep on walking.
30 seconds left.
And I won't stop, no. I just can't waste time talking. Gotta save my soul. Gotta get out of here. Every last thing I do. Got to get through to you. Got to get out. Come on, got to get out. Gotta get out of here. I can't help but follow my own beat. Yeah. And Lord, just know I gotta be out of here. I just keep wanting more. There's gotta be a better place. I gotta get out of here.